Close my eyes 들려오는 바람의 노래에 귀 기울여봐 It's alright 두려워 말고 널 내게 맡겨봐 And come with me tonight 모두가 잠든 이 밤에 We will sit in dreamy wonderland 한 걸음 가까이 떨리는 맘을 숨길 수가 없어 난 그곳으로 가 하늘 위 깊은 곳으로 낯을 올려 난 구름의 바람을 타고 멀리 멀리 기어한 경 그곳으로 나를 데려가 자유로워 feel so good Just imagine Just imagine Just imagine 한여름밤의 꿈처럼 달콤한 dreamy wonderland 내 입가에 정해진 숨결 마법처럼 사라진 yesterday 날 스치던 포근한 물결 다시 한번 눈 감으면 see it, feel it 모두가 잠든 이 밤에 We may sit in dreamy wonderland 한 걸음 가까이 떨리는 맘을 숨길 수가 없어 난 그곳으로 가 하늘 위 깊은 곳으로 낯을 올려 난 구름의 바람을 타고 멀리 멀리 기어한 경 그곳으로 나를 데려가 자유로워 feel so good Just imagine Just imagine Just imagine 한여름밤의 꿈처럼 달콤한 dreamy wonderland 다시 또 설레어 까만 밤 별빛을 바라보며
Hello, hello, hello. Hold on, my camera is not on.
Just imagine Just imagine Just imagine 한여름밤의 꿈처럼 달콤한 dreamy wonderland
ZETA hate watchers. Why is ZETA getting hate watched? This isn't the same ZETA. That's crazy. Why is ZETA getting hate watched? I don't even understand. I used to be like a big anti-advocate of ZETA. But, you know, you got to give credit where credit is due. They're looking like they're improving. Why would you hate the coughing babies of Pacific? Wow. What's up, YouTube? Give me 1 second, chat. Why is the music still going? What the heck, chat? Sorry, I'm so lost. Okay.
I know. I can feel that passion. I was
There we go. Hello, hello.
I think it's
welcome, welcome.
But I don't know if ZETA managed to pull this off. That's going to be an amazing feat indeed, especially when Talon, even though they're not at the level that they want to be, I still think they're forced to be reckoned with, especially with players.
No Laz or Dep.
I mean, there's a reason why, you know, you
I mean, yes. I love Laz. I love Dep. But you know, what can you do? I mean, Dep's injured. Laz is chilling playing Monster Hunter. Like, you know, what can you do? It's hard to watch a team that's been stagnant for so long, but they're not anymore. That's like saying you've been stagnant for so long, so I will just always, you know. And it's not like one game. I feel like they've had a couple weeks of consistent, you know, silver linings and shimmers. Was there no punishment on 1010? Well, I mean, his team dropped him, and I believe Riot had a suspension on him, but I can't remember the details. But that was 2.5 years ago, and there was punishment. Chat. I don't think that T1 Academy would pick him up if they're, you know, if that hadn't been cleared. Yes, I did. Well, I saw the Instagram posts. So obviously condolences to Cruz and his family, but hopefully Cruz can, you know, still do his best today. Preds are up. Thank you very much. T1 picked up 10. T1 Academy picked up 1010 so that Meteor was forced to sign with T1.
The renewed confidence on the all-tie squad for Talon has them in the green for playoffs. But if they truly want to lock their place, they'll need to get through ZETA. Talon,
I mean, honestly, I think Talon should still be pretty good to go, but
oh well, a lot can go wrong today against this Zeta Division team, but Talon are looking to secure their playoff place, looking to continue to move forward. We see this roster consistently place top 4 in this region, and they're not going to want to stop now.
Definitely not, especially since
I
they
thought
will
it
be
was
up
dancing
against
to the
former kings
the
of
music.
the Japanese region. They are sorely looking for more wins for both the team morale and for that little bit of hope for playoffs. Yes, they are fresh off that 2-0 from last week, but can they take down another SEA team, especially with a new player on their squad?
Yeah, disappointing run in kickoff.
Yes, so
here in stage 1, they've showed a little bit of promise, and it hasn't just been Depp carrying the team or anything like that. Hell, he's not even going to be here to do that today, so they're going to have to get it done by committee, and their rookie player coming into this roster on short notice is going to have to be able to stand up to the task.
Yeah, so as far as I know, Cruz has posted that his father has passed. Obviously we don't, know exactly when, etc., but
on those star players that they had, right? Earlier it was Laz that they had to let go of. Now it's Depp that has to take that backseat. Can this core actually push?
And I assume this is I'm gonna, just so everyone knows for future reference, it is a bit more courteous to say passed away rather than died when you're talking about, when you're talking about somebody that we're like directly talking about and not just like stating a fact.
Make this work.
No, Tenten actually used to look nothing like Meteor. He actually looks a little bit more like Meteor now.
They always have kind of a strong game plan and approach, and if they choose to shut you down or they have a kind of novel approach that you're not ready for or you haven't seen, you might not have the adaptability that you need playing on a lower
No, I think Cruz I don't think Cruz is gonna like show, or let that get in the way obviously during the match. But he's a human being too.
Hasn't had a lot of time to practice with this roster.
But I think he'll, I think he'll play as hard. I think Talon should be still fine today.
A little bit more of a loose style where you try and let him, use his own initiative, take his own space, but that's going to be hard against a team like Talon that are really good at shutting down players when they need to.
There was a key word, adaptability, right? And Talon, they
China's
very, very
split one. What?
I'm a little
Something.
worried about Zeta's ability
Kickoff
to
final 3
adapt
matches.
something
Oh,
that
at the
can be,
JDG arena, right?
Something that they've never shown in scrims, or something that they've never shown at all, especially when this
The map differential, round differential, tiebreakers count. It's only the teams that would be involved in a tiebreaker. For instance, like that doesn't even get counted in if it's just a 2-way tie, right? Because it's just a head-to-head.
As well as Cypher, so a lot of trap-heavy gameplay once we move over to the defense, and I think Primi's Waylay is one of the best I've seen recently.
What are we confused about?
Very good. Zeta Division
It should be clues. Zeta's IGL. Unless it's changed.
Neon with the addition of Tenten, but we have to shout out Clues. His last performance on this map was absolutely
Last time Frost didn't wear a cap, he lost.
Replicate that today, lead from the front, and keep calling a great game.
Yeah, I think the sober darts.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon's, I think Primi's Waylay, they play it quite well. You still have Teo Breach for Rubble Fight. It's good delay on defense. So on defense, you have like delay from everybody, right? You got the everybody has decent delay. The only one I guess you could argue is like Cypher. Like, would the Vice be better?
We're gonna find out exactly
maybe,
how these
but
two teams are able to adapt to changes on all fronts. We're gonna see how we do as we step into Lotus. And hey, it's Quack, and hey, it's Komodo.
Thank you very much for the lovely toss, Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky. Yeah, hey, I'm Quack. Hey,
does Cruz have siblings? It looks like it in the family photo, but I'm not sure. Simon Drama. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, obviously we know what the EDG, what was it, the manager? They talked about on their live stream, so that we know, but, I saw that there were like photos going around, etc. So.
Comfort zone, you definitely want that coming in towards this roster.
Certainly have a little bit of that going for you, and also something just to touch on for a quick second. I mean,
XQQ coaches both RQ and Zeta. Dude, XQQ is trying to make up for lost time, Chad, didn't you know? Took a break for a year. He's like, I got a double dip. I got to coach for 2 teams.
But at the same time, for Talon, right? You're playing against someone that you've never really played against before. Maybe on an
all good, all good.
So there's going to be a little bit of that going on as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this this match definitely has some stakes for it too, going in towards playoffs contention, because this is a must.
Biggest believer of Simon, what do you think? I mean, listen, if for whatever reason somebody wasn't putting in time,
we could see either
that's fine. I do think there's probably regardless of whether that part is like, I mean, that part's probably true. I don't know why you would lie about that, but like, regardless of whether the other players of EDG also weren't, you know, putting as much time in or not, regardless of that part, I obviously something's not great, because if he's refusing to like be at the venue and stuff, then he doesn't feel good with the team. So it's like, okay, well, you know, something's not right. And at that point, quite frankly, like, that's not good for the team, regardless of who's in the right or wrong. So it makes a lot of sense, and also Jenny's more flexible and things like that. Oh, Primy was ready for it though. Primy was checking for it. Ooh, Sugar Zero.
Gonna look for some settling down at the moment, but ZETA have the spike, Quack.
And Jitboy's trying to pull off the flank, but Primy, okay, still gonna holding the angles, does find it. Jitboy's through.
Why do you think casters haven't been swapped around? It is much better not to swap around. It was a problem that Pacific was swapping around, and I've said this before, that in all honesty, I was pretty upset to find out that like this was happening, because it's like, I would have loved for this and for this to happen before, so you can actually get better in chemistry with like a set partner. So obviously I was never given that chance, so that kind of sucks, but it's much better to do this. So the reason they would be doing this is because it's much better to do this.
But also activating Primy, right? Seeing what he can do, getting Killer in as well.
Thoughts on TriCast? I think they're great. I think they have a higher ceiling, but you have to be very careful with how you set them up, because obviously it's like 3 parts is more parts than 2 parts, so you have to... Dude, what is... ZETA is just meeting them at every point of the way. That was the anti-eco too.
Yep, and now we'll get in towards the first gun round and see what this bonus is going to look like for ZETA.
Yeah, personally, I think TriCast, the ceiling is always higher. It's just obviously it costs more money, and it's also, there's also more points of failure, like different chemistry, and if the people doing it don't understand how you're supposed to do a TriCast, like, that's bad. And
continue to get a lot of first bloods in the game against Team Secret. He was able to find quite the significant amount of those, but then you got to remember that game felt a bit rocky at times.
Chat, we'll talk about the EDG stuff like after the match or during timeouts and stuff.
Of the second half on their defensive side,
or like anything that's not related to this game, because I don't want to keep getting distracted and then just getting into a different train of thought and never actually watching the game.
Now popping it off, trying to trip that shear wall.
Yeah, Vice Utility over at the C site already popped, and you've got a
seems like a
as well considered from Clues, but
heavy investment for the refract.
Take some weight off
to take out that wall.
Yeah,
but I guess you...
Forcing out a drone here as well, I would have said would be
damn.
Nice. 10-10 on the board.
Already aggressive. That's what he's kind of known for, right?
Now the onus is really...
Can you mention which?
Back to convert here.
The EDG stuff at Plat Chat?
They're going to ghost to play.
All right, so...
So far, so good, but Talon's very good at this on Lotus about like taking out util on the attack, so they still have over 40 seconds. It's still not bad, and I think they know like it's very likely that he's still here. Huge double kill. Primy was pretty ready for that as well. Oh, he sneaks in! Dude, he's so clean! Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness, it's already a triple kill for the guy.
Dude, he's coming for Meteor's job, man.
Still with a ghost of his own. You really want to see 10-10 meet up with him or try and find Cruz. Now they know where he is.
A little bit of noise. Shota still...
He's trying to bait him out. He's trying to distract him for Shota. Dude, 10-10 and Shota the double team. The double team. Oh, 10-10 wasn't quite ready for it.
Trying to slip in. Close range.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's not ready for you to be on top. He's not ready for you to be on top. Damn, dude. What a debut.
Big rounds come out from you on the bonus as well. Great shots to come out from him.
It's his first game.
First taps coming out from him, man. First game stepping up into tier 1 here. That is a just phenomenal showing.
No, the Cruz went back home, and that's why they weren't able to properly scrim this week. Cruz went home, and then he's back. I mean, it's easy to say he should have taken a break, and that's probably true, but also, like, if he wants to compete and not, you know, be a thorn for the team, and also, like, if you were able to work something else out.
Yeah, floating around there. I mean, I think if anyone doesn't know who 1010 is, one way
Deb can take a longer leave.
Younger brother.
It runs to the family.
That could already just, you know,
did stand
translate
up.
some cracked genes over towards him. But of course, playing on this duelist role most
No,
primarily.
for those who don't know,
slots in
Depp
towards
is
this roster,
injured.
you know,
Depp
one-to-one like
found a
comparison.
shoulder
Whether or
injury.
not
Some
we'll see
people
more
knew exactly what it was. Like I read it, but I didn't know what it was. So they said he's gonna be getting treatment for 2 weeks, and like they hope that he can return after 2 weeks. But obviously, we'll see how that goes. Impingement syndrome.
Yeah, some big shoes to fill, but also interesting.
Yeah, like a nerve thing. Not anything. It doesn't sound like it's anything too serious, but
which actually has been working out for them so far. You know, it's been only 3 rounds, but Talon somewhat struggling a bit. So timeout already.
he used to look even more different than Meteor. It's funny because it's like, oh, okay, you are growing into looking like family now.
Here, so they picked Lotus, right? Primi. Definitely want to see what space he's going to be able to create. And I mean, a little bit later, most likely, when you've got the Convergent Pass online, you're not going to probably see anything on the back of that in a round where you're going in with a full...
You know, I am very curious what's going on with Jip Boys. Like, you're going back to Sentinel role. You know, like everything's pointing to you should be like showing the same potential that we've seen from you before. Oh yeah, Killa, you gotta just sit, dude. Everybody is chipped down. I don't think they saw Shota. Huge from XDL.
And also for Clues to
oh, dude, why is everyone from ZETA shooting today?
And then for the Vandal to seal the deal at
What the heck? I mean, I know it was an eco, but
Yep, 4-0.
no damage taken.
On the defensive side is definitely going to be great for them. I mean, a highlight, you know, what we saw last time from them, right? It was a bit shaky on attack. I mean, you're looking at a 7-5 half against Team Secret. I don't think that's too bad considering
that was the problem. They all hated it.
It was just them making some good decisions on rotations.
Ain't no excuse, Steph. Just play with your toes. Damn.
On the retake as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Talon formulate a couple of these good rounds where they're able to get in, establish a plant that it might even be given over to them.
Yeah, but I used to rate Jip Boy so highly when he debuted, and I'll be honest, I haven't really seen that from him since. I mean, that one's he got his one. That one, what are you gonna do? But dude, look at how fast they are, dude. What is going on with ZETA, man? I'm telling you, they're improving every week. Nongshim's win's not gonna be free next week. This is a concern. What the heck?
Talon kind of reading this.
You do have Convergent Pass and Rolling Thunder though, so they can kind of throw hazard here.
Yeah, it would buy quite some time, but you do need the right spot to send all of those out. So pushing off into heaven, they will take that space.
Huge, oh dude, it buys so much time. They're just playing for time. But that just goes to show that they know that this isn't an easy round. Ooh, nice, nice.
And on the board, Talon will go.
I mean, listen, you were behind. You had to do whatever you could. 2 ults, secure the post plant.
Players playing around the smokes time and time again, getting down and dirty in smokes. Certainly had a day for that, the other one. But for here, you want
Nongshim will win. No, I think Nongshim can still win. It's just that I'm telling you, like ZETA was on to something. Like it wasn't just that they like changed comps or whatever. Like they've been getting more proactive, which is crazy because they did it for 3 years.
But no. He's able to get all the shots where needed.
Interesting comparison as well. I mean, both Killa and 1010, you know, somewhat new.
I mean, listen, I'm happy for ZETA. Nongshim will win no matter what. It just won't be an easy win if they continue to improve.
And an operator is out, right, for 1010. Something to kind of make mention of right now, a bit of a different look towards ZETA.
And honestly, like I have to give an apology for him to XQQ because while, you know,
could you expect that?
Respect to him for the Reykjavik run and etc. And I think he's, you know, he adds a lot of character for the team and the Japanese scene and all that. And like he was very great to listen to during the timeout episode. But you know, oh dude, they're like pushing out smokes together. It's crazy.
Unexpected play from ZETA, and it completely surprises Talon.
But
one round that they're not able to double
what was I gonna
down and
say?
get anything consecutively. It almost looked too easy for
But
ZETA.
he was also part of the roster that just did not change. You know what I mean? Like the meta and such. So to me, it was like, wow, it's kind of crazy to bring him back.
all for naught, really, in the
you know,
round,
I
right?
thought him as
Going
kind of a
into
content
the
creator
rest
and maybe someone you can consult every now and then would have been
Good
good.
shots out from Shota, and that's 5
But-
to 1. You've already forced out a timeout from Talon too, right? So
You know, I just didn't have high hopes. I was like, SQQ coming back. Like, I don't know. You guys need big changes. And I don't. This guy didn't show me big changes. And then now, like,
Oh man,
we're seeing big changes.
That is going to be pretty costly. So for now, trying to keep things under
10-10,
control.
yeah,
Talon
is a
elected
duelist.
to push into C once again. ZETA have swapped up the setups though.
Dude,
Shota
and
in with the up
dude,
this
Shota
time.
doesn't need warm up anymore. He's starting off hot.
Necessarily need to use it. I mean, it's.
I mean, honestly, I think Talon's just, barring the whole like they didn't get to scrim this week. I think Talon's just getting surprised and like kind of caught off guard. Like, what the hell?
Confirming info. No one's immediately left the scene, but Shota good for
Dude.
one. Traded though onto 10-10. Okay.
I mean, good kill on 10-10, but the thing is like Shota's able to peek out aggressively because you have 10-10 there. Unfortunately, they can potentially pick up this weapon, so that's the danger point because 10-10 drops it above and it drops down.
Sneaky beaky.
I like the silence quack.
So far undetected, but with the salvo sent out, it will flush Shota away in on towards XDL, who was not spotted before. Still holding the angles. Camera shot down as well. Both Cruz and Jit Boys pinned down around.
Oh,
the pillar, but
2H's not
trying to get
real
some
because their
roaming
tweets are
shots
too
through.
fun.
They will be able to find a
Oh,
couple, and
see
out
that
towards the
one
top
that
flank.
one weapon.
Down to the last
Oh,
player,
he's
Shota
trying to get the
swaps over
spam.
Vandal, tries to park
And
around, but
T.
Cruz will spot him.
From a deficit as well.
Makes a big
That's
difference.
Good 4 versus 5 off the initial contact out play from Mound from Talon. Able to bring that one back. 3 versus 4, creeping in towards the side as well. It's the silent surprise that works a bit of a treat.
You know why
for
Pacific
them.
always ends on a Monday?
I was kinda considering as
No,
well,
it's
right?
Monday
They're
through
still gotta be
Friday. I think it
invested
was
here,
probably
prove their
just
Vandals, make things a little bit more awkward
venue
for
and
them,
maybe
right? Not able to
scheduling
establish plan that scenario, even
with
potentially
away
able
from
to flood a bit
LCK.
quicker
Does
as Zeta,
LCK
but opting
go
to hold
through
it out, and it's a thrifty
all days?
conversion to come through from Talon. If ever you needed
does,
some
right?
confidence on this
So I
attacking
assume it's
side,
just to have at least
getting
one day
that
that doesn't
one,
overlap. That's not the weekend.
Cruz now with the Armageddon as well.
Right,
not to
right.
mention
But
moving
so
up
that's
as
why
well.
instead of
That
having
is a
all 3 days
huge,
overlap, I assume that's
boost of confidence.
part of it.
Good amount of information though for Zeta around Rubble this time. Opting for 4 members there, just leaving Shota towards this C site that'll get sniffed out by the stealth drone.
Okay. Bit of responsibility for Primi once again.
Can still get out though.
Does okay.
I mean, it's also, I think it's probably also,
Yeah.
if it's going to be a weekday anyway, like Friday, like
So you're trading ultimates here.
people
You're
are
not
out,
going towards the C
like
site. Remember,
partying,
Jit Boys,
drinking, etc.
original
You know,
working
working
hero
class
around
people are
lobby,
out
saw the
drinking,
presence of
college
the
students are
members
out
of Zeta
drinking,
at Rubble,
etc.
but
in Korea. So it's
now
like,
there's a big decision to make.
oh, if
for
it's gonna,
Talon.
if no one's gonna, like, if it's gonna be a weekday anyway, we might as well get one where people might drop by after like work or school or whatever.
What's the call gonna be?
For me, 10-10 is still around this A site, and if he gets the overdrive on, it could be huge.
Primi, he's the one closer.
Oh.
But unfortunately, with the swing
Oh,
out,
okay, dude, that would have been insane if 10-10 somehow.
Shota?
Exchange off towards the B side as well.
Dude, look at them refill space. It's so good. They're gonna die, but it's so good.
XDL for the trade, and then the spike.
At what point do you think I stop praising them for these basics, chat?
So you don't have any of that utility that
Like,
you
how
wanted
many
to
weeks is it gonna
That's just
take?
a fantastic mid-round call
But
by
it's
the
like, not
IGL.
every
Now
team even
Cruz
does
trying
that,
to
even
get
at
them
tier 1. Like, it's
stuck
not
up
just
towards the
Zeta.
B
It's
site.
just,
And now he can
but
play
they're
for the
like
salvos
doing it so
back.
regularly
A bit
now.
early, but it is
So
the fault
good.
line, and Killua still has.
does buy more time.
Absolutely.
Killua nearby has fault line in case of waterfall as well. Checks
It will be
there,
funny
so
if Talon
this
continues
gives
their
them
win-loss, 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 win-loss
as
record.
well, if you will. Now off to check in towards spawn, but oh, the duel lost, and that's now. kill
Oh, I mean, it's
contract
GG.
Into the gulag. Cruz needs to land the shot. Even if he does, once
Yeah.
he's out of it, that could have been an opportunity. for
Damn,
Cruz.
dude.
Nonetheless, to close out the round, Zeta. What a methodical round.
Lots of backwards and
Damn.
forwards. You feel a little bit for Cruz that he wasn't able to find the frag on that B site when he's peeking out, right? Has to disconnect from it.
Yeah, no, I
He's
saw
got
that stuff, Krabby.
there. Not
But
able to really get a good
for
grasp
people
of
who
it.
don't
I
know,
like
we
the
can
idea from him, right? He gets
we
the
can
damage,
chit-chat about it
disconnects, but the way
during
they
breaks
play
and
that
stuff.
2 versus 2 at the
And
end
probably
there,
we'll
it's not on
mention
the
it
back
in
of any util,
in
getting
plat
good
chat as well, or at least
crossfire
I'll
off the
probably bring it up
flash.
at
The
least.
fact that also XDL is still alive in that scenario, right? As soon as you bring it down to the 2 versus 1 and you know where your opponent is, I mean, 100% of the time you would generally
Damn,
expect
dude,
that kill contract
6-2
just to
defense.
100% the remainder of that round.
Neon
Now we
ISO.
got a quicker plate for Rubble control.
And they're playing this comp so much better too. Like they're allowing 10-10 to basically just be bait for whoever, and then XCL just kind of takes the easy kills. Oh my gosh, the ping. Dude, he... Sugar Zero, the ping only pings twice, man. Doesn't ping 3 times anymore. Dude, they're just there for trades. It's so insane. They're playing like a team, chat.
Yeah, that's just a good counter flash to come
It
out.
moves me. It's so touching. It's just so touching. What a story. Oh my gosh.
From that angle, ZETA just have all numbers there.
Do Nongshim noodles have different flavors? Yeah, there's like a bunch of different
Everybody just having the
I guess like types.
10-10 lining them up.
Different lines of. Oh, there he is. He's back. He's back. He's got the 10-10 photo. ZETA guy is back.
But this is definitely a welcome one. I know.
Hey, what's up, Tron?
Cheering like that somewhere. But that said, yeah, I hate to say it, but you might need to see a little bit more from Talon, maybe even the timeout at some point.
Oh, I think it was already updated. No? Maybe not. Maybe just some of the other ones were updated. I think some of our other guys had updated it before, but.
Going to overextend too far to be able to figure him out and drop just yet.
Oh, and 10-10 as well as Clues have already made their way on towards Heaven, so you got to watch out.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, Talon is also another team that always loses the first map.
Still, Clues off of the Heaven peak will be able to find a double. Cruz as well as Killua. Weaponry not quite supporting them. They are kind of far
this
away,
is rough.
trying to hop back into sight, but Sugar Zero denies entry. Just Cruz to play for the post plant, but FPL spots him out with the salvos being sent over.
Damn, dude.
ZETA have completely locked Talon down.
Dude.
Locked in on this defensive side. That is for sure. Superior weaponry into that round as
He
well.
remembered to pay the ZETA guy, the paid actor fan. ZETA's going on a run? We'll see.
Nobody finding Shota in drop as well. He gets a free kill, and from then on out, it's good distraction, right? Clues
What's my
using the
favorite?
drone, getting the information, and then you've just got numbers advantage.
I've said before, probably the chapaghetti, which is not a soup one, but like a sauce one. You know, like a black bean sauce. Not spicy. But I like all of them. Shin Ramyun's good. Noguri's good. I actually don't know which. I think probably still Shin Ramyun. Like, there are days when I like the Noguri, but like Shin Ramyun's always, like, it's always a good go-to.
Definitely feeling the sting of defeat.
All right, you got. I almost said Primi ult. You got a Waylay ult. 10-10's got the op, though, and he's got overdrive, so that's going to be good. All right, you heard the door break, so you know that there's someone here. Do they? Okay, they're adjusting. They're adjusting. Oh, no, they're not. Dude, ZETA's always one step ahead. But the thing is like, I don't blame Talon, man. ZETA's never been this quick to react. Oh my gosh. Because Cruz had the right idea. Cruz was like, okay, they're sitting here, so we're going to pressure this to just see, like, is it the one guy? Am I getting shot from here? Like, are they prepping to push out from B? Like, he wants that information, but ZETA's like, oh, nope. We're out of it.
Sneaking in, and he's found Shota too. Clues not able to establish the trade.
And with the saturate as well, Clues will dodge it. But nonetheless, it is 2 players close by. Clues needs to be prepared. Primi still good for the heads up. Off to the next one, and he finds his
the
targets.
Primi show. Okay.
Needed to see somebody on Talon feel like come out and just stomp on this round.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of good ones. Yeah, we got some people that like Noguri, the Kimchi Ramyun.
No way, he might take a whole mile to do just that. Jit Boys at least will spot him out, so it allows for Primi and Thai to set up somewhat of a crossfire. With the flash set over,
He thought they would both be waiting for him.
Yeah, nicely done from Talon when they recognize that they can get the spike down and they know where Thai's coming from. Oh, wait, yeah,
surely ZETA doesn't beat Talon this week.
A little bit more difficult, so
I mean,
at least good to see that
Talon's got the checkerboard going.
In this round, it's been, you know, just a couple of rounds there, 3 in a
But
row.
ZETA's looking even better than the previous. Like, they're looking better week by week. When they're looking better week by week.
Going Talon's way. You got to be a little bit more careful as
every team. That's the story. This split. Every team wakes up against my teams and then goes back to sleep.
Talon a couple of sacrifices to really make their way into sight.
I mean, I think. Well, okay. So there's a couple things. Talon wasn't able to scrim this week because Cruz had to go back home. But I would say ZETA's playing really well, but I think also ZETA has never played this proactive, like this aggro, this fast. They're playing to the strengths of the agents that they've picked, and so I think Talon was very caught off guard. So I don't even really think we're seeing anything. Like, Zeta's really not giving time for Talon to even show egregious mistakes.
Have arrived on the scene. Somewhat sped up for it, but still thigh to trade. Spike not planted yet.
Salvo's not going to be online for Cruz. Just yet. The team wants
like,
to go in.
maybe.
10-10. What a peak. Sugar Zero as well.
Oh, dude, and 10-10's playing so well. Like, he's playing just sacrificial enough, but he's fragging when he needs to. 10-10's so good. Damn.
The numbers advantage, right? They can just, again, have crosshairs ready, a little light investment of utility to get the retake. I think this is a bit of a different look for Zeta coming in towards this map. There's a really big game plan, great prep. Great calls, I think, is more importantly what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if they can keep it up, Zeta should clean up this map.
In the very beginning, going for the legs of rubble, going up the guts of mid towards
no, but 10-10's been talked about as like a big prodigy, like upcoming prodigy. You know, he just had to learn a hard life lesson to not, you know,
how he's been playing so far, especially
be a terrible person out of ignorance or not. But looks like he might have learned.
A little bit, you know, unexpected for Talon as well. They just did not. A little bit, you know, unexpected for Talon as well. They just did not know, did not anticipate much of.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think for people, I will just say this: like, if you don't like 10-10 because of what happened in the past, I think that's totally fair, right? If you're like, I mean, listen, I don't know. But you know, I don't know. Like, did he really change or not? I don't know. You know, it's not like I interviewed him, interrogated him for like 2 hours or something. But his play is good, and you know, for me, I'm in the boat of like, if you had the one strike, as far as I know, then like, and you're young, and you had disciplinary action against you, then all right, we'll see. But the moment you make like another strike, it's like, okay, well, you haven't changed, you know. So
offline VCT viewing by watching.
But
really a surprising game from Zeta.
Yeah, I'm of that side, but also like, if other people just don't like him because of it, I think that's fine. But like, being like he should be forever banned, I think that's. I think, you know, maybe we don't need to go that far. You don't have to like him, but
being Talon currently positioned around Rubble. Got a couple players in towards the B side as well. Cruz will spot them out, especially with a trip. He will find his target in 10-10, but XDL for the exchange.
You know what we now need to see is Forsaken and his little brother versus Meteor and 10-10. That's what we gotta see. Dude, like, what is going on? Oh my. Okay, he was a little too calm because he thought he had time.
Yeah, could have won that duel if there wasn't a second member there and potentially had been on for the ace.
But with that mid-round call, the spike getting planted over onto the C site. So, 2 tangos. Sugar Zero trying to mark the spot. He saw the dark
Paradox. All good, Paradox.
Exactly where they are. Close range with a right click. Spots over onto the second. As he hops over, it will just be a bit of a distraction for Shota to slam it down.
Yo, Ed CL, the spiciest should be Shinramyun the Red. It came out a couple years ago. They came out with like a upgraded, spicier version. So that one I haven't had, but that should be the spiciest Nomshim one. There is like a Shinramyun stir fry one as well, but Shinramyun the Red should be the spiciest one.
But ultimately, XDL getting a lot of good shots out there. Feeling pretty confident, you would assume. On this duel.
No, I know he's too young, but like, even just as a fun show match.
What we've been needing to see from Zeta for the longest time. Now though, Talon, all 5 stacked up, pushed out towards.
Oh, dude, he's playing so well, dude.
10-10 still able to make some damage happen.
Oh, the pinch, the pinch. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Finds a double. Just Shota left, and he's got a ghost. Primi.
Oh!
What is this? The peek, and he just slammed dunks onto Primi.
There to see that from the other side. Primi has certainly tried to do his darnest to win something there for the team.
Damn, dude.
No, he can't use it in that scenario and just has to stick it against Shota.
Yo, a rollster with the Prime sub. Thank you. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for supporting the channel. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the streams. Love watching them on YouTube. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. We have YouTube memberships as well, which if you do that, you can watch the membership videos, which I'm aiming to put out one every month.
And now things
for anyone watching on
kind of
YouTube,
are
but appreciate
in
it.
dire
But I
straits
guess you
for
have the
Talon.
Prime
You
here,
can't
so
make a
that makes
mistake on
sense.
this defensive side and give map point over to
Thank
Zeta.
you. Thanks for the support.
3-11 as the scoreline. It's not easy to come back from, but if
Yeah,
you are
I realized that
Talon,
as
still
I was
have
talking. Yeah,
kind of a
I was
chance
like, oh
until
wait, no, it's a
10-10
Prime
kicks
sub.
us off
Which,
this
hey,
window.
Yeah.
Relay bolt into a
fine by
kill.
me. I
And
appreciate
there's
it.
a lot of control around
Support is
A main.
support.
Zeta might have the lesser weaponry, but they are certainly running in and charging at you with a great scary mask on their face.
I mean,
Got shown as flank watch as well.
Talon back
Cruz
on Ascent for him.
trying to
No, that Ascent was like
possibly set up the flank
so much
while
worse.
Primi does most of the heavy lifting on the site itself. Will spot out the first. That's the ISO gone. Now Cruz makes a bit of noise.
It's not like Talon is like they have a lot of delay, but it's not like this comp is literally just meant to fish for info forever. It's like, and then they're just going out and dying with like util out. It's not like that. Like Ascent was literally like, we're not gonna check corners and we're gonna have util out and we're gonna like go out for kills when we have all our util that's supposed to actually just prevent us from going out. Like it's a little different.
So he's able to get them. And again, you needed
How come they don't want to put Shota on duelist? I mean, I just assume, you know, you have Depp, who's always been a duelist, and I know he's in the past said on his stream and stuff that he might, you know, he might enjoy maybe checking out something like a different role to support a duelist, but I assume they just thought he would still be better as a duelist for now.
If they wait for this util to expire and go a little bit quicker towards a rubble.
And honestly, I think if you have someone that's not as experienced but still cracked, like if they can play Sentinel, it's a good transition. You can always come back to duelist later too.
At least the kill contract will inform them somewhat, especially with the stealth drone now coming
Speaking
out
of
from
player
Cruz.
behavior and conduct,
By Shota, can communicate that one over. As Zeta, still little by little here, Quack. Start to piece things together up towards A.
yeah, no, I'm with you, Tron. I mean, listen, like I like trash talk, and quite frankly, the thing is like I'm fine with trash talk being fined as long as like it's there for the formality, but a certain level of trash talk is still, you know, given a pass. But obviously being like, you guys are so soft is, I mean, it's also just like, I mean, what is that really accomplishing for anybody? Like, it is soft, so what? You know what I mean?
Not able to bait it out yet as Zeta, but I like this from them. Re-pivot back towards the A site where Killua.
Well, I mean, it's 10-10 is also like a duelist, so rather than getting a guy to like switch a role and adjust to your tempo, you know, you've been working for along this route, so.
That recon was kind of brutal. He will.
The cover, dude. Look at how none of them move. They now understand how to play against it. They're just like, all right, just get ready to aim. Just hold your angles. Dude, Zeta is running laps around these guys. Holy.
What cost? 1 on 2.
10-10's low.
Nearby, but the barrel has
Doesn't matter. Dude, 12-4.
Being held pushes Zeta up to map point.
Oh my gosh, we're only 30 minutes in, chat. We wouldn't be done with like 5 rounds from Zeta at this point in the past. That's crazy.
A lot of this utility that could make them a bit hot under the collar at that B side and make it awkward for them to try and establish a plan because they don't have full control around that site either, right? So you're drawing the Talon members away.
Yeah, also I agree. Like you can have taste, you know, not tasteless trash talk, and also not like crude and toxic trash talk.
Now there is 8 map points here for Zeta Division on their opponent's pick.
Really tough and tricky, but it's been phenomenal calling for Zeta thus far with mid rounds and even with how they're beginning things. This time, sensing for the bit of a gap into the B site, they go in for that.
Dude, oh my gosh! I was like, he's gonna do it. He's gonna go past the
to follow through.
Dude, 10-10 is playing Unleashed. What the heck?
Exactly.
But it's so good because remember what I always talk about, chat? You need to push out one of these 3 places.
His only option through the door where
oh my gosh.
now off towards a link and the barrel.
Dude, this is insane.
The final score on the map ends just as quick as we began, Komodo. It's 13-4.
Yeah, that
Oh
was definitely
my
a speed
gosh.
run, to come out from ZETA Division. It didn't really feel like we were in the server for too long, did it here? We know that they need to win both of their series to get in towards playoffs.
Damn,
but we also know
dude.
that Talon need to win this series.
Dude, XTL is like, oh man, that's exhilarating. Like this is the way to play Valor.
Anything in that map.
Yo, Kano with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for subbing to the channel. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Dude, no, Zeta's looking so good. I'm so proud of them because like honestly, even as I kept saying like, no, these guys know what to improve. Like they're improving things one by one. Like even as I was saying that, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, yeah, but it might take the whole year, you know? Like I'm like, what if I'm overhyping them? Like clearly not. Clearly I didn't hype them enough.
Yeah, I don't really
think
it's us playing on the side of Talon weren't doing things.
I mean,
I'm doing things phenomenally. So right, it's the
dude.
Combos, it's the decision making, it's the timing,
Holy.
the aggression. You know, they were really happy to just get involved in a lot of these duels, play patience where they needed to as well. And I have to put it out there. The new member on this ZETA roster that's just slipped in towards this one in 10-10. How many opportunities did he just
The coughing
around
baby
this map,
won.
finding kills, being a thorn in Talon's side? That was great.
I mean, also, the thing is like, there are things such as the honeymoon phase, right? Because it's also probably like 10-10 doesn't have the pressure. They're not putting pressure on him. There's, you know, the Japanese fans probably aren't putting pressure on 10-10. It's like, you do like, because someone in YouTube chat was saying at this point they should just sign him. Obviously you probably consider it, but you know, you probably give it some time to really see. But the teamwork looks good, and
That's terrible. 0 out of 10.
I mean, you're cracking up. I'd say I did pretty good.
I would agree.
Damn,
with you.
dude.
Fatherhood.
I am.
I
Very
feel-
much so.
Coughing
I feel
baby
Zeta played
walked
great
in with
that game.
aura.
I feel like the addition of 10-10 was electric. You saw the individual step up. I felt like the calling was really rock solid from Cruz as well. Sorry, CLZ. not
Damn.
Cruz, Clues. The names
It's a
are so
little
similar.
tricky.
dude, it's
Yeah.
dude,
And then-
what
and
a
then Koreans would
game,
spell it the same
man.
way, wouldn't you?
I want
I
to.
think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I
What are
might
the-
not help.
Dude, what's his final key?
But I mean, this ZETA division, this was a
Dude,
different ZETA
Shoto is
division.
18-9 as well. This
Look
is
at
the Shoto we
Shoto.
were promised.
18 everyone.
This is the
Literally
Shoto we were
everyone
promised, dude.
pitched in.
3
Cruz was the
people
top
over
four.
270. You
Logan
never
lost
see
last
that
round,
from
but I think
ZETA.
10 played his role very well. He was a great space
They're
creator,
so
but he also had
active.
A lot of fragging impact as well. That opened the way for XTL to
I
have
actually
impact
think
on the
this
second
is
entry
pretty
with
impressive for
and
ISO
Zeta was getting
without
some
being
value
like
on the
top
works
frag.
and doing a great job on defense as well. I mean, it was just a well-rounded
Dude,
performance from Zeta
damn.
today. And I think, you know, it comes down to
Oh my
the
gosh.
drive to
Was
win
this
this
a
game.
guarantee?
It's
It
very
might have
important
been.
game in this group, but also losing a central piece in your star player and having a more kind of rookie-focused roster.
Dude, what if
maybe
it
that's a
really
good
was
thing in a
like,
way because it forces you to know.
all right, fine, finally, we got rid of all the older guys. Like, time for us to show our stuff.
We're a team of rookies that has to play together and perform very well, and it really felt like they were all on the same wavelength that game.
Not to mention, it might also take out any former biases that you might have as a player, right? You're
Yes.
usually like,
Yeah, I
okay,
mean,
Dev
Talon never
usually
win
does this,
map
so I
1.
understand
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Perhaps it
Let's
opened
wait
up
and
some
see.
doors
And now
for a
you've
lot
like
of the players
downloaded
to
them of
actually
like,
saw them
okay,
play
these dudes are gonna
much
play
more
like super
aggressively than
aggro.
we're
Like,
used to seeing
okay.
them.
Yeah, I mean, the ZETA division spoke about this before, right?
Yes,
That
they have.
They want to be more
But
aggressive.
then we didn't see it. We
Yeah.
wouldn't see it in some games, but that game we saw it.
The
Yeah,
IGL is
one
still the
person we
same.
saw it especially from
The
was,
IGL
of
is still the
course,
same.
10-10. I mean, this guy, we were so impressed watching him from the green room here.
Yes,
feel
I am aware
look
that
at the
Cruz's
shots
father
he's
has
taken.
passed,
Yeah,
and
look,
obviously
we
my
spoke before
condolences
about
to him
how
and
he
his
had
family.
Massive shoes to fill, and I think he did that.
Yeah, for sure. And he actually
How
got the
huge
op
is
out.
that,
You
Dan,
see
the
it
penguin
here.
plushie?
Zeta
It's
has only
pretty
used
big.
the op in 3 rounds so far in stage 1, but they had it in multiple rounds here. He had opening kills with the op. He threw the op over to Suta, who then used it, and that's what I was talking about. Where Talon,
Wait, Shank, give
you're
me one
preparing
second.
for a
My
team, you're not expecting them to play the op, and then all of a sudden
cow is
they're
going
breaking
crazy.
the door
What the
in
heck?
Breakable and opping you as you try to come out rubble side, which is a very effective way to play against a team that's not running Viper, because
Yeah.
you don't have that Viper wall. You can just post up with the op and pick them as they cross
okay.
rubble after they take it. So MVP goes to Suta there, but honestly,
Dude, I
that
mean,
10-10
yeah, I mean, I would give it to 10. Dude, 10-10 was opening up so many good fights for them.
In an Acer Predator tournament, and he absolutely destroyed us. And after the game, that was the game we got knocked out of the tournament. After the game, this is putting it nicely. The players were like, "Where's 10-10? I want to punch that guy."
I mean, now we're we're seeing exactly why, right? That
What
reputation
Japan
is actually
doing?
making
They're
its way
still
here
doing
on
like
the Pacific stage.
like
And
actual
hey,
analysis
he's
with a
got that buff,
screen
he's got
and
great
whatnot.
genetics too, right? You know, that buff from his older brother too.
Any more? Did they make
I mean,
he has it all.
you know,
He has it all. Who knows?
different priorities. I've always asked for more of that when I was on the show, but they never had like the setup to do it because they wanted like a full panel setup and to make sure that you had like a desk with a PC that was connected, and then you had the replays ready and you had the everything. And
It is
which
so crazy,
I-
right? Because
I
with
think
this
is,
Zeta division, I love the energy that we're seeing from them. The
I do
way
think you
they're
can
actually able to snowball
figure out a
on
way
a
to
map
set it
like
up,
this.
but apparently it was never a priority.
Yeah, this is a huge factor for
If I could
Talon.
point in the right direction, Talon, every single series.
The Korean
in
desk is
kickoff
doing that
and
now,
stage
too.
one Have lost map 1. And in sometimes dominant fashion, but they have consistently placed very deep in these tournaments. They've consistently reverse swept.
But
these
I will
series.
also
Yeah,
say,
like,
chat,
more
I
often
will
than not.
say, like,
Sometimes
that
they do
it
get
is
too
cool,
open, more
and I think it
often
would
they
be nice
actually
to have
reverse
those
sweep.
segments. Like,
They
we had it at
always lose the
Ascension
first map, guys, so
2 years ago.
that was
I don't know
an
if they had it
amazing
last year. I
map
can't
for
remember. I
Zeta.
don't think they did.
Talon definitely
But
underperformed there,
but I will also
at the
say
same
that
time, I wouldn't be too
that
concerned, even
stuff,
though we're going over
like
split,
mini map
especially
analysis
'cause
and
we're
stuff
going
like
over
that, that
split,
stuff
we've
is
seen
like
some
stuff that
defense
still
from
works really
Talon
well
split
for
starting
YouTube as
defensive
well,
side. They had
whether
a
it's
great
official or
defense
not.
against Nongshim.
Whereas
Without
obviously,
with
like,
their old roster, haven't seen
some
them
other
yet
data and
play
stuff you
this,
can do,
play
you
it this
can't
time,
really
whereas
do
Zeta, I've
like
seen
after
it a
the
couple
fact
times.
or away from the
They
broadcast.
scraped
Now,
the
is
win
is
over a
Pacific
split
doing all of that? Like,
T1.
no, they can
Which
always
wouldn't be
iterate
super
and
convinced
innovate
by,
for
although it
sure,
was a pretty
but
solid game, and then they lost their other game on
I
split,
don't think
so
it's
we'll
the
see what
end
they're
of the
gonna bring
world.
here.
I mean, it's still T1 if you ask me. Those players are still very,
Friendship
very
ended
sharp.
with
It's
PRX. Now
never
Boom
easy
is
to
my
beat
best
you
friend.
if they're not on full form. That shows a very, very high
Dude,
individual
RRQ
ceiling
still can't get a
for
win
the
there. Why is
Celtics.
nobody's why is nobody's new best friend RRQ?
Talon play this, we did see them run the deadlock.
Poor
We know
RRQ,
that Talon
man.
like this deadlock, so
I'm real.
we've
Dude,
seen
I am going to be
Yeah, I
honest.
mean,
I'm
they
straight
will
up
get to
going
start
to
defense.
laugh
I believe Nongshim
if
did against
RRQ and
Side,
Boom get to the
assuming
grand
they'll start
finals of
defense
Pacific
there,
and
which
Boom
I
beats them,
remember them
and
bringing,
RRQ just
Astral
can't
side
catch
for
a break.
deadlock, and I know that not every
It is
team
going
thinks
to
about
be
it as we get to start defense on
very
Split,
unfortunate,
play
but
so
very
well.
funny.
But Split is one of those very defensive-sided maps that I have heard teams before say, if we start defense, we can play a Senti-heavy comp and make their life absolutely miserable, and then all you need is just a pistol round.
It
or
will
a
be
couple of
generational,
rounds to
really.
get you across the line and win that game of Split. So it's been a while since we've seen Talon play this map, and it was with their old roster. They haven't played it yet this series. And we saw
RRQ
them
played
play
better as an
already
underdog,
two
though.
games
Oh, is that
with
why
their
everyone's just
so
making sure that you
it
don't
definitely
you
could
don't
be
bring them
something
down?
different here on Split for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon is a team that we speak about of always having a lot of ideas. They always
Do you
have
think
a
they'll
lot
do the solo
prepared, they
leveling
have a
tournament
lot
again next
cooked
year?
up, so if we need to reach
I'm
deep
not
into that
sure.
recipe
I
for
think you
success,
kind
maybe,
of,
you know,
I think you've
one
kind of
result
set
right now,
yourself
we
up to have to do it though.
Some hot dogs.
There's a
because
lot
you got
in
some
there.
Americans in there, you
Yeah.
know,
It's also like, but the thing is I think a healthy way to do it for
And Victoria did mention as well, it
for
is
really
soft
for
right
any
now
game
in
that's not like
Thailand,
straight
so,
up
you know, who
PvP,
knows? Perhaps there is a
right?
hidden, maybe if they bring out, like, the
And
water
especially
things,
for I
yeah,
think
perhaps
mobile
we'll
games and
see.
gacha
I know, me
games,
too.
a
Hey,
better way
I
to do it
forgot.
is kind of like they did it this year, where it really just turns into more of like a celebration, like an anniversary celebration, right? So it's more like an anniversary event that has a tournament, but like don't make it and don't like force it into an esport. You know what I mean? Just be like, hey, we have a tournament where we're gonna like have the best hunters, but that way you can kind of get away with, you know, there being a lot of RNG, and you can kind of get away with qualifiers being personal accounts and all of that. So I think that's the way to do it, honestly. And I think then it's like cool because it's like, okay, and then you can have like a festivity around it, but then you have like an event, like a tournament event, which is cool.
Just saying, they're all idiots. I knew this would happen, but it's only map one.
It's only map one. So
Did you? Yeah, no. The players were talking about it when they were there, which I do think is very unfortunate.
The energy that Tenta
But
is bringing here is something that Talon maybe wasn't fully prepared for. Perhaps they, surely they had strategies in play for somebody like.
Found it hard to watch, even though I play the game myself. Yeah, I mean, I do think like doing a full single day of 7 hours of like matches and commercial breaks is not great. I think also just like I think the pacing and stuff can be better, but obviously, you know, their first time doing like an international thing.
that's no shade against Depp. I think Depp is a very good player who's been doing his, doing the job.
The solo leveling Arise is a game based on the original IP of solo leveling, and there was a tournament this past weekend. That's why I wasn't able to stream the Nongshim match. I know how potent the Chobra curse was with RRQ. I am hence making sure I don't create my own personal curse.
All of these players that play in Challengers, Korea, Japan, any
I mean, ZETA did play really well, but we'll see.
Go ahead and step up to Pacific is something that you look forward to so much, and either you don't deal with the pressure, or all of that, it culminates in such a fantastic performance. I mean, that's what we saw from 10-10, but you need consistency here.
All I'm going to say is I ate Nongshim noodles for lunch and they won that day. Well, now you have to eat Nongshim noodles for lunch every week then.
I'm going to take a look at Talon.
We're going to hold you to that.
Get some minor changes, but mostly in the controller role. Thai is on the Omen instead of Astra
All right.
that they were playing previously, and they've gone away from Sky and towards Teo here, but the rest of the comp looking pretty similar. Oh, they're also playing
Wait,
Primi
on the Jet? Oh, they stopped doing the highlights. Why did they stop doing the highlights? Yeah, I was so confused. I was like, what is going on here?
Compositions, I have to say, with the Breach Tail, we're seeing the Yoru come out as that
Interesting.
Which is so popular, but still sticking with that Viper on Shota. So I really like this comp for ZETA. I think it's versatile. It can do almost everything. I kind of feel
Wait,
like
even if Talon wins, it's still not guaranteed though, is it? They still have to. I mean, doesn't Nongshim simply, don't we have to just beat ZETA? Like, regardless?
We're gonna toss it on back to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big Time and Pilsky. I always got to remember their names right. But yes, we are thinking about kind of the modern composition versus something that's, well, not really traditional, but favors. What do you think about this, by the way? I mean, 10-10 coming in, he was on that Neon from before, and he was just playing so much. This time
Since Head does, I guess if ZETA wins today, there's like the weird three-way tie. That could get a little weird, I guess. So I guess it gets more complicated.
The lurk early on, and you also have double Sentinel utility all across heaven. So
but either way, like Nongshim. Yeah, but if ZETA wins, I guess it's like maybe it's not entirely guaranteed if you win next week. I guess I'd have to run the numbers.
See what Thai is going to be able to do here at the back of the site. You got to remember he can be.
But either way, like instead of like calculating that all out now, I mean, for Nongshim, it's just you got to beat ZETA and you got to beat him as well as possible.
Hold down the line. He's the last one left alive. Cruise up from garage, something that XDL will have to consider. Spike now picked up.
Yeah, as far as I've been told, it's just this past week, which is obviously still a big deal. But you know. Like, that's something to talk about after the fact rather than, like, every round be like, well, they didn't practice, because then, like, why are we even watching the game?
We just need to start to see from Talon is them hitting the shots, taking good space,
well, no, because if ZETA wins today... Oh, no, you're right, because they would just be 2-2, and then Nongshim would just get 3-2. Yeah, no, you're right. So, but that might change whether it's for 4th or 3rd place. No, but then it doesn't matter because Talon, if they win, yeah, no. So it doesn't matter. So no matter what, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So no matter what,
fair enough.
Nongshim just has to beat Talon, and they might
something a little bit different, especially
get
mirror match now against the Pistols.
3rd
Quickly dispatched of Cruz.
if Talon loses both, but that's, you know.
Marshall shot fired, but 10-10 still picking up the weaponry.
He's so happy to just get dirty in towards these duels, isn't he? Now it's a player advantage for ZETA Division. Yes, it is the Pistols. Yes, it's
I mean, the Jet is probably a comfort thing. I think it's also that, like, you could have played the Waylay like Nongshim did in the past and go super delay, but I think they trust that you have enough delay. Primi's still going to be really comfy, especially if you can just get the op. So their priority will be to get an op, and that way the Jet gives you a little bit more to work with on the attack.
Second one sent over, yeah. Flash and into the poison cloud.
Dude, I love that. Love that he doesn't scope in just to make sure that he can get the quick.
Will airstrafe
potential
safety,
double.
But that gives ZETA the spike plant. Reloads and finds the next target.
Clues. The pistol can work. Primi needs to hit the shot.
Primy's so low.
Oh, dude, this is good mind games from Primy. Oh, he thinks he might be checking under.
Where could Clues
But
be?
Clues thinks this is a turn back around.
5 seconds to get those salvos back on.
So this was pretty good from Primy still. But the real question is can you get the kill right after the tap? Clues, you have no reason to be peeking out. You got salvos, my guy. You got salvos. He's so weak. But you gotta cover. You gotta cover your weight. What? Oh, he just wanted the guaranteed double. What? Primy!
The final rocket.
I get the idea. It's not halved yet at all. You want to get on it.
I mean, he didn't have time. He didn't have time. I think if he waited, he wouldn't have had time.
They're gonna pulse pretty close to each other. Heavy lifting.
So in that sense, it was actually. I thought it would have been better for Clues to make sure he covers the entrance to Alley in case he gets pushed. But actually, the double up forces. Yeah, I think he wouldn't have had time. Or maybe it would have had to be perfect, but then he would have had to hold it. So it's like.
Oh dear.
But it does look very funny.
ZETA will be happy to lap that one up. Buys in full Primy. You know, feeling that he has a thirst for vengeance as well. In with the Vandal, one away from the
Easy
Blade
sight.
Storm. His teammates trying to hold down to
You're winning the.
Just scared Talon away from the site now at the moment. You're gonna have to see big individual plays come out from Primy. Good setup.
Winning the eco so big.
Exactly
Oh,
what they're looking to
oh.
do. 10-10 in with the flash, but Primy will
10-10
hold
not
his
looking
ground.
as good here with the Yoru.
Weapon picked up if Talon kind of gets close to it. Cruz. Yep, that's the stinger.
If Nongshim sends me underpacks of cup noodles, I'll make a YouTube channel, release a video every day, glazing them in every way possible. Think about my offer. Videos will come for an entire stage. I will also illegally stream VCT Nongshim mentions still glaze.
How do you break this defense? Yeah, that's it. Isn't it time to just be bought with all of this? Flash over, Salvos in.
I don't know why I'm confused on whether this sounds like a good deal or not, because it definitely doesn't sound like a good deal at all.
So successfully, Primy once again trying to carry his team over. Finds a quick
Dude, this match is just a duel of the cracked players.
As much as possible.
There's no time.
The spike going off. Primy
And they're fine with it because they won the eco.
Spots him out, but still at the very end of it, nonetheless, a round handed over to ZETA.
Yeah, the spike is gonna claim Primy before he can get Clues. He'll make him fall with the ship.
Sliggy's already reserved time for that, so.
It had to be Primy to do something in this round.
I don't have time to get all the clips from it, but I was gonna talk about the Lotus, but Sliggy already said like he had some clips he wanted to share for Plat Chat, so.
Didn't really need to use too much to get in there as ZETA Division. It's alright to be able to lock it down, but this is now maybe where we get a little bit of normalcy brought back in towards the map, right? Proper gun round.
Maybe it was just because of the one. I think it's the first one that killed him anyway, though. But either way.
Die on the site, but it is a little bit of a trap at heaven.
Yeah, it also just kind of pushes
Okay.
Talon offline and.
Dude, but look at how fast ZETA is, right? They just follow the Yoru in. Like, they're just... Like, old ZETA would have been like, all right, the Yoru's in. Like, they've got information, guys. Get ready for your util, and they'll send it out. And it's like, no, you're too late. But, like, 10-10 can actually play fearless because he's got teammates. It's crazy.
Find every single tango. Updrafts, but immediately ZETA just backtracks into safety.
Oh, huge from Killua.
Side will find the double kill needed.
Damn, dude, Primy just 180'd that?
It kind of pops off of him, and Primy will still land the flicks nonetheless.
Dude, this match is crazy.
Garage Talon successfully bouncing back.
Yeah, needed to keep things pretty good in the contest here on Split, so able to answer back despite losing all of that B site control. Quick rotations to come over as well, and then you're just looking for some good coordination, right? When Primy gets in towards the site and they start to get the util down towards Hell, he does note one player towards the defender spawn side of things, and it's just good recognition for him with those blades that he needs to be holding the right angles to get into the jewels.
No, Talon always looks pretty decent on Split.
Of stringing rounds together, especially now with the economy favoring their side, could be able to.
I don't think it's Mimi. Is it Mimi? Is that what the thumbnail shows?
A strong defense.
Yeah, Primy, certainly a player that does love getting out the outlaw. He'd almost be contending for the most kills.
Oh, look at this.
So the right round to kind of bring it out to get some good damage.
Dude, every part of the way. This is good for the Yoru, potentially trying to wrap around. And also them trying to potentially push for more info, so that way you can basically hide an elbow and still just fight this. It's a good setup.
it would only be Sugar Zero to do something there. You could definitely start to split in towards one of these sites and look to establish a plant yet again.
Ooh, okay, spotted him out.
Yep.
That tiny glimpse might have informed Talon that there is a rifle
Okay,
on
just
the
putting
side of
pressure
Zeta
on there.
as
I don't
well.
like
So
this call very much from Zeta.
positions noted towards B.
It's also very disjointed. This smoke is early. I mean, I guess maybe they're hoping that this turns into
Potential
that they think it's a fake, but
flushes them possibly in.
yeah, he got caught, dude. Great grav net.
Get Sugar Zero.
I mean, I get that it's an eco, but
Only the classics remember
Somewhat
though.
snuck in. Ah, yes. So nonetheless,
The NT with the poison cloud.
Talon being able
Still
to spray
still
them down.
okay.
Killua successfully secures the round for Talon.
As many as they can get on this defensive side, you might think, right, when you consider that it is running the double sentinel role for them as well. Jit Boys and Cruz there.
I knew
See a
Premier
lot
would be
more
on form today. He
control.
was looking
I
better
wanna
in
see,
ranked.
you know, personally, a couple more different positions that they're putting a lot of that utility down. If you're playing disconnected on the B site and focusing more on towards the likes of mid and A, you know, how are your retakes structuring? Are you still feeling pretty confident to completely have retakes over towards the B site, or are you trying to now counter 10-10, for example, when you're getting in towards these rifle rounds, these ults are
They're
available,
constantly
pushing
changing
yourself a little
setups,
bit
though.
further back, because right now, very spread around the map.
Right? Getting ready for the Yoru basically on different sides. We got the Outlaw as well.
The right timing, the right gaps over to this site.
Oh, Heaven opened up for free.
Precisely what they've done.
Primy's not in an excellent spot. Good support from the Omen, though. So now you got him trapped in.
It is the Outlaw, though. So needing to play with caution. Armageddon will flush Primy out of position, but he still lands his mark.
Huge.
Next target, Sugar Zero tries to
Big
slither
Armageddon.
in.
What
Will be able to lock one out, but
the?
still, Cruz now down towards the middle. Oh,
Didn't
and he's
ex-
denied from the mid teleport. Still though, at least a spike picked up by
Oh,
Cruz
his
will be able to
nose.
bring it
Are you
over
gonna go
across
through mid? There's no way you're going through mid. No, okay.
Now to the 2 versus 3.
Oh,
You
pit
get the
up.
hit down nice and early. You can start to get this rotation for the spike. But
He was
again,
waiting to see if anyone
strength in
spams it.
numbers
Nobody
for Talon.
spams it. He's
Drone
back in the
from
pit.
Killua can find all the information in
They're gonna make sure they plant in the pit. He's got salvos.
this.
No, we don't stay both in the pit.
Working close by. Here comes the drone.
You have salvos. Why didn't you just go back out here? I mean, well, no, actually, no. That's fine. Don't rely on the salvos.
But trying to play as
Ah!
much as possible until Killua
Okay, but that
launches
buys
the
time for the
assault.
Viper.
Shoda now. Here's the spike tap. But the
Ah!
from
From above.
Unexpected. Jit Boys doing what's needed for Talon.
Drop from
Damn.
above. When you've got numbers advantages, it gives you just a little bit more options to do something there. As Talon, not able to really find too much when you're in the pit there. And again, you know, one of the biggest things, that investment over towards the A site, some timing from Showtime.
Requests that you
I think
tell
for me,
Platchat that
not
G
able
needs to
have that
change
3 versus 3
roster.
At the end there, and Clue's not able to double down. Makes things
But
a
I don't
lot
believe
good
that.
for Showtime to try and close that one out in the pit itself. So, bit of good recognitions here from Talon.
The
Couple
Goomba
rounds
stomp,
on
the
board, but it
Assassin's
is still
Creed.
Early, Quack. It's real early.
This is
here
how
in
we.
the
This is how we
Dream.
start to tell each other's
And
age.
We've now had the curse appear.
Oh, the
Pacific
tech
curse.
pause.
Well, it's all right. We'll give the players a little bit of a breather. You know, iron out as many bugs as possible so they can play at their top form.
Top form is definitely what we do want to see, right?
Whoa,
Again,
whoa, Cold
late
Brew. There's
on
no
in
need for
this
that.
series,
I mean,
kinda
you
can't
can
be
have your opinions.
underestimated. Understated, rather.
No,
Right,
no need
Talon,
to call each other brain
This is
dead.
the series that defines if they get in towards playoffs or not, start to get some playoff points. You know, you'll look towards stage 2 for them to see if they're going to be able to get back onto the world stage at some point.
They have been
I feel like this is a tech
incredibly well
into
kind of
attack.
What the coaching staff of Talon have been saying, you know. I think Frost does feel a little bit more of the responsibility.
I think it's a
He's saying
tech
that
into
this
attack.
is like kind of the most talented squad that he's ever coached.
Yeah, and there's
Talon
growing
wants
pains, right? There's learning curve
everyone
for them
to get their
when you
money's worth by
consider
playing
that
all
Killua
three.
is still
That's
relatively
true.
new to this
If you
roster.
ever wanted to watch,
Primy is still kind of
if you
new as
ever
well,
want
right?
to
It's in
watch
very young
a
roster of talent that he's
Pacific
got,
match,
then he needs to work alongside,
Talon's a
you know,
good bet,
other
T1's a good bet, and
coaches,
Nongshim is a good
staff. You
bet.
also have to work
The
alongside
2-1
Cruz
teams.
very
DRX no
closely here
longer.
for some translation things.
You'll get your money's worth.
Or even just once again, personal issues which are
As time goes by, Chobra sounds more and more like a kindergarten teacher.
That's it. Right now, trying to collect themselves and bring
I don't
things
know if
back
I've ever
in towards their
considered if that would
favor.
be a suitable
Really
job for
doing a
me.
job. currently controlling
I
middle.
don't think I would mind it too much. I think I would run out of energy
I
though.
don't know if Crew is intended for the GravNet to go exactly where it
Like
did there.
anytime I've like
Himself, but
babysat
it
relatives,
wasn't taken out, so it's all right.
especially boys,
Sitting on Annihilation as well, and
I
a
get
lot of Stingray
knocked
rounds
out
already being
like that
fired
evening.
off. Stealth drone
Or
now
pass
spotting
out.
for me.
Did Cruz
So
just
you
net
got
himself?
Force
Really?
in Garage.
Yeah.
I missed that.
You really want to try and charge on towards Primi, who has the Outlaw at the right spot with the shields that these players
Oh!
have.
I mean, that's
125 ain't
unfortunate.
enough.
Just a pixel at the back being spotted out.
Unfortunate.
Now to hold down the line. Will get flashed away for a second with the paranoia, but he sends out one of his own. Sugar Zero now getting gunned down.
Oh, the run and gun.
Space.
What does Jitboys want to do? He wants to try and find the timing here.
No, you wait, you wait. If you get the easy kill, sure, but
We'll let them set up for a
Outlaw
plan.
picked up.
Also weapons picked
You
up.
wait. They're trying to make sure that they get one first. They want to fight 2v1. Net for stun. Ah, the Outlaw. Dude, you got to peek and get the kills. Ah, unfortunate.
But nonetheless, Talon to regain control.
Yeah, 2 versus 2. GravNet and Annihilation feel the need to invest that one there. It's not too bad, I won't lie, right? We need to see some more dominance from
No, that's fine. You can say like that's a bad take, calm down. You know what I mean? Like you can say these. It's the same thing with Trash Dog. You don't have to slander them. I agree that it's frustrating when people overreact, but you can be like chill, don't overreact, or what the heck, rather than slandering people.
And now for the op being pulled out.
Yep.
PRX also 2-1s, but they're the one.
Does ZETA expect this?
Big on the snipers, we heard from Pilsky early up on a map like
Chad,
that.
how's PRX gonna look tonight? I'm like worried for all the PRX fans.
Kind of have to be a little bit more heads up though, because you don't have a Viper yourself, right? So
You have to match their energy and tire them out. Oh, and babysitting kids?
Numbers might be on the back of it.
But how do you ever win that fight? There's no way you win that fight. As an Unk, there's no way you win that fight.
And potentially get out a little bit earlier if it doesn't go his way, because it doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't have the tailwind propped up. This could be dangerous.
Oh, he legged him!
And then traded out by XDL with an
That's
incredible
rough,
shot.
man.
Good high jump.
But the thing is you still have a lot of the Sentinel util.
Rotates on over, they might not expect a lot of players.
I like this. I like that they don't overcommit. Just chill, right? You're basically hoping that Cruz gets one for free, and then you've... Oh, unfortunate timing for Jitboys. That's rough. Jitboys had to stay alive here, because that's the only thing that really allows Cruz to potentially get 2. That's rough.
Going into a post plant here, need to see some massive things come out from the rookies now.
Still playing sneaky around Heaven. He's already pulling Talon in, already under their skin, and Killua will be able to spot him out inside of that poison cloud.
Listen, Chad, I won't blame you if you want to stay sane for the second match. But this match is kind of delivering.
Thai left alone and cold, still attempting to break through. Paranoia sent through. It does flash up, but
Oh, dude, this is a terrible angle, my guy.
way too many angles allows for Sugar Zero to
I think he just
recenter
assumed. I
and
think he
take
just
the round back
assumed
up for
that
ZETA to reach a 3.
he wasn't at
Some moments in the
maps.
round as well where players are peeking before the smokes. You got to wait for them to fully activate if you want to.
Mind Freak isn't benched. He just wanted to go home to eat some fresh Indomie. The greatest cope of all time.
And on that last one, then Killua does the exact same thing. So reel those in just a little bit. Unfortunate, by the way, that Primi with that operator isn't able to establish a advantage for Talon there.
Fresh Indomie. Fresh Indomie is crazy.
Start to get closer to this round.
No, he's back home now, is what people are saying. SB. He was in the coaching booth last week, but he's back home now. But he supposedly requested that he takes a short leave to go home and rest up, which I think is understandable. And like, I wonder if that's what it was for Simon as well. Like, if he was just kind of burnt out, and obviously you don't feel good if you get benched. So he's like, no, I don't like want to be at the venue. Like, I think that's understandable. Obviously, I think it is better if you can battle through it, if the team is willing to like bring you to the venue and still keep you as a part of it. But you know, but for like Mind Freak, you're away from home, etc., etc. I mean, I guess same for Simon as well. So I get it. Had to get 2 there.
Kills found and exchanged fairly.
I mean,
3-on-3.
ooh, do you wait for the wall and pinch back onto B? Gravnet just came out. It's not going to come up before. Okay.
It's just Cruz with 30 seconds to
Really?
go.
You're going to go A with no information? You have a numbers advantage no matter what. You can just break the wall and go. I don't know about this. I feel like this is classic overthink.
It's all down to
Oh my god.
Can he find the
Oh my
frags?
god.
Positions into the
Oh
cage,
my
and it's a kill
god.
trip. Second cage up. And the snake bite forces him out of position where he does trace on the shoulder. Now popping off. Cruz
It's over.
showing up by heaven, and it just buys time.
Oh my
away.
gosh.
The round is as good as over. Jitboy's to swing. XDL still trying to kill as many as possible, but
No,
not
it's
to be
classic,
found.
classic
Talon moves
overthink.
upward.
Yeah, that's
So many
a bit
teams
of a
do
bad
this, but it's like,
moment,
I get it, right? We see the mini map,
round,
like
but
I
they
get
killed
it.
around
We
the
see the
B-side
mini map,
finally,
and
takes the
it's hard to
decision
think
rotate
because you're like, dude, they
inside
probably
mid.
rotated. Like
I'm
that
highlighting
is
the fact we've seen
true.
nothing in mid, right? Showed
Because it was already down to 30 seconds. They should have rotated, to be honest, but they're playing double senti and they
From
didn't.
deadlock in male or in middle of itself, right? So you're getting this idea of they probably want to end up on the B site, right? The A site completely
Yeah, no,
unknown
that's sick,
territory
Tron,
going into
honestly.
there where there is the Cypher utility, the deadlock utility, that just completely rips them on up. I'll also add into the initial setups of Talon there, having Primi elevated.
I mean,
in a
honestly,
spot
it's
that
like,
hasn't
this is
generally
one of those
been
things where it
checked
happens so
far.
much that you expect
Vitalized
pros
his
to
division.
always
We've seen
have the
Sugar
cool to
Zero
think about it.
Shroud stepping into the side
But
almost every time they've gone B.
I
And
think
he's kind of done that without checking.
in the heat of
So
the moment, I
Primi
think it's always
able to get
tough.
two
I
on
think
the
it's
back of
tougher
that as well.
than you realize. It's also like,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Because
lovely.
It's good adjustments.
even if you
It's
go,
the biggest
if
thing
they
right
did
now.
rotate, it's like it's a 2v3, and you still didn't clear the site. So technically, you don't know what util was on B. We know everything's on A, but you don't. So you're thinking worst case. In some ways, honestly, this one, the more I think about it, in the heat of the moment, totally understandable. Because in their head, it's like worst case, it's a 3v1 on A side
The answer is no.
with potential util, but.
This time, possibly setting up for
You know.
a peek alongside Thigh into
But I just think, you know, you still had some information about what was going on B. So, like, you know, there was no trip at the start of Garage and whatnot. But in the heat of the moment, I mean, I get it. You would have had a greater number advantage no matter what.
Oh, gate crash. You know someone's nearby. Oh, and it's all four of them!
Oh my
they're getting
gosh.
sent through. Oh, and he finds the sprays as well! Cruz! A triple! The 4K! Will it be the Ace Blues trying to dance
Dude,
around,
what
trying to stay
a
alive?
setup after the timeout,
Will
man.
he trap water and stay afloat, or will he get spotted out? The drone
Oh.
at least, but still the right clicks.
One more?
Kilo now trying to
Oh.
finish off the deal.
Dude, that was an
He does just
insane
that.
angle.
What an incredible round coming out from Cruz.
Trying to do his breast texture impression, it would appear here, hunting for the ace and not able to find
That was
it.
sick.
I will be the pessimist in this round. It's just an eco. Why are you investing the Armageddon? No, it's fine. 10-10 also in
Yeah,
the middle
no.
of that, by the way, gets out of dodge.
No, I love it, dude. Shut it down after the timeout. Guarantee the
To
7.
get all those kills, and there you go. not as elevated as.
I don't think I've ever actually seen him look that disappointed.
I shall not make on broadcast. But that is the dream. You know where I'm going with this. The dream for every Deadlock player. Now, though, 10-10. Trying to force the Talon into
Yeah, and
an
that net
uncomfortable
is
position with a
nerfed,
natural
by the
drift.
way, the radius.
The team weren't there to try and get the trades, and now Sugar
Ooh,
Zero repositions,
good omen.
finds,
Good omen.
Jitboy.
Oh, chill,
That's
chill,
ambitious
chill.
BB, but it's-
The barrel spotted out.
shut down.
Jitboy
It was
still
so
able to
late.
recollect. But with the peaks out from Primi, though,
Oh my
Blues
gosh.
just wrecking up kills.
Bit scrappy around the site, but some good shots and information from 10-10. Again, big distractor for Sugar Zero to get into the alleyway to be able to pick it up. Got to see some, you know, we don't always rather
No,
see
these rounds are
very
so
clean
fast.
rounds.
Dude,
You gotta
I
be
mean,
able to
it's insane that we're having such a this type of game with ZETA.
And that's something that we haven't seen from ZETA.
Dude, doesn't he
Doesn't
he kind of remind you of Sun,
Definitely surprises
the Indonesian caster / RRQ watch party?
Annihilation back there as well. So the scrappiness succeeds. Next round up.
Kind of reminds me of
And
Sun.
once again, a lurk from Shodas.
Oh.
Trying to get spotted out. Primi, unfortunately, though, getting gunned down.
I mean,
The double
2?
in for the trade.
That's big.
And the mid push now.
Yeah, Shoda done his job
Both
there.
Sentinels are
Can't
still
use the
alive, though,
beacon
so
in
that's
this
kind of
last
big.
round,
Ooh,
unfortunately,
nice try with the spam.
now.
Oh, that's so good from
Unless
Jitboy.
Jitboy does
Sneaks
something
in.
possibly.
Oh, he's been good
Ahead
so
of
far,
things.
especially in that previous round. Now working
You know
around
that they're
his
still
team
stuck
to
in
the
middle, but
neural
you saw
theft
two,
as
so you
well.
back off.
Really
Very
exploiting
good,
positions.
very good, because Cruz is here. Look at where Cruz is.
Unexpected.
He's
Really?
creeping up.
Or maybe not. XDL.
Kind of suspects it, but it's a little too late. Trap him in. So now you can just wait. You can play. Oh, dude. And Zeta's going to go for the win. Zeta's trying to go for the win. They want to set up a backup plan to go for the flank. Clues. They're trying to mask information. But they have to remember about Cruz. Oh, we finally got the Cruz Clues matchup, I just realized. Oh, I would have liked it if Sugar Zero went all the way, but... Okay, only one on the site. But now you gotta expect heaven, right? You have to expect heaven.
At some point. Sugar Zero, though, holding the
Oh, they lined
the
up!
double swing does not favor Talon.
Spotted.
And Zeta continuing to aim with pride.
What
They
is
end
going
the first
on?
half with a 5-7. What a recovery.
What is going on?
Recovery, because you started to really see some great rounds be collected by Talon. You know, a lot of good adjustments, a lot of good
Oh my gosh.
Primi starting to have a pretty good map on this Jet. Not the most common agent that we start to see on Split anymore.
I just realized your full name was Noodle Boys fan on YouTube. That's sick.
Like on this flip up as well now, right? When you consider the last
I'll be honest, dude, Nongshim playing first day of the week is nice. Because I can just enjoy the other matches.
And after a map one, right, you want to have a bounce back. Are you playing on the whole, you know, superstitious, consistent?
No, 7-5 is doable. 7-5 is doable, but you know, that's the bare minimum you wanted there.
Back of that mindset here, this map needs to be winnable to push us in towards the third in Icebox.
Without a doubt. Or even just to, again, push themselves.
It's interesting because I think you have some nice combo plays you can do on B with the double senti, but obviously your post plant really shines on A.
So you need all of your pieces really working a treat. And for Talon, you know, the
But if you're gonna go B, you kind of it only shines if you really have B or mid and heaven control.
Some good initiative plays to come out from Zeta. You know,
I think Zeta.
as well, right?
You kind of just leave someone for info, draw out the util on the entry so that it goes off cooldown on B, and then focus here and here.
Where they didn't need to. So on the flip up, let's see if Primi's going to continue with some great fragging success now onto this attacking side. If you can get set up well.
Please wear a cap, bro.
Or if Zeta are going to start to mount out some good defenses of their own.
A lot of expectations for a young player. But certainly living up to it currently. For now, at least. Talon begins with a 1-3-1.
Next match is PRX versus DFM.
Just slowly but steady. Oh, 10-10. See if Talon want to.
Yeah, so see? So after the initial, just check to see if it's a rush. You got some trap plays set up. Afterwards, you re-clear this, and then you're holding heaven. This is so good from Zeta. I mean, it's very stock standard in some ways, but I think against Talon's comp especially, it's so big.
Oh! That's a great shot to come out from him, and now you've got advantage of Zeta.
So I like that Talon is re-clearing this, because you still have a little bit of time. Otherwise, you're at such a disadvantage. Oh, they're going to try to throw a fake. Oh, this is bold. It's a bold move. It is bold. Oh. Dude, and now he's playing to stay alive? Yeah, they still don't know exactly where the spike is.
Oh, and Clues. He needed
Dude,
to win that duel.
Cruz winning that is huge.
The A site is open. Talon to establish a plan.
Okay, you have everything. Dude, Cruz is so weak, but you have everything.
And you've got salvos as killer.
Where are we throwing the wall? Okay. Yeah, okay, and sonic sensor. Where are we hiding? I mean, yeah, where can you hide here? This is rough, honestly. That sonic sensor being, that's a little rough.
Audible locations here.
Gravnet. Okay, they know that he's an elbow now.
And it's just buying time for Killua, right? This is lovely for him.
Okay, now he plays off of the sensor.
Sensors tripped. Ooh,
okay.
Quick with the drive-by from
he's going to make it look like he's coming from main.
Spike still beeping away.
Just to buy time.
Killua off towards heaven, but look at where Shota's looking.
Oh, man.
Zeta will secure the pistol round and then attempt to even things out.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 at the end there. Just a little bit rough for Cruz to try and get something. Remember, he was a bit low in HP.
Damn.
Get something. Remember, he was a bit low in HP.
I love Nongshim even more than you. Well, I don't know about
On
that.
the map, actually, right? The early one from 10-10 in the sewers, and then you've got it really split across the map, pun intended, into the B site, around the A
Chat,
side
I'm
as well.
so hungry. I haven't had dinner yet. I'll probably eat in between the matches.
It's going to end there in the 2 versus 2, but I think just the favor at the end for the Zeta guys playing together, having options with the smokes as well. And a lot of time to play with still, technically, against Killua there.
Oh.
The round comes
Spicy you streaming on Insta Live on the Pacific channel. Damn.
Off of that.
I'm out of Chapaghetti, actually.
Option, or at least garage anyway.
I have Shin Ramyun Tumba flavor, though.
Expect the round to almost be pretty much just done, right? 3 versus 5, just the classics. Now 2 versus 5. Who do you face?
Yeah, I mean, he's locked in the game. He's locked in the game, so
that's the best you can hope
props
for,
to him.
Even right now, just having that many players already gone right off the rip.
And it makes it scarier too, right? With a more defensively inclined agent set that Talon are running.
No, the ones I haven't tried yet are the Shin Ramyun Stir Fry and the Shin Ramyun Red. I'll have to try those at some point.
Fumble is Zeta.
Nah, no chance. That's not happening. For me, that's not happening. He's still gonna try though.
You only got 9 bullets.
Now on towards the outlaw.
Oh, dude, how is he still alive? What the heck?
Oh, you got a plan.
Oh, that.
Which is great money already, so not too bad of a round from Talon, but Zeta
10-10 got denied.
Damage will get to carry on.
And into the bonus round, holding some good weaponry, right? I'll say good. A couple of Spectres and an Outlaw, unless we see any upgrades for them. Definitely going to be workable with some sort of trap plays.
Where were you during the Nongshim game? I had to work an event that I was already signed up for. Solo leveling Arise event.
Thanks, Yoru.
Just throw a little bit of BM over onto Talon. Well, not quite. You know, it's just the agent voice line. But that said, tying up the score now.
Yep.
Fake Nongshim fan. I mean, listen. If Nongshim wanted to, you know, pay me the rate that I would have gotten for that one day, like, I gotta eat too. I gotta make money to buy more Nongshim noodles, you know? No, it was also, that one I had already been contracted for before I signed with Nongshim, so. Otherwise, I would have prioritized the Nongshim game for most events, unless they paid, obviously, a ridiculous amount, and, like, it's a game I really liked or whatever, but...
Yeah, I think he got Gravnet, too.
Oh, maybe a bit of an audible.
Ooh, okay.
He does get Crash away.
Sees the TP out.
Uses the second one to get back if needed, but Garage Control thrown over towards Talon.
It is CQB, though, so you are toying with your life if you just push into that smoke. Talon, opting to play with discipline.
And again, as I highlight just before, it's going to be quite important to see which way the first kill is going to go as the smoke.
So much focus on the B side from Zeta. I don't know if I like it. You heard, they should have heard that, yeah, they saw the ping. Sonic sensor set up here. But that could mean you're still going either way, right? So that's why Zeta's still just chilling, because it could mean you're just covering your back. It looks like that's what they think is happening, because there's just no information on the A side. Okay, I don't mind this. You're filling it just because it's at 30 seconds. You need to now make sure that you can trade and have numbers. Okay, there's still no entry. They're still holding. This is ending up being like a sick call from Zeta. Whoa. That's not such a sick call. Whoa. Dude, what the heck? Sugar Hero.
And with the spike down, 10 seconds left to go. Talon needs to sprint.
Okay, the safest plant possible.
They can. It's a player advantage for Talon. Planted a little bit in an uncomfortable situation in the moment.
Okay, he's in the smoke, but he could be anywhere. Where does he peek out? Where does he peek out?
Don't really expect Cruz.
I mean, this is a crossfire, Sugar Zero.
Oh,
gun.
Oh! Sugar Zero! Even though he expected it, somehow falling short, a little bit of reactions. But
okay, well, that was anticlimactic.
Right here to cover up all the little fumbles. So not too bad. Talon will be able to keep themselves going forward.
Yeah, winning out on that bonus.
That yeah, I guess technically that's my favorite Notion flavor, Tron. That's true.
If they were looking at Heaven at that A site, right? You start to lose your ability to rotate back on over. What if Sugar Zero was able to find just a second one when the spike goes down and he doesn't eventually get to lurk around, and the time a factor as well, right? You don't want to see another scenario for any real team like RRQ the other week where they
Primi is farming. Primi holders on VFL are feasting right now.
Saves upon bad rounds.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that as an update. I know that there were like DMs between him and the manager. Are there more updates on the Simon situation? The last thing I know is obviously what the manager talked about on his live stream, and then supposed screenshots of his DMs with the or his messages with the manager where he complains about his teammates. But that also, like, I haven't seen confirmation that it's actually true.
Especially holding up from rafters. Oh, you missed the smoke. Just a little bit too early off of that.
Too shallow. Couldn't dash into his own smoke there, unfortunately. Now he gets taken out. That's your way in towards one of these sites gone. And now you have to play on the back of a lean.
Kind of hungry right now. Any instant noodles you recommend? Shin Ramyun's always a good go-to. You can make it with the full soup. You can make it a little bit more saucy. Make your own little stir-fry version. Add a little egg. If you're not good with spices, you could add a slice of cheese. Some dumplings in it. Ooh, I like the switch up on the angle. Not successful, but he was ready for it, but that's unfortunate. Dude, what a lurk from Jit Boys, man. Okay, but the lurk on the lurk? Wait, did he make noise?
10 seconds left.
No.
XDL in a prime position, but shut down by Jitboy.
Okay.
Is there time? Oh, from the shadows over.
There's no time. Oh my god, you might die. Oh my god, you need to stay alive.
Back and forth, over onto the 4K, and a beautiful Red Bull clutch to even up the score.
I mean, technically, if you think about it, he doesn't TP over, and the round is just won by time shuffle, right? He kind of gives them a little bit of the chance to maybe even win it at the end there.
What a round, man.
The map, just able to
what a round.
Trades that come on out, but it's Sugar Zero again, just in his own smokes around
oh
the
my gosh,
making it his own territory. He plays with the heartstrings coming on over towards the A site there.
Just ridiculous.
No, I gotta get on that. I gotta make more Ramyun hacks. Yeah. No, I gotta get on that. Thanks for the reminder, chat. We'll make some more Ramyun hacks. We'll do some ramen recipes.
Yeah, another moment where we just need to see somebody go large on Talon's side. I don't believe Jit Boys was actually just spotted there going for the cross. He was traded in the end.
I mean, Denji, Tron's just like you. You both just go a little bit off the mark sometimes. Just a little bit. Dude, what is that?
Expected a second time, but with ZETA's protocols, everyone hovering around the site, they are able to receive
what?
in full. Primi,
What are we playing at, Primi?
Blades ready, and he's looking
This ain't your ranked game.
to collect more heads, but it's not quite gonna happen. Aim can only help you this much. Cruz now trying to spray and dump the magazine over, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
Dude, imagine your depth, right? You just got home from your physical therapy, you turned on the stream, and you're like, what the hell, Sugar Zero? You couldn't play like this when I was playing?
I mean, I'm going to highlight the team is kind of together, right? 10 kills for 2 of the players, 11 kills for the other 2, but
that's like, my guy, you haven't been playing like this for 2 years, man. What happened?
A little bit silently, right? Sugar Zero is certainly getting involved in these rounds.
Oh,
time
man.
again, getting a lot of multi-frags.
You think deficit? No, he's injured. He didn't get benched. He's injured.
And with that now, successful rounds gone over. ZETA opts for the push. 3 players with so much utility dumped in.
Do they overheat though? Because this is the moment where 10-10 falters. And now you can settle. You can call something as Talon to go together.
That must be saying Baka.
Ultimates available for ZETA here.
You know, a little bit more for Talon.
Yep, and they've still got, you know, an idea on clearing a lot of things. You hear some things happening in mid. You know that the Viper util has more often than not pretty much.
I think, well, Dep's like hinted at that like last year or two, I think. But like he's also hinted at, you know, being willing to like change roles if he thought there was a duelist he was willing to support, etc.
about Shota.
But
These controllers can certainly
I mean,
find
we'll
some things
see.
around this A side to force
He can still
you
play if he wants,
going
for
in.
sure. Depp will have trust issues.
Especially hearing the footsteps towards middle now. Middle smoked off, a bit more presence out from Jit Boys. Cruz kicking down the doors into the Alpha.
Talon, I think Talon has to realize they need to play a little bit faster. They're so scared because Zeta plays so fast on Lotus, but Split's a different story.
You got that crucial barrier mesh up as well. Now for the sonic sensors to get deployed. Armageddon to
Run.
flush Shota away. He
Ooh.
might just dive in alongside his teammates.
Rolling Thunder used as
Oh,
well, but look at
huge
the
grav net.
Can't get out in the side.
Oh, that is just beautiful.
Huge grav net.
Salvo's out in an attempt to create
Oh
more
my
space.
gosh.
It's still blocked off. Cruz now sneaking up from behind will find his target.
Oh.
XDL
Thigh.
will find the
There you go.
trade, but nonetheless, down to the very end for Thigh to even things out.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder investment to come in there.
Esports players go and see a physiotherapist. Yeah, no, you got to take care of yourselves.
Able to get any value out of that, unfortunately. A bit of a humbling moment it might be for Zeta on this.
No, it's hard. It's hard for Talon's comp to play faster, but I think you have to trust in a couple of the combo plays you have up your pocket now.
Good adjustment for them to get in towards the A site, where it's again just
Because at the end of the day, like if you overpower numbers with a good combo play, then you have great post plant, right?
Get into the post and properly
So-
set out a lot of this utility. It can be pretty difficult to get a retake on.
I think the early grav nets, I think, is because now you feel like you have to wait for the cooldown, but then it's already below the minute mark.
Retake, but at least now, currently, all classics. Just trying to
Like I
find
think
some
this would have been a
space
perfect round to just be like, okay, they're on an eco.
Spread default at the moment for the team.
Although, I guess you thought they might have half bought. Yeah, interesting that they're just going full save and then they can buy ops and stuff. So I guess I don't blame Talon. But this would have, if you knew or if you assumed that they would be like maybe one hero rifle or whatever, just play the number game, combo to clear corners, and then go in post plant, right?
Trying to retrieve as much information
Just
as
to kind of
possible,
force
especially
Zeta to Zeta's hand a little bit.
Just kind of being able to freely get up the
This
ramp
is
and
yeah,
find
this is
open
much earlier though.
towards
Oh,
this A site.
Still though, gotta watch out
He
possibly for
didn't see him.
who is currently blocked off by the cyber cage. So a bit of
okay.
an
Well, it doesn't
opportunity
matter.
for Jit Boys to go on a tear. Second kill found. Now XDL keeping himself concealed inside of dark cover. Will spring against Cruz. Primi now finding more targets across the map. Spike ultimately planted. Objective found by Talon. 10-10 in with a blindside, but to no avail. Jit Boys holding the angle. Crosshair a little bit way too far upside. But nonetheless, everything pretty much locked down. No, XDL, what have you done?
It's okay. Hang on.
He's low HP.
No, I mean, but the thing is chat, like, double sentinel doesn't mean you have to play slow.
Still though.
Double sentinel is one-dimensional when you play fast, but they haven't yet, so it's actually not one-dimensional because they haven't, right? So
Yeah, I mean, XDL certainly gives that one a crack, right?
I think they're kind of defaulting to their beginning default every time, and that's holding them back. We'll see if they change. It looks like they might be heading all A this time, so we'll see if they change it up this round. I mean, it's not a fast comp by default, by no means, but you know, but it's an FPS game, right? Like you have to take your chances at some point. Like any comp, at some point to change your tempo, you have to take a dry peek, right? So you take like the first fight with a dry peek, then you combo the site, and then you go for a post plant. And I know that's easier said than done, but it's like. But I think one of the reasons they're also not necessarily doing that is because they're not like getting, you know, it's not like they got just completely blasted, right? You're staying neck and neck. So it's like, okay, like we can still do this. And you're not really forced to switch things too much. Uh-oh. Oh, dude, what is going on with Sugar Zero? No way he gets 3. No way he gets 3. He's gonna get 3. Oh my gosh.
Avoid the stealth drone, but lo and behold, 10-10 nearby. Still gonna be the kill.
My
being found at the
gosh.
very end of it all.
Gorgeous timing on that Armageddon there as well to either force them back towards mid or push them in towards the site, and then you're dropping into a little uncomfortable situation. As I said, Jit Boy's not able to establish a lurk there, so great little work to come out from Zeta. Again, another multi.
No, I mean, I think switching in the last couple rounds, like that's what Gen G was very famous for last year. I think that's a good idea.
As we do get
But they have to
tied
call a
up at the
timeout
10-10
for it.
mark, Talon are gonna call.
We'll see. We'll see how quick Zeta is to react to this timeout. Let's see what their read
It's
is.
been a bit of a... Is it really though? I was
But
gonna
now
say
there's
that
an
the
op, so it's
seesaw
like now
there,
the
but
dry
even
peaks
the
really
House
are
has been
difficult.
stringing a couple of rounds together so far in this defensive half. They've been doing a really good job of keeping Talon honest.
You Googled Sugar Hero.
How Zeta were going up against T1, where it's not a complete backwards and forwards affair, right? It's a couple of rounds here and there.
That please get well.
Overtime. And
Zeta
were
up.
able to win that one
10-10 welcome.
for our opening game.
Week 1.
Yeah, but I kind of put on that series that it was a bit of an open book, right? Because T1 was still running what they were running on Masters. There's a lot of tape that you can start to look at them.
This is going to 23-21 OT. I still remember Zeta versus RQ.
Position as well. So for Zeta to be able to really bring such an even score.
And a different environment as well, right? Because you know for Talon that they're going to be even hungrier.
Oh, what's Talon's idea here? Still the same setup.
Get some more reps with
Still afraid of push-outs. But if this is how you're going to start, you're really going to want Jit Boys to get some value here. Something. Op in mid. You got gate crash, so you can go to B. Aggressive angle for the op, too.
A wee bit of garage control. Stealth drone out towards the middle.
Able to get.
Okay, but you gotta imagine, yeah. Talon's like, whoa, chill. Like, why'd he chase that drone out? That was weird, man.
That's the other thing about 10-10 is he can go anywhere because of the gate crash.
Yeah, but where do you kind of expect him to go as Talon now, right? If you kind of.
But I like this. Now you're at B. You've got the gate crash at A. You'll be able to switch back over around the 50-second mark if you so choose.
And you've conceded mid yet again as Zeta.
I mean, you have Euro ult. I think you leave.
And as long as you're watching where mid.
With Euro, it's easier to follow through on A. Yeah, this is tough. Oh, clues. This is okay.
I really assist you. Great spot.
Whoa. Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh.
Yeah, just needs to be careful he doesn't get caught pulling utility out there as well.
Yeah. Okay, Salvos to push him out at 30 seconds. This is great. So now you're pretty confident about B. Because the only fast way for them to come is through here. Salvos to try to make them keep their eye on A, make it look like you're pushing back in. Shota, you gotta launch it before you actually get information. Ooh.
Make sure you clear that.
Paranoia was a little late, but he still gets one. That's big. Oh, and the Euro. The Euro to stay alive and to tag him. Where's the plant? There's the plant. Spam the box. Spam the box. It's too late. Oh, no. Beat it.
Will be able to swing back around and just goes for the full spray in towards CT.
Oh, my gosh. 10-10?
Out of the dimensional drift with the up close range. He will find another shot.
Saw him.
Just Jit Boys left.
Easy work from 10-10.
Zeta will move forward with an 11 score line.
It did not feel
Holy.
like there was too much pressure thrown Zeta's way.
Damn, dude. Good. Good ult from 10-10. And just good holds, really.
They've been able to go, and it's kind of easy pickings for them. 30 seconds to go. A bit of a delayed trap util play in the heavens with the.
Hi, Chobra. Remember when I had my firefighter assessment, I passed it and can go on to the next stage. Nice. Congrats, Juicy. That's awesome.
Doesn't really work out, but 10-10 is just able to stand and deliver with the operator yet again. A new look to Talon that is, to Zeta Division, which is
all smiles.
Quite impactful, to say the least.
Couldn't agree more. Meanwhile, for Talon, though, conversely, I'm starting to feel very tense.
Oh, mate, you're kind of worried at this juncture right now. A bit of a half buy from them. If they drop it, it's 2 map points and series points to Zeta.
Yeah. You have Pit.
Gone.
If you have all 5 alive by the 40-second mark, I imagine you pit mid.
That could be an open A site now, but the rolling thunder quick on the draw from XDL.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. They're so quick. Why are they so quick? What happened to them? What happened to them? Dude, you think 10-10 just showed up to the team house and was like, you guys really gonna keep playing like scaredy cats? He's like, even T1 Academy could beat you friggin' 13-0. What the heck? Dude, how are they so quick?
And I've got to say, that was a great adjustments call to just quickly come out from them as well, losing 2 players in pretty quick succession.
This is crazy.
4 versus 3. Oh, there's an opportunity here for Talon to maybe pilfer away a round, but just Great
Oh my
usage
gosh.
from ZETA, as they will find
ZETA
themselves
just needed
on
1 hour
series
with 10-10
point,
no
and
police.
I'm expecting the timeout here from Talon, and you need to come out with a great decision.
10-10's
for
debut
these
might
next
be in the
two
top 5
rounds
rookie
here
debuts
to push
for
us
Pacific.
into the overtime.
Yeah. Debut match, something of obviously is up there.
Bit of, something drastic.
Primi
Really pushed
had a
them
good
ahead.
start.
Certainly feeling a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
I don't know
right
if the
now.
whole match was super
Now,
impressive.
meanwhile for ZETA, I mean, no offense,
Is that Jake?
Right?
I think that's Jake in the back.
Really ZETA that we're looking at right now. They're
And
looking
then,
so coordinated, incredibly sharp, and quick on the reaction. as well.
Cushy had a good debut.
I mean, maybe just maybe. I'm gonna give them.
I mean, I guess top 5 Primi would get in there no matter what.
What do you know? No, ZETA are
I don't know if
performing
Jemkin had a
really
good
well in
debut
this series.
match.
They have absolutely come prepared, and they are playing with some great elements. From map 1 to map 2 here, some great adjustments.
Yeah, he did. Well, I just remember he had the ace on the pistol, but I feel like the rest of the match was kind of a. Oh no, I think he did hard carry that.
Timeout, nothing too aggressive from them. I'm seeing a bit of a shift from ZETA too, by the way. Poison Cloud in mid. Where
Freeing had a good debut. Yeah.
Just try and then pivot towards these
My
sides
rookie
this
of the
time.
year in
Not gonna
Pacific.
be able to do that as easy.
Not to mention just the fact that they've got money, so ZETA happy to.
Rookie of the year so far.
10-10 right now in that op. Oh, this is a really.
I mean, in all honesty, though.
They walk into it, that's going to be a punish.
Not tradable, Quack.
Blindside.
I mean,
Primi
I'm not even
trying
gonna
to
count
high
like
cross.
10-10 because the sample
Fake
size is
out.
too small.
That's gonna
But
be great cover for 10-10 if he is.
I actually think
trying a second
Berserks
kill.
is in a good running. Berserks and DOS 9.
Now in the open angle, sees the gun
Oh my
barrel.
gosh.
What can you
For
do
me, creep
around
up,
this?
crouch up.
He's under.
Oh,
A
he's
little
so
bit of a scuffle
good.
around the B side as well, though, and that's where the spike is. Primi now.
No, DOS 9's 100% a rookie. Yeah, any Ascension players that didn't play in Tier 1 before would count, for sure.
Going for the plan in a 3-versus-1.
Planting a little bit shallow as well.
No, Karen had an amazing Rookie of the Year, like, whole year, and I don't know if that could really get beat, but we'll see.
I hate to say it, but that's
This
gonna
is
be
crazy,
it for
chat.
Talon currently, in this week at least, ZETA looking completely reinvigorated will send us across the series with a 2-0 win.
This is insane.
13-10 scoreline on the final map.
Yeah, this
Dude,
time,
what a
Dominoes
debut
won't
for
fall back
10-10 though.
in Talon's favor after dropping the
I
first
mean,
to
what
reverse
an
sweep,
improvement
and
for
it's gonna be
ZETA.
instead
Chat,
ZETA
like
Division
this is
catching their second
now I can
2-0
say
victory
they have
first
improved, not that they are
against
improving.
Then a couple of
And I
losses
don't
right
think it's a
there and there
fluke
as
because
well. A
they've
close one
been
against
working on the
T1.
stuff that we see here,
Loss
like
against RRQ,
bit by
but
bit,
the
but it
chances
wasn't
for them
happening
to
from
still
beginning
be
to end.
able to
And
get
today it
towards
happened from beginning to
playoffs are
end.
gonna be on their next
Like, that's
series.
crazy.
Again, they're in a situation where the ball is in their court. They're not waiting for another team's, victory win conditions or anything like that.
There's a really good chance. I mean, things have been completely shaken out because we now have a three-way tie in Group Omega. I mean, just unbelievable. Good games played from both sides, but this is
Crazy.
a really new look to ZETA Division.
Crazy.
He got Sugar Zero, and he was truly the Shadow Monarch alongside a Shadow Army on this map.
Dude, wait, doesn't this mean... Hold up. Doesn't this mean...
Vital piece from map number 1 coming over, still had elements.
Doesn't really change anything for Nongshim, but...
A lot of confidence for ZETA in those maps.
And you just gotta love the smiles
Yeah,
on
so
their face.
Talon...
Over onto the stage for the winning interview.
Talon can now miss playoffs. Talon has to beat T1. And then whoever wins between ZETA and Nongshim.
Hello, hello.
Or ZETA has to beat Nongshim. If ZETA beats Nongshim, then Talon wins the head-to-head.
For my post-match interview. If you guys all like this.
But Nongshim's beating ZETA, so like...
감사합니다.
Dude.
Hello, hello.
Well, Nongshim's not in danger. Nongshim would have had to just beat ZETA no matter what.
텐텐 선수 안녕하세요.
Nongshim had to beat ZETA no matter what, so it's like...
부탁드리겠습니다. 10 out of 10 plays from 10-10. New phase here with ZETA Division.
It doesn't
And
actually
this
change
was a very
anything.
much
It's
needed win
simply
for
that
ZETA,
now if
and
Nongshim
it's
like loses,
so
then
bringing it home today. So
then
what is that
you're
first
like
day,
out
first win
100%
here
versus
and
before there
right
might have
for
been a
you.
chance, but
10점 만점에 10점
it doesn't actually change anything for Nongshim because they had to win anyway to move on.
데뷔전에서 승리를 팀을 위해 이렇게 가져왔는데 첫 승리 첫날 기념 승리 소감부터 들어보겠습니다.
우선은 뎁 선수 대신해서 갑자기 들어와가지고 좀 연습 기간도 적게 해갖고 좀 불안감이 없지 않아 있었는데 팀원들이 저 하고 싶은 거 다 하라고 믿어주고 그래서
Damn, they had full trust in
I
him.
was stepping in for Deb, but I did have a lot of pressure because we didn't have enough time to really get fully adjusted. But my teammates were like, "Hey, just do what you need to do," and I think that's why this win means so much for me. And I was going to ask you about
Big.
like the pressure and a little more in-depth story from you on that joining on such a limited time. 안 그래도 말씀해주신 것처럼 시간이 여유치 않았을 텐데 부담감도 긴장감도 꽤 크셨을 것 같았거든요. 좀 그래도 오늘 긴장한 모습은 별로 안 보였던 것 같아요.
지금 인터뷰 때가 더 긴장되는 것 같아요.
This was cinema. This was
I said,
cinema.
hey, but you didn't seem like you were nervous at all. But 1010 said, I
Chat.
think this is like
How do you feel
my
about
most nervous period.
how do you feel about
And
VCT
speaking
Pacific
of,
stickers
I
on
don't know,
stream?
Until now, we had the Valor brothers, the Susanto brothers, but with you now here, we have the Kim brothers as well. Which is the superior brother pair, may I ask, 1010?
Oh, I love the
지금
question.
현재까지로는 발로란트 형제는 수산토 형제가 자리하고 있었거든요. 하지만 1010 선수의 합류로 이제 김
NS
형제가
Nongshim can lose.
등장했습니다.
No, but
1010 선수,
Talon beat Nongshim.
어느 형제가 더
So-
강한가요?
They need to win no matter what.
당연히 동생 쪽에서는 포세이큰이 좀 더 우위인데 형은 당연히 우리 형 메테오가 최고인 것 같습니다.
아,
Oh, they're comparing it to
I think
Excurit.
with the younger brothers, I
They're
think
comparing it to
Forsaken has the
Excurit. No,
upper
you
hand,
can't,
but
dude.
when it comes to the
Excurit's
big
retired.
brothers,
That's not fair,
Meteor
man.
is the superior one. All right,
He said
congratulations.
Forsaken's stronger than me in the younger brother department, but Excurit or Meteor for sure in the older brother. But that's not fair, man. I guess they're the ones that have played in Pacific, so.
가서 팬분들 많이 만나보시길 바라겠습니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, dude, what a match. Head-to-head counts before map count. You only do map count when it's like a three-way tie and they've all beaten each other.
A victorious and probably very unexpected ZETA division win here against Talon Esports. We just saw, or we just heard rather, from one of the stars of that
Yeah,
roster.
paper thin
one
one.
of the latest stars of that roster. We had 1010, our dear Tenthly, or Jonathan, if you like.
아 근데 그렇게 어지럽지 않아요. 농심 입장에서는 어차피 그냥 이겨야 되는 거였어요. 그리고 이기면 그냥 가는 거예요. 농심 입장에서는 어차피 다음 주에 이겨야 됐었고 이기면 가는 거고 지금도 이기면 가는 거예요. 그게 바뀌는 거 없습니다. 그냥 다만 제타가 생각보다 많이 강해졌다. 근데 그것도 보고 계속 지켜봤으면 슬슬 기미가 보였기 때문에 크게 바뀌는 거 없습니다. No, there's nothing changes. Nothing changes drastically. For Nongshim, it doesn't actually get that complicated. Because no matter what, because of like head-to-head, etc., Nongshim would have had to beat ZETA to guarantee. So they just need to win. And if they win, they're in. All good.
This group is chaos.
If you want to cope for DFM, you need to cope that G beats Paper X. Do you think 1010 is good enough for them to have benched Depp? Well, no, Depp is on leave he's on medical leave. If you're asking in the future, would they do it? I mean, I think 1010 is good enough, but the real question is like, I think Depp is still really good too. So I don't think it would necessarily, unless Depp requests it, I don't think they would do like a mid-year change.
ZETA division, I feel, can relish taking this victory. They looked very, very good on both maps. I agree, a little bit of struggles on split, but I feel like it
Where's
was
that popcorn
more
sticker from, by the way?
across the ZETA rather than
I
Talon maybe
keep
did
forgetting to do this, but it's because chat.
I feel like
I'm
they couldn't
a
just get their momentum up, but
official
ZETA division
VCT
just
Pacific 2025
synergy all across the
watch
board,
party
which
partner.
I am very surprised to see, especially with 1010 just coming in at the last minute.
So
Yeah, I think this map especially.
they
is
handed
not a
these
bad
out.
map from Talon. I don't think that they, made huge glaring mistakes, but I felt like ZETA were able to exploit what little mistakes that they did find. And I think
Yeah, we got these last
were
week.
able to kind of push them over
It's
the
kind of
line.
nice. It's kind of
Yeah, I
nice.
think there was a couple of rounds where there was a few like pretty glaring.
But I think
mistakes
it's
in
just
terms
on
of,
the
like, when they
Korean
actually got
side.
into the post
I'm an
round with the
official
deadlock and
I'm an
things
official
like that,
partner on the
but
Korean
actually
side,
at
but
the
in
close out of the
English.
round, there was definitely a couple of rounds where Talon
You know
looked
what
a
else
little
we got?
bit
Hold on, we can have more fun
overall,
chat
it was
before
a
I head out
game
here.
for them, and Primi definitely
Or
did
not
try
head
to
out,
just
but go grab
go
some
on the
food.
jet and carry this game. You could see it right
You know what
from
else
the
we
get-go.
have?
He really did try to be the hero here for Talon, and it wasn't quite.
Oh,
enough.
damn, they're off
Like,
screen.
Fantastic highlights for him. He got the jet rolling on the defense. Right.
Give me a second. We'll wait until they come back.
Just another Primi game where he just takes over and the other team's not able to do anything about
No,
it.
the funny thing is they like gave us these assets, but it's kind of like where am I, like what am how am I supposed to use these? But I want to do them like going into and out of game, but I keep forgetting.
Just tell he's so comfortable here. I thought he was going to get Talon over the line, but it wasn't quite.
Give me a second, chat.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Especially
Oh, here we
since
go.
It just didn't seem like Talon was prepared for just how well prepared the Zeta division was.
Oh,
I think that you know,
there.
this new Zeta division, this new energy that they have, is looking very, very encouraging. But how do you think they fare?
This is what I was talking about yesterday. Chat, how do you feel about the K-popification of VCT? How do you feel about the K-popification of VCT?
I don't think they need to present anything new necessarily. I mean, this is kind of a little bit new in terms of the way that.
No, I think it looks good on Pilski. I think it looks perfect on Pilski.
I just think Zeta looks a little bit more switched on with him in the roster. To be honest, they seem to be on the same wavelength. I don't know. It was a little bit of an intangible factor.
There,
here
I'll put it on
for
myself
Zeta.
too.
I think if they can beat Talon, then they can definitely beat Nongshim next week.
Yeah.
Oh, the screen's so small. The preview's so small. There we go. I gotta look this way. There. Let's go VCT Pacific! Woo!
Why they're kind of running this deadlock. When the clock gets down to these final moments, they have to walk into so much Sentinel utility. You know, we spoke about them starting on defense, playing.
Why do you have Mickey Mouse?
I honestly thought they could have got more than the 7.
You just need light sticks? Oh, did somebody say light sticks?
This is what we talk about with Talon being very, very prepared. So I think that's an even bigger props to Zeta because they defeated a pretty, you know, switched on looking Talon.
Did somebody say light sticks?
I think you can't take anything.
I wouldn't say big.
Let's go Pacific!
There was much wrong. It was more so in the the late round. And
How do we feel about the K-popification of VCT, chat?
In a couple of key situations, and it kind of did lose them this match.
Do you think it was maybe Verse that got to them?
You know what? That's so funny, Hades. Because when I got that asset, I was like, why are they giving me a mic? I was like, why are they giving me a mic? I was like, what am I supposed to do with a mic? I mean, I guess, but like, I guess we're supposed to like scream into it. And then I was like, oh, it's a light stick.
He's had some fantastic games. I think that is just the nature of bringing a rookie into Pacific up from the academy team. He can really show his potential.
So funny.
Some great games, but
Use these on Plat Chat. Oh, I should. No, I can. I can figure out a way to put it on Plat Chat. I can actually.
I mean, if we want to talk about the flip side of that, Sugar Zero.
No, Tenten's not taller than Crystal. Crystal's super tall. No, I should put it on there. No, I think the cheering aspect of K-popification is fine. Obviously, the parasocial relationships gets a little weird, but you know, like having extra props is always fun.
Talon was starting to get things rolling. They were up 10-9. You could see running a little bit.
Explanation of the situation for Group Omega. There are 4 different situations possibly based on the Nongshim, Zeta, and Talon T1 matches, and 2 of them Nongshim missed playoffs. Both situations are them losing to Zeta. In one of them, Zeta misses playoffs. Happens if Nongshim beats Zeta and Talon beat T1. In one of them, Talon missed playoffs if Nongshim beats Zeta and T1 beat Talon.
And that's what I'm talking about. When you see those moments,
basically, while there's multiple situations, all of them currently have control of their own destiny. Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah, okay, so there's 4 different outcomes, but if you win, you're in, basically.
A well-deserved map MVP, if you ask me. I feel like
so for Nongshim, it's simple. You just win.
The Zeta team in that map too.
And bringing in that experience, that veterancy on the side of Zeta, right? He's always been, I would say, maybe the unsung hero for Zeta.
Is it real that Cruz is yes, yeah, Cruz was back at home. So like, I mean, honestly, right now, I think for this match, first of all, like Zeta did play very well and they played very aggressive, and I don't think you can blame any team for getting caught off guard by that. But also, you know, I don't think you can be too hard on Talon. Like, obviously, I want to give props to Cruz for, you know, still being here for the team and coming back, you know, taking the time he needs, but coming back here. I know how that feels because I was at Worlds 2013 when my grandfather passed away. Obviously, a little different, but my grandfather passed away when I was in LA on a business trip. And OGN told me, like, if you need to, like, go back home. Just go home, you know, be with your family, like, during the event. But also, I was like, I mean, you know, like, I'm here to translate and also host and whatnot. So I didn't, but it's like, it's tough. It's a tough decision to make, so.
Lotus performance of the first game that I watched Hyunmin in Pacific on Lotus, and I was
Play
like,
today's GeoGuessr and get your food. Chat, I'm so hungry though. Okay, we'll do GeoGuessr real quick. And about the Simon stuff, we'll talk about that when I come back. But I talked about it briefly. Basically, I'm aware of it. Obviously, listen, I think clearly that Simon's not happy with the team, apparently. I think that much is clear. But, you know, regardless of whether other players weren't putting in the time, if he wasn't also putting in the time, then I think... And also, like, at some point, if you see a prospect putting in a lot of time and having talent, like, someone's going to get replaced. So I don't know if... I think the decision itself, even as a Simon Glazer, and especially the flexibility of Gianni, isn't too crazy. But obviously, if they also were, like, neglecting, let's say, like, if Simon's accusations are true about other players also not putting in the time, well, that's like a whole separate matter. 탈론만 이기면 될 듯합니다. 그럼 메테오 형제가 탈론을 죽이는 꼴이네요. 그렇죠. 그렇죠. Alright, while they do that, let's mute him. Thank you very much, Desk. We'll do today's GeoGuessr before I go. Alright. Here we go. What the IE? Oh, Ireland. Dude, this is crazy. Google Maps takes pictures inside stadiums? What stadium is this? That's insane. Oh, I can probably find the name of the stadium, huh? Well, can I get out of the stadium? How do I get out of the stadium? No, it's in Ireland, I would assume, because all the ads are like Irish stuff. This is a rugby field. Oh. That would make more sense. You're trapped in there for get me out of here. GAA Littlewoods? Anybody got any ideas? Oh, we're getting out of here. We've escaped. They can't stop me. They can't cage me in. No, that's designated smoking area. Welcome to Croke Park. Dude, where the hell is Croke Park? Is it in Dublin? I don't know. We gotta guess because it's gonna cut me off again. I guarantee you it's gonna cut me off again. Oh, sick. Oh, sorry, YouTube chat. I had you guys covered up. Someone gave me the answer in YouTube like way earlier. No, chat. I'm staying for the PRX match. YouTube chat, don't leave me. I just need to go grab food, but people are afraid that I'm going to forget about GeoGuessr, which you would be correct. Closure of car park lots along Jalan Pemimpin. Anybody know where Jalan Pemimpin is? What the? We got all the languages. What the heck? Is this Singapore? Why do they have... Fiji? No, you're pulling my leg. There's no way. All right, Singapore. Everybody just knows. All right, let's take our time to find Singapore again, shall we? So where exactly is Singapore? There we go. I always get confused. I mean, looks... Huh. I'm thinking like... Find Jalan Membina? What? You can't just tell me find this and expect me to know where to start looking? Dude, there's only 40 seconds. All right, we're just gonna go with like here. Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Is today gonna be... Oh, you guys meant there was an MRT station on the screen? Wow, I'm so bad at this game. Today's gonna be my best record. It's gonna be so good. Oh god, no it's not. Trinidad? Actually, though? Doesn't seem real. Argentina. Wait, how do you know it's Argentina? Where does it say Argentina? Where's the dot? Oh, there is. Okay, wow. You guys are so good at this game. .AR. I mean, looking around isn't going to help me. I mean, I don't know. Where are we going? We're going to go with Buenos Aires. We're going to go, like, it looks pretty residential. Not that I know. But, like, right here. I'm so good. As a Malaysian, I have to say our streets are not clean. It had to be Singapore. Dude, I'm so good, chat. I'm so good. You know, over 49.50 for every single round. I should enter the championship. Do you play Valorant very often? I try to play on average, like, you know, 2 or more matches a day, but sometimes I just like grind on off days and then sneak in a game or 2 on busy days. All right, chat, I'm going to let you listen to The Desk while I go grab some food. I'm going to run some ads as well. Of course, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider using your Prime subs, your Cash subs, or your Cash memberships. All are equally appreciated. Otherwise, please enjoy the ads. I'll be right back.
Of duelist in the current meta, but it's not the same kind of double duelist that they used to play, really. You know, I feel like the double duelist of the current day is a very kind of organized situation where you're either playing a Yoru or a Neon as a pseudo-initiator a lot of the time. You're not playing that Jet Rays burst double duelist with the Sky that they used to play.
Yeah, very true. And if we look back to a year ago for DFM, things were not much better than they are now. I mean, DFM has historically had a lot of trouble here in Pacific, very, very rarely managing to find their wins, so they need to re-find some footing.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like right now, things are really not going the way of DFM, and I mean that in more ways than one. I mean, you think about it. You have this double duelist meta, right? You have DFM that seems to be jailed with having the Mei strategy as probably the only one that they've been going full out with. You got rid of Abyss, and then you got rid of Art's favorite spot on Ascent, right? What more do you want?
Why don't Riot want Japan to win?
It's DFM! Taking everything.
I'm glad that you mentioned it, though. Like, Abyss has been by far their most successful map, and it's a big reason why they did so much damage in kickoff, and it really has not been the same since that went out of the map pool. I think the style that they really like to play, that looked the best for them really was that kind of classic Ascent meta style where you're putting Mei on a Jet, you have, you know, Akame on something like a KO, Art can play a Sova or something like that, GN looked the best on Omen, I think, of every agent, and then you've just got Jinbun playing a Senti. It fits their roster, but the current meta doesn't really adhere to playing that style very often at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, I think they need to find a way to incorporate what was working for them. On the other side, though, we have Petman coming into this PRX roster. Yeah, and as you say, unbelievable debut from him. There's a reason he's in my Build Your Own team. You know, I couldn't leave this guy out after what he was able to put up against Boom, which we know are an incredibly serious team here. So I think if that performance is anything to go by, he's looking to also have a big performance.
Oh yeah, he is Vengeance, he is the Knight, he is Patman. He was very, very consistent. I can't do the voice. That's as far.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
with a British and Aussie accent.
That didn't even sound British. That sounded like
it sounded exactly like Batman. That's why.
It's like
Morgan,
European Batman.
you're revealing your alter ego here. But yeah, he back in the Philippine Challengers, you know, we know him as the player that's been the most improved player in the span of time that he was playing. He was constantly impressing everybody. So for him to be a partner for Mindfreak, I say partner, not replacement, partner for Mindfreak. I feel it's a perfect fit, and not to mention, he's also going to give PRX some new energy, and that's probably what they need at this point.
Yeah, we do have the map veto coming in now. DFM continuing to ban Icebox. And yeah, Ascent is an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox and Haven going out. PRX have been banning Haven for a while, and then Ascent is an interesting pick. PRX did beat Boom on that, but it was with a very specific game plan, and they 10-2'd them on defense by running at them with that init style. I don't know if that's necessarily going to work against what DFM's bringing on this map. DFM, I mean, look, their map pullers overall doesn't look great because they haven't had very many wins. Lotus, they're 0-4 on at the moment. I don't really like their roles on it, and that's going to be PRX's pick. And then Pearl to close things out. I mean,
it was 13-1.
Do we remember?
Last time.
Do we remember?
They're going to feel good about if it goes to Pearl.
That was DFM playing that kind of Ascent-y style, and both of these teams, in fact, many teams change comp on Pearl. I feel like Pearl is the map that I see teams change their comp on most often right now. It feels like every team is just going between, do we play double duelist? Do we play this very slow comp with the single dive duelist? You know, teams can't really make up their mind on Pearl right now.
I mean, there's a lot of options.
I feel like Pearl also, like PRX, yes, we had that very unforgettable scoreline, but it's not a bad map for them. Why are you looking at me that way? It's not a bad map for them.
Game on it.
Is it a good map for them?
even Alex says that like their Pearl is not bad. It's just they've been unlucky.
Okay, I mean, I think Alex might be a biased party in asking are they good or not at Pearl.
Like asking Big Time if 2023 Global was good, you know?
We could have won it all. We could have won it all.
All right, map one here. I mean, PRX, they did beat Boom with this comp. They looked good on it. They looked assertive. They were getting in Boom's face. They were really picking apart Boom with what they wanted to do. I felt like it was a very specific, tailored game plan, but they did really struggle on attack. You can see it there, 33% attack win rate. They started out with a 10-2 half, and they took a lot of time to get that game across the line, whereas DFM, they did concede this map the last time that they played it.
Triple initiator.
And they were playing triple init. They had Jinpung on a fade. Why would you do my man like that? Just put him on a Senti, please, for the love of God.
I have to agree with you. I kind of hope we see something different from DFM. I didn't love their Ascent when we saw it last, so I would like to see some little changes here and there.
This is my biggest gripe with DFM at the moment, is the style and the roles. And this is an example of it, but Lotus is an example of it as well. They've got art on the Omen instead of on an info init or something like that, and I don't like the roles on that map either. So again, if DFM don't change their comps and their roles and they continue to lose on these first two maps of the series, then there's got to be some changes.
I mean, you look at these two teams and it's just polar opposites with regards to how they play, right? You have a team that has very much locked their players into certain roles, inflexibility, if you will, and you have ultimate flexibility, almost to a fault on the side of PRX. So what are we seeing here? Are we seeing Paper Thin with another win?
I mean, he can't get both, right?
He can't keep getting away with this.
Surely not.
Surely.
I mean, I'm feeling more confident in this prediction than I was in the Talon prediction. I feel like PRX have actually looked okay, even in the games that they've lost, and they've played the top teams in the group already.
They have.
I feel like this game is Paper Rex's to lose, but you never know with this team because nothing seems to be going their way at the moment. But surely, 70% of you at home agree, so yeah, who knows? Fingers crossed.
It was the same thing last time.
Wood. I know. I feel like I'm going to curse them in some way, but I'm much more confident in this PRX prediction.
All right, what's going on?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. For the exact same reason, they have taken maps off of some of the best teams in this league. At times, I mean, remember the first half that they bloody played in the stage 1?
The monster
they were like 9-0 up on Haven. I was like, they're back! They're back!
They've done it!
They haven't won a single
All right, we got some curry. We got some curry rice. Curry and curry.
They've had some good game plans, but really...
Korean curry with some radish
Who's going to play what
kimchi.
today? because we've even seen it gone into like third map Haven and 3 different players have swapped agents. Like, let's just decide what we're going to play. Let's bring some consistency. I know 1 or 2 players are going to have to play something a little bit uncomfortable. Sometimes they're putting something on Teo, or Device playing a Vice or something like that, and it hasn't looked that great. But you just need the players who are comfortable to shine, and that will be enough to beat DFM,
So
I think.
I have a question for you. If you can only play 1 duelist on Paper X, perma duelist, who are you making?
Damn, what a question, big time.
No. No.
No.
This is the problem.
Pearl third map, damn. Paper X banned Fracture. Paper X banned Fracture, damn.
But they're not going to do that. They're putting him on controller. If they play I want to see
Are we
something.
sure?
Run it down. I want to see something. Run it down.
Are we
on
really
Jet.
sure? I mean, like with this series, we
I'm
don't
eating
really know what we're
Korean
going to get.
curry with
So what we're
rice
gonna do is we're
and
just gonna
some
send it to the stage and see
shredded
exactly
radish
what is going to
kimchi.
happen. DFM versus Paper Rex. We're getting
But
into
it's not
the
really
second
kimchi because
series
it's not
of the day.
fermented. If I had to play one player as a perma duelist, yeah, I think something Jet probably. It's probably the safest thing. For a non-Korean, can you explain what kimchi is? Kimchi is basically, the easiest way to explain it is it's pickled cabbage, but it's cabbage, and what you do is you basically season it with like, you know, plain salt and like red pepper flakes and a bunch of other things. You can also, what you can do is you can make like a separate filling for it with the seasoning and then like put it in between the cabbage, and then you ferment it a bit. Usually, obviously, back in the day, what they would do is they would ferment it over the winter underground. So it's cold, but these days they have like, you can do it in your fridge as well, but they have like kimchi fridges to keep the temperature different. And so then it becomes, you can eat it right away. So there's different types of kimchi. There's like the, what's he doing? Jian's like, what the hell, man? So if you eat it without really fermenting it, it's called gochori. So that's just like, just the seasoning with fresh cabbage, basically. But it's like, you know, spread all across the cabbage evenly. And then you have like all, and then like deeply fermented kimchi is called mugunji. So that's like much more like actual pickle-like a bit sour and things like that.
That we are seeing perhaps make a comeback. We're not sure yet because still they are
So,
winless as well, right? It's a very crucial match for Paper Rex, but come on, backs against the wall. That is nothing new for Paper Rex. Many have felt that perhaps W Gaming might be running low on fuel, but can this
You just
new
completed
chapter of
600
PRX
hours
bring
on
them back to the
Cypher?
level
Damn,
that
Paradox.
the world knew them by?
Yeah, I think mixing in Ascent here is something that you wouldn't have considered of the classic Paper X, but it is something that looked very good for them against one of the best teams in the league, against Boom. They played a lot of the top teams in the league so far and made them look model on certain
Yeah, I think
maps,
DFM's
so
gonna
they
play
know
no
that
fear,
they
no
can still be a
pressure. We'll see.
championship contender. It's just about solving
Yeah, there's like
some
all
of these
sorts of kimchi. You can make kimchi. It doesn't have to be cabbage. You can make it with cucumber. You can make it with radish, etc., etc., etc.
With the addition of Patman, we are starting, well, I think in theory we should be seeing some more concrete roles from them. Patman is that solid initiator player. That's what I need to see from them. Find your footing here in Pacific. Find some consistency.
I do remember seeing Patman play back in the Challengers in PH, and what was so special about him was that once he was able to anchor a site, actually, even as initiator, or even as controller when he was playing back then, nobody could get past him without at least sacrificing 2 or 3 of their players. That's what he's so good
Damn,
at.
DFM picked
Mindset
Ascent?
was also so good at this, so I feel like for
Their
Paper
Ascent
Rex,
didn't look
it's,
very
you know,
good.
it fits like a glove.
Yeah, I mean, he was so sharp last week. I feel like he was one of the better performers on PRX. Absolutely. He had a great debut, but that's not enough. It's not enough to play great and not win. The back is truly against the wall for both of these teams. If you lose, you are not going to Toronto. You are not going to the playoffs. You're going home.
You know
Kimchi
what they
traditionally
say about
doesn't use
debuts, though?
gochujang. It
It's
doesn't
like
use the paste.
your debut, you can have a fantastic debut.
It's
that's
just like
great,
the
but it's
peppers,
your
crushed
second match,
peppers,
or
salt,
it's your second, you know,
um,
album. Yes,
and a
it's
couple
the
other
second album,
seasonings.
It's a second performance. It's a second film.
None of their
that
maps
determines
look good.
whether
Okay,
you
fair,
are
fair, fair.
Indeed good. So we have
Is it
Zeta now,
vegetarian?
Batman has
Traditionally, it is vegetarian. You can have one, and depending on, like, I don't know the different divisions of vegetarian, but like some of them sometimes have
Stylistically,
like,
it was kind of similar. On defense, they were both very active. They were
kind of like
playing KO
fermented
fade. They both
shrimp
had much better
seasoning,
defensive
but
halves than they had
traditionally it
attacking
doesn't have
halves.
to have that.
So I want to see if that continues here, because this will be a defense start for PRX. Over on the side of DFM though, they're once again sticking Jingbun on the fade. I'm not a huge fan of that, but they had a much better time on the defense against
Jing Omen,
so
Devi on the Vice, oh boy.
PRX sticking with what they know, what beat Boom, something back on the Jet, which is something we all love.
I don't think so. I don't think traditionally it uses any
fish
fish oil.
Jing staying on the Omen,
Yeah.
Devi on the Senti. These are pretty standard roles now, more or less, for PRX, so let's see if they can finally find that ground.
I'm really looking at the Jet players and their form. What kind of impact are we going to see from them? How are they going to...
Have you heard that TMV's going to cosplay as a cat boy? No, but I'm looking forward to it.
Decision making. It's all about where you're pushing and pulling with the fade and the KO utility. You have so much repeatable util that you can use to push and pull map control and take opportunities.
Dude, TMV with a random L, man.
Two Jet players is what we are looking at as
What
well
the hell?
as these two teams facing off once again. We're gonna talk.
Damn, what did TMV ever do to that guy? That's actually messed up. Thank God none of you guys are doing that to me. That's crazy.
And only one of them gets adopted to move forward. Hamquack, of course, Komodo. I mean,
TMV lost the bet against a chatter, really?
With the agents, no, same. I guess it would be expected. You know, both teams running in the exact same. I think importantly for me, what we didn't expect was these teams to be in this scenario, right? Both, you know, without getting wins, though a bit different because PRX.
I would do that if I had the time and money to go to Korea.
Of their series, so there's a small chance that they win today, win next week, and get in towards playoffs.
Have you tried
still,
chicken
but
with
I think
ramen
the
leftover
biggest thing
soup?
for me, Quack, is we didn't see
Probably
PRX
at some
qualify
point,
for the
but not like
international
as a
last time,
dish.
right? If they do not win this series, this is the first time that they do not qualify for playoffs.
Chat, is that what I have to do? Is that the next evolution that I have to do to become a proper content creator? Do I have to make
incredible thing.
these stupid bets with you and become stupid? Is that what I have to do?
But we will have to find some words as we begin the map. DFM on the attacking side, PRX, of course, with their composition on the defense.
Yep. So I'm looking to see
Is there really no other way?
Kind of
Can we find some middle ground?
with a bit more reps on towards the
We'll watch this
smokes,
clip
the control
after.
agents as well. For
Also
me,
for Devi.
I've always made it known that I love Patman on KO. Devi though, yeah, rent-free the flash on frac shot.
The natural
Still
evolution.
in the heads.
We'll see. I'm not ready for it yet.
Caught a lot of flack for that, but currently pushing out. So a bit of contact found already. And
So what?
DFM
I guess we'll watch the
that
clip
back.
after. I was wondering what the bet was, but I guess I'll find out soon.
Looking after that.
You did see ahead, so it's a lot of information for DFM. Pretty soon they're going to be able to recollect themselves and push into a site.
Yeah, but these thorns at the front of the site, Patman gonna call for them to be popped at the moment to stave off any immediate aggression, and by timing for the dark cover, but a very large rotation from PRX to this A site is going to be what waits DFM.
Do you think Devi just spent like hours drilling self flashes so he doesn't self flash himself?
For their util to get back online.
Just press peak, press peak, like hours on end.
Haunt sees.
Whoa. Something. Thinking about pushing up catwalk.
It'd be some great initiative if they actually went towards top middle and wrapped, because you don't see the proper sentinel.
Forsaken is in titles? What?
30 seconds in that dark cover back down. They kind of have to call it. They have to go.
Dude, classic DFM.
Flash. DFM does check into it, but something arrives on the scene. Double kill found. Forsaken picking a target for himself. Jing as well.
I mean, dude, this is crazy because this is like the one map where PRX looked decent, no?
You know, the right idea to rotate towards the A site, and then it doesn't take all the analysis in the world to just kind of say, hey, they hit their shots and DFM took too long to establish any advantage.
Yeah, not too much. On the macro side, though, I mean, taking the initiative that way, that was pretty lovely.
I mean, what have we seen be a big weakness of PRX's? It's not getting good ideas on the rounds, not formulating a great idea of how the macro is happening, right? It was kickoff that we started to see. Maybe it's starting to look okay. Here in Award Stage 1, though, a lot of shambles still. Maps, for sure, each series, but no series victories just yet.
All good, no void.
This has got to be the one where they turn it around. One team, you know, technically could go 0-5 in this one if you think about it.
What is this by?
Yeah, Yeah, so far so good. Don't fret, Boba Fett. You got Jing, who's able to nail his shots with the Guardian and divide.
This is the classic.
So not too bad.
They're not gonna check for info anyway, so we might as well just wreck them with the judge.
All 10 players in the server be very sharp today. You know, we kind of did see that at the beginning of their last series, right? Everybody was trying to get activated, trying to hit a lot of their shots. It came down to good rotations and some individual moments of brilliance. You know,
Oh yeah, we have someone in YouTube chat that's gonna detonate their house if DFM wins.
I expect to see.
Wait, is it if DFM wins or DFM goes to playoffs?
With a Ghost on one side as well, could be a potential round 3 up, but not gonna go for that just yet. Sticking on light shields, okay.
And
Judge.
I was waiting to see the staple.
Yeah, there's a sideshow wannabe in YouTube chat.
Odin is here.
They're mysteriously missing right now.
Behold.
On the attacking side, by the way.
Triple innie. A lot of contact already around A main, so DFM avoiding that for now.
Up the guts of mid. Gotta be careful here.
That's a
Good pop flash. That's huge pop flash. Oh, no kills though.
Just a little bit of damage.
Yep, can't quite finish off your prey, unfortunately, and at the cost of a bit of util, you will force them back.
Yeah, Art's back with the Odin, nice and early, so that's good. Back in the comfort zone.
Vice util from Devi. Over at this B site, one Thorn at the front of A. That'll start to
Okay, he doesn't find anybody, but he at least gets control of A main. But they immediately. Oh, this is so quick. This is so quick from something.
B main does have the Arc Rose set up as well, but currently gotta watch out for Market.
Well, who would win? The Judge or the Odin?
The Judge wins every day of the week, man.
That range,
Dude, that's
that
rough,
weapon,
man.
No chance.
And now you've lost A main control as well, so it's a little bit more one-dimensional for DFM. Quack. Oh, only good for fun though.
Not too bad.
Something's like, I've never
Still
shot
does
this
hold down the
good.
space, but in for DFM to attempt at pushing onto a different position.
Oh,
Can Jing
what?
hold it? It's not quite going to happen. PRX now trying to flood back in, but okay, just trying to pick some targets down. Jin a little bit lost.
He was so scared that he was going to get flanked.
Yeah, but with 10 seconds to go, as it does get planted, there's a Akame caught out with util.
Yeah, wanted to shut the door down, but nope, no chance. Pop flashed in over, and Jinbung to react. Still a 1-on-2. He knows where his
Dude,
opponents are,
Jinbung's
so
good.
he
You gotta
will isolate
respect
the
him. You gotta
duels.
respect
Now
him.
just a 1-on-1.
Dude, what are we doing?
Sides. Forsaken though, just crouching down, but he doesn't land the shot. What?
Wide swing out from Jinbung.
Uncharacteristic.
5 big boongs for Jinbung.
A great clutch, Red Bull clutch.
Damn,
for
dude.
Unfortunate for Forsaken that they're not able to get that one. You know, it sometimes is always awkward when you try to do the tracking on the long distance game on that one. Still, that was technically, for a moment in time, a 3 versus 5
Yeah,
advantage for
dude, Patman's
PRX
jump
in
pop
that
flash
round, and a 2
was.
versus 3 that they had to really just contend with.
I mean,
on the reverse when the plant goes down.
And then Devi peeking was he was trying to peek off the haunt. The Devi fight is all credit to Jinbung. Let's be fair. That one is all. The second kill is all of Jinbung. But the Patman jump pop flash with no cover was a little crazy. But let's be really honest, chat. Now it all makes sense why Patman was picked up, no? It's a very PRX thing to do.
Big rotations from PRX over to the site now. Oh, the feet! Oh, Jinbung.
Lovely shot. Just quick on the find, and you don't expect that because you're in the Prowler.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate how close he got to that big old pillar.
Yeah, at least it was the bonus.
Has the body spotted
You
out.
still did a lot of damage. It's just you should have won it, to be honest.
The next rounds, but still a bit of information, not too bad for May to
Please give me the energy to still support PRX. My fellow Filipinos on Secret are out. PRX are 0-3.
Which alleviates a little bit more.
I mean, chat. See, if you give up on PRX now, people are gonna say that you were the problem, just like people are trying to do with me and RQ. Look at RQ. You waited it out, and the payoff's there. Although nobody really waited it out because everyone's just bandwagoning now. I mean, do you want to miss the bandwagon? You don't want to miss the bandwagon. Don't give up hope.
Up the guts of mid, and that's going to put a bit of pressure on Forsaken here. Close enough towards getting the Haunt to be a little bit self-sufficient, but will need to ask for Devi's Arc-Rose at some point.
There it goes. It certainly will be enough information.
Oh, I mean, you have to suspect it. You have to suspect it. He does, but he's not ready for it. Good trades, though.
Akame begins to push up. The spike now planted, and PRX, as they try to ascend, they're not going to be able to do just that.
That's a case of a Carmago kill right there. Not bad.
I'm just going to watch until halftime and then cook noodles.
On a situation where it could have been turned upside down from Forsaken in the dark cover, pulling out utility at the wrong time when there is a little bit of a trade.
I'm just going to order dinner. Yes, so not you too. I mean,
to make a couple of these rounds go quite close on
Chad, it's just a good hold from Makame. Give some credit to DFM.
A little bit going forward here, give themselves enough breathing room, which they technically do in this scenario. Resetting PRX, who get very aggressive in B main.
All the little buys.
I'm stuck on instant noodles for the next year because of the Switch 2. Understandable. Understandable. I don't know what I'm going to do with the Switch 2. I don't know when I'm going to buy it. I don't think I can afford to buy it immediately because I would rather save up for a PC upgrade and stream upgrades. But
because I don't think it's been thrown off the map just yet at all. Of course, I want to try and retain the Odin, you would expect.
Wait, did they change the silhouettes? Why do they why does it look like there's stronger outlines on them?
The question is, can PRX hold it?
Yeah, well, you say throwing them off their scent right now. They're a little bit blocked.
And they will just explode out of the smokes. Jinbung able to take down Forsaken. Now Mei finding a shot through to Market as the door shuts down. Jihen taking down the next one as well.
Yeah, just isolating a lot of these.
Not looking good.
Pistols not giving them space.
Especially with a null command in. Now something does get to pull the blades right back out. Takes down his oppressor. But you've got 3 more tangos to hit. He does float upwards. Finds the next. Jing in for the other and something to nail it all down.
Wow.
Definitely
this is why you put something on Jet.
Elevated on the back of that one. Get excited. Get something spicy in the mix. Get behind the team. Make sure that everything is well coordinated, and I think that's the name of the game at the end there for something and for Jing.
It feels brighter. Yeah, no, it does.
For Jing not to overpeak when he can let something start to jump around, play with the blades. They were staved off for a little bit, right? The first kill is there. There's
that was a nice shot
in the round from DFM, who start to get in towards this B site. Some good
Chat,
shots.
what you guys don't play with your screen freaking out all over the place like that? That's crazy.
From Jing, and then GN, well, he's just in that 1 versus 2. He can't get any swift headshot on towards something either.
GG.
So, a well-played round. Individually, you think there from something as a big pivotal component.
This time, though, Mei's got blades of his own, but something.
Oh, into the smoke, off of the flash. Good cover from Divine. That's a good setup, man. The flash, the scout, then the peek. That's good.
You can here because Forsaken has the Nightfall available.
May increased his sense. Oh, he did actually increase his sense. That makes sense.
When the plant goes down if they need.
Just trying to get into good enough position to send it over.
Yeah, I mean, DFM watched what ZETA did, and they're like, oh, wow, you can actually make decisions before the minute mark. It's crazy.
Also have the Teo utility. Jing will sidestep it, pushes on in, and the waterfall
that's a diff.
A successful sweeping retake against DFM.
Yeah, DFM don't have their floaties ready to be able to float above water there, unfortunately. 4 members surviving from PRX in that one. A good coordinated retake as well. Pretty rapid to have all of the members there.
PRX fans. How did it come to this? How did it come to this, PRX fans?
So it's going to be a little bit
they want a retake
for them to figure out what they need to do to start to get a couple of attacking rounds on the board. Need to see them kind of isolate another member or 2 of this PRX side before even attempting to go into these sites, right? Because it feels like if you're giving PRX enough members with all of their utility,
got the timeout from DFM.
It's going to be a little bit strugglesome.
Trauma.
Name of the game on the scent as well, but right now, I mean, getting a little bit tricky to.
Can you walk me through why PRX made the initial roll sauce to begin with? Like, why is she a smoke player? There's no thorough. There was no like thorough reasoning. I think they just kept testing different things, and this is what they ended up with. I mean, they were trying things in the offseason because they felt that they needed to shift to have more flexibility. That part we know, but.
Sova, for example, on the side of DFM, so you might look to see them, you know, try and use some of the Fade utility, some of the Teo utility, for example, to
0.717 with 1650. Wow, that's pretty high too, Paradox.
Up a nice advantage in the early stages.
Very much so.
That's actually pretty high.
At least for this round, though, it's going to be a little bit tough given the current equipment. But also just
I've only watched PRX win. I only watched the maps they won 3 times in a row.
speaking about.
The
with
cope is so real.
Not so lovely so far in the server, unfortunately. The art.
The player.
Yep.
Right on the nose there, Komodo, but we'll see how this round gets piloted.
Dude,
DFM
Op versus
currently
Marshall, let's
taking more
go.
Mid control, but they also do have a bit of mid presence coming up from PRX around a short.
They have forced them off the mid line, technically, right? So you've got some great ground control there, but you need to look to start to pivot that into something successful, in towards the B site where you've not been successful of tripping
potentially
out the shear wall
stuck.
So far, right? You didn't even jump.
Forsaken doesn't overdo it though.
He's just missed the shield spot.
Yikes!
And then
I mean, they're trying to trip the shear. He knows they're going to. It's a good setup on B. It's a good Vice setup on B. Good Vice usage.
Good punish from something, but you do have a Kame slipping through. Jinpung in towards a short as well.
He's ready for it. He's ready for it. Oh, if only it wasn't a sheriff.
To regather. Akame, though, striking right back in. Jing at least will be able to
pick up
hold
the
down
rifle.
aim
Pick up the
main,
rifle.
which allows him to then pivot back into sight around the smokes. Bit of a survival one.
Ow.
He spots out the barrel and goes in for the simple burst. Around picked up by PRX once again.
Oh, that could have been awkward with all those trades and little shots through the corner.
I think Jing Senna was the most correct choice, but maybe it didn't work out feeling-wise. Yeah, I mean, you know, I thought that was a pretty solid choice, but obviously just didn't work out.
It does not work out well.
That's one of the other things as well, just allowing him to have that autonomy to go for these plays.
Jing solo kill.
Starting to look like the Jing of old, even though he's on a different agent.
Gotta put away this operator as well.
The cope is so real.
You know, hold lines free of charge. It could be good. Trap plays around the A main choke though, and DFM will win that successfully if they want to continue towards this.
What an interesting way to do that pop flash, especially with the flash changes. I don't think that's that necessary.
I mean, does have the Armageddon, and GN does have the Cosmic Divide.
Ooh, and they have
I wonder if that actually makes it delay a little bit. No, but it wouldn't. Yeah, no, that's such a.
Yep.
I don't know.
One scanny boy, and that's just going to send you away.
Ooh.
Eventually, this nebula will fade.
Dude, there's 3 people here.
Investigative
Okay.
shots at
Uh-oh.
PRX.
Dude, there's 2 of them are
Crouch
stuck. Just salvo it. Salvo it.
They do have a lovely
Salvo it, Art.
Does come down into it. The C's
Salvo.
onto a couple players.
Just don't want to see them overheat
Continue
here.
to peek on through, and there it is, Forsaken. Will cool them off
Oh,
with a couple
wow.
of bullets.
That was a
Pac-Man
crazy
as well.
spray.
And that's the spike down on the ground. Something spots out Mei. And Jinpung all of a sudden singing an aria of sorrow. His teammates
How do you aim properly
with
with high
I was gonna say,
sense?
you just don't want to see ill
I never,
timing
you
at
know,
the moment from DFM
some of
because
us
they
don't
didn't
aim
have
properly.
a
We just win
good,
with our brains, chat.
amount of information on how many players were
We
up
use
at that
judges and
short
we
angle,
use
right?
our
Just try
brains.
swinging into it on the back of getting seized, and it looks too clinical from PRX to just give the free haircuts.
Who's asking Chobra for aim
You look at this one back here, and Art and GN, they're not even swinging together. It's just one at a
Yeah,
time,
the
then
utility's
time to go
pretty
in.
rough.
I mentioned the operator
It's
earlier
very
in
clear
the
that
round,
DFM
where
is
if
still
you're
very
just able to
focused on
stop
playing
things,
their own
when you
game,
click at a single angle, and the team is watching all the
which
other angles that
is
your opponents could possibly come from.
unfortunate.
More
I don't
often
know
than
why
not,
they
it's gonna be
picked
good
this
for them.
map, but I guess every map stunk.
Continues to string more rounds together. This time, though, full ultimates do have a lovely 0 point from Patman.
Yep.
But the rush continues.
If you're going to invest in Alchemans here as well, you're going to see a little bit of fall on back from
Wah.
Divide to make sure
I mean,
that
they
the
still get
utility
in, though.
is still available. Now he's actually going to get caught in the mix. So the plant can look to go down for DFM. And you'd expect Patman to rip his on the return.
Yeah, I mean, DFM needs to push out because of that, because of Patman's no command.
So at least setting up for the retake now.
Or use your Armageddon, like, be ready with it, and then click. What?
Ooh, Armageddon just buys even more time.
I don't like that direction, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea was GN was supposed to pick up kills, but then he should have just been ready to win that no matter what. Alright, that's 2 out of 2 times that Patman's done that. Fast res, though.
Stuck inside of wine.
Oh?
He's trying to keep himself inside the cellar. The salvo
He wanted to go for the spike.
capitalizing at the very end.
Yeah, just the numbers game again there for PRX, right? Before and when the plant was essentially being established, Patman is able to find one kill, ripping in the null command, and then the team kind of just goes together as a unit, right? Flash drives on in, everybody's starting to flood in towards the site. Here's that first kill, by the way, onto GN. And then it's just pretty, you know, how you doing?
I just want to watch chat. I don't want to watch the game. I just want to watch chat.
Trying to do something there with the one kill and the salvos, but the spike was already half defused, and he was in an essential 1 versus 4. Going to be pretty difficult to come away with a situation like that. And remember, there was a timeout already invested for DFM, and that has not converted your gun rounds afterward.
Go to the PRX Discord. Oh gosh, I can't even imagine.
Was for, but PRX being able to receive them kindly.
And, yeah.
Ooh. Arc Rose peak, and Divine takes down May.
Yeah, once upon a time, May, the player that you always look towards.
Quack's
on
like,
DFM's
Divine? Want a duel against May?
Out of this round, the counter
Unbelievable.
Gonna miss a shot, but remember, there is still the lead for PRX throughout all these trades.
Until it gets somewhat equalized, then trade right back. PRX still retaining control and information over the map, but DFM will re-aggress once again.
Jing does have from the shadows.
May has not been popping off this stage.
Right there, so
and it does make you wonder, like,
as the dark cover will hold
part of me wants to think it's because they're focusing more on, like, executing their team play, but I don't know. I think May so far is one of the more...
Something, though. Will find the first shot.
Dude, I mean, I guess he's back confidence-wise.
Because the door's not shut, they're still.
That's an insane repeat.
Yep, Horn's available too. If that's allowed to scan something, it's huge here. Denied.
Quick. Jinbo now
Double peek. The line up. He reset though. Give credit to Jinbo.
DFM, and they will pick themselves up a third round.
Yeah, there was a little bit of hungriness from PRX in that one surrounding that B site too as well, right? Where Devi goes into main. Yes, he's lucky enough to be able to get this first kill here, which I thought he might actually die because he maybe has second guessed himself, and then some A main pushing, more pushing in towards B main, and then something.
No, it's something that it's because Quack's worked with PRX before, but obviously you do need, like, there's a way to do it. There's a way to show your bias without it getting in the way.
Well, you give your opponents a bit of an opportunity to win the round.
But he's gotten that feedback a lot, so I'm sure he's working on it.
Now looking to salvage something on this attacking side and try to make it a 5-7 half.
No, Jinbin wasn't on this DFM last year.
For now, still grouped up outside of B main. Also unaware that something has a second up, but surely they anticipate. Slow creeps up, but you do have Forsaken attempting to thread the needle.
Yep. Got a lot of members of DFM here ready to explode out into the side.
Oh.
Flash from Petman, but unfortunately Forsaken will drop.
Dude, both of them were kind of timed against each other.
Now. And PRX fully aware that there is an entire squad inside of B main.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Wait,
Still
no. What?
Well. 0 point to confirm the information.
Why is Patman doing these flashes where you have to ante yourself? What the heck?
Give them some time to converse on how they want to get back in towards this B site, which is currently only defended by Patman and by Devi. You got a shift from Jing as well with a Paranoia available.
There it is, already sent through. Jing will be able to neutralize May for now. He's got to exterminate even more. Shrouded steps into B.
Oh yeah, good. No, I love the jump over because it could look like you're still in the smoke. Yeah, peek out on the flash. That was good.
Beautifully set up by Petman.
Triple kill for Jing.
To shut it down.
Yeah, as I said, I've always been impressed seeing Patman.
Yeah, no, he's doing a lot of solo queue flashes.
It's the agent that he's played the most of, but the way that he plays it and the way that he always communicates to the team exactly what util he wants to use and the timing on it to peak.
Yeah, I mean, Cold Brew, I mean, we'll only find out when the dust settles, because Mindfreak also, like, I mean, he says a lot of trolly things.
0 points, but it's the flashes that are working a treat for him in this map. Now the last round of the half, and you definitely need to see this one salvaged by DFM.
That's why Brennan. Oh, is Brennan career right now?
9-3 curse. Operator again gonna miss its mark, but look at this. May in for 2.
Dude, what a setup. What a flash. Holy.
He's got the Bladestorm. May trying to elevate himself in towards the B side possibly, but knows that he's got to watch out.
No, I'll give a pass for PRX games on the all caps. Normally.
Just confirms it, really.
Normally we'd say something, but
Swipe right on by, right clicks in, something looking for the angle.
PRX fans get a little bit of special treatment
Once
here.
again, being a huge obstacle against PRX. Something's low HP as well. This pretty much would be a 4-8. Unless a magical rabbit is pulled out of the hat right now. Not possible.
Oof.
Nope, just a magical May.
I mean, 4-8.
It's going to be the 4th round on the board that DFM absolutely
doable.
needed for the exchange here. And it's just, you know, starting to get some confidence, starting to get some repetition for them as well, right? Being shut down
I don't know
a
if it
lot,
should be 10-2
losing
or
out on the trade
6-6.
game to PRX in a majority of those rounds. But is 4 going to be enough for the
May is
exchange,
getting
right?
online.
Going
PRX
onto
fans
their
need to start
defensive
to
side,
worry.
what do the protocols look like for them in their rotations? Because I got to admit, PRX's timing and recognition on the macro game here on their rotations as well.
I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad for DFM.
Certainly.
I mean, at this point, it's like if DFM, you know, does like they are warmed up, it could really go either way.
But we're gonna need a lot more than that. This is only the first.
Is that Alex? Oh, it's an Alex fan. Why does Alex? He looks so smug in that picture.
They're currently keeping themselves in the fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's got to be a lot of self-place pressure as well for the PRX guys too, right? Because they still can make playoffs.
A lot
for DFM.
Damn.
Both of their,
The something mouse pad.
you know, there's a
Chat, I got a solo leveling desk mat as well, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the Nongshim one in the back, so you guys can all see it and want to buy it. It's like showing cosmetics in town, you know? It is nice.
Also trying to prove
This
a
one.
lot of the critics wrong right now.
The ones that we had for the giveaway should start arriving soon. Hopefully people get them.
Still looking to refine some identity.
I thought you were gonna say give.
What are our roles? What are our players looking like coming into the 2025 season?
Chat.
Right? The first.
Chat, I gotta do
changed
marketing.
quite a little bit for them too.
So trying to turn a lot of these situations.
Can we get the?
around
Oh, can we
now.
see the solo leveling one? Yeah, I'll
This
get it.
round
I'll get it
shapes
after
up.
the match or in
PRX
between or something.
hooked up together in towards the
Jing is the only
inside.
Singaporean
Salvos
player
to come
left.
back.
Well,
He'll
Darion's
find
back
his
playing
by
for
the way,
GE, so I guess
C's
not.
connection to be able to keep them contained in the Rockets.
Which allows for PRX to then stagger themselves forward. Jinbung pinned down. Smoked off though, so PRX now flooding over. allows
Dude,
for
what do you
Jinbung
get
to
stuck
find a
on?
bit of Trade. Now GN.
What?
Huge
What?
swing out from
What?
Dice, and he finds the triple.
Dude,
What?
that's
Device tries to find it.
insane.
It's just not gonna happen because Art and the rest of DFM have already arrived.
That's
Oh
pretty
my
physical from GN.
gosh.
I'm not gonna lie, we need to see this player really step up. who's
Dude,
having,
we
you know,
have to
lackluster
see that
performance or
in
lackluster
freaking
performance,
half
some moments here
speed,
and
man.
there. But that one, that's sharp from him to come out with the ghost.
Dude,
you know, not
that was
scared,
so.
playing
Dude, how
around
do you
to
actually
side.
get the
That is-
counter straight there?
that is
That was so fast.
Finds
Oh
his
my
time.
gosh.
Little trade from Jinbung. So not too much from the side of PRX for now, but taking things slow and easy.
No problem. It's when we win pistol that we need to
Well,
be.
Tavaya
Right.
to the Sheriff.
You guys are insane.
See what this round does look like.
Oh, they
DFM.
did hear it. Wow,
Can
shoot. Or maybe they saw him.
flawless
Maybe say.
variety for them.
Oh, Akame might have seen
One of
him.
the biggest things
I
as
heard
well
it, but I was
in
like,
this
there's no way
triple
they hear that on
initiative comp is
stage.
just going to be the amount of information that they can layer in little by little.
Or the utility that they can really send over as well.
Yep.
But means less traps, so PRX.
No, that's all right, Minjin. That makes it all the funnier.
Again,
Setups.
Yeah, the caps lock
device setups as
was
well,
autocomplete. That's so
whilst
funny.
A little bit impactful.
Honestly,
often
I think
not
GN
intended
Anchor
by
is
the
so
event.
good. Whoa, May. Whoa, whoa,
That is
whoa,
true,
May.
but for now, just looking
Oh,
for the
never mind.
firefighter around the middle. PRX has to give it to him.
Call an ambulance, but not for
Nothing
me.
too much
Typing
about
what?
just everything collected and racked up by DFM.
Dude.
Yeah, so choosing to go on
He's
this
styling on
lowest
him.
comp Again, you know, as long as they're pretty heads up and they can play around sites, right? GN's going to be able to potentially even be a pseudo senti if you think about it. Jinbung's going to try his damnedest with the C's.
Wait,
if
so did
doesn't
he
go
land
for
on the
trap
arch?
plays
Is that what it
with
was? On that last shot? I gotta see the last shot.
towards the
Oh
bonus
my
rounds,
gosh,
Maxim, and you see
damn,
with
dude.
the 5 players that DFM just survived
Dude,
with,
May's
many
like, oh no, no, no,
it's gonna be
GN.
of good
You don't get the
value
you don't get
against
the
PRX,
highlight.
who have 2 players down with the lighter shield still. And they're going to be more structured towards the B side, start something off. Held at bay by the
Okay, they
Salvos.
tried to do a C's salvo. Unfortunately, the C's is a little short anyway. But I mean, I think it's fine. The drone again, it's fine. It's unfortunate because PRX just waits for it, they clear it. But you wanted some confirmation on whether they filled it or not, and I think he just didn't want to risk waiting too long.
Complete control of B main as DFM. And it is their bonus round as well, so starting to shift a little bit of position.
Yeah, generally, I mean, other rounds I would have not liked it. Here, it's like you tried for the play. I do think it's a little bit early, but it's better than like waiting for timing and not using it, I guess. But the problem is if that got denied, like you needed to take space like somewhere else. You know what I mean? That's the problem.
Conceal himself inside of smoke, avoids the Prowler as well. PRX might not know this, which could
like
be huge.
they're doing the old thing of let's get info, and it's like, what are you gonna do with that info?
For PRX to swing out. They're getting
apparently they're just gonna wow, dude, May is coming online, dude. He is so confident right now.
Not quite able to retrieve and allows
oh gosh
to put that final nail in.
Yeah, really early read from DFM on what PRX actually want to do. Happy enough to give them control of the main and then getting some information up the guts of mid to ensure
Paradox, stop typing. If you're driving, stop typing.
You've already got some information, right? Because the dark cover was put down. You've got that info that you can commune. You've got the site already rotated towards, and then it's just a sheer.
No, the triple swing was good. They didn't line up. I thought they were gonna line up.
Available for every single fight there. That's going to be the bonus round converted too, by the way.
Once again, finding PRX in.
No, we're going to give the benefit of the doubt and assume they were parked on the side.
0 Point going to remove some of these abilities, but most importantly, you've stopped PRX from getting straight away into the A side to buy some time for some rotations. You've got Art now.
Don't drive and text, folks.
To hide inside of this nebula, but he will get caught out by Forsaken.
Okay. Can we? Both sides need to stop overheating. Can we just chill?
But to no avail.
Why are we pushing heaven every round? Like, what is this obsession with the window?
Jinbung hopped over, concealed, stunned, and flashed up as well.
Oh, Caesar's close. NT.
Himself with the stinger. PRX finding some rounds in the second half.
I thought DFM might actually be able
no, honestly, if Art can like adjust his IGLing to the meta, I think it's a roster worth watching. I don't think it's a trophy-winning roster, but like for 2025, I think it's good. He just looked really stressed last match, which is understandable because his calling was bad, but it looked like it's not that he had like the wrong calls, he just didn't have calls. He was struggling, but it's a little different.
For your team to dance around, but no, not able to.
Who cares about bonuses? You know, only every other human being that.
Really far ahead, but some great assistive utility from Jinbung is going to net a kill for.
I mean, something was trying to provide cover, I guess, but he was too late.
Got a plant to come out from PRX, a player deficit as well.
No command available, something to lurk.
Is the rule that teams with only one win cannot make playoffs still in place? Oh my gosh, that was a rule last year, wasn't it? That was such a weird rule. I don't think it's in place anymore. I think it's just the top 4. I totally forgot that was a thing last year.
Coming back in to assist his teammates around the site. PRX looking to shut down any entry from Tree, and something will end it.
This game,
Another
man.
essential 1 versus 1 at the end there for the PRX squad, who do come out on top of that.
That is a rule?
I do like the play from DFM. Really
no, it's not a
aggressive
rule.
in towards the B main side of things and catching PRX off guard. They just did not expect that one to be super quick. Devi caught out, but as quick as what happened over at the B side happened, back towards the A side, and PRX is just
dude, that was quick though.
And able to get the spike plant down, look to try and establish some solid post plants.
They do disrespect. I mean, they're just disrespecting everybody, but they are winning by 3 rounds. So. Okay, you saw the wall get set up.
But down to the execution at the end.
Yeah.
PRX 1 step ahead. We'll see though. You never quite know with this team, kind of like what Big Time was saying.
That's it.
Oh, someone was asking, is the rule that you can't get to playoffs with only 1 win still in place? Because last year that was in place because the groups were weird.
For now, they're.
So you couldn't have like a 1-4 record and go to playoffs last year.
Flashes to.
The problem is though, May is on the line. Do they use a Prowler?
But this year it shouldn't be because it's even.
I think it might be the latter with where
it's even groups. It's seeded.
And they do indeed use the Prowler with the Afros.
that is going to be a bit of a go signal.
Is it though?
Slow down, yes.
Good timing on the Nebula from GN. Locks them out a little bit. No ulti grabbed, or rather there is an ulti grab. Defy with the Steel Garden.
Okay.
Okay, none of them get hit by it.
Paranoia out from Jing as well, but
locked out again.
once again, yes.
Dude,
Arc with the
what?
salvos, crucially
Dude,
timed.
big
30
salvos. Look at
seconds,
something in
PRX,
Forsaken's
and
health.
A call for PRX. It's going to be to rotate into a site that you don't know. The
Yeah,
number
last
of
year's
players
system
that are
was,
gonna be there.
I mean,
Don't
you know,
what
we had
exact
11
utility is still
teams.
gonna
I
be
mean,
available.
A little bit rudderless, looking for the direction.
oh gosh,
but
oh
it's gonna be
gosh,
more
oh
direction for DFM
gosh.
as Akame springs out
Jian
with
even
Pop
got
Flash.
team flash
Jian
because
now
he
to
missed
hold the
time.
up angle. Jing finds some space.
Don't tell me this
10
is going to come down to
seconds
another
left for the
1v1.
spike to get
Oh my
planted.
gosh, is he going to go
The
heaven
two
again? Is
players
Devi going to
hold
come
it
heaven? Dude,
down.
May knows,
Has
man.
two Prowlers to use.
So it comes down
Hello,
to
Jinbong?
a crucial position.
Jinbong, join the
as
team,
well as
please.
the marksmanship.
Prowler?
Jing smokes off heaven.
Prowler to check if they're in tree.
and
Prowler?
tries to,
We have two Prowlers?
step
Thank
himself
you.
Forward into the smoke,
Okay,
but being
oh,
close range will quickly dispatch of his opponent.
no.
Defy now to
Art?
hold, but low HP, tries to sidestep, tries to set up a flash.
He knows he's
pulling out
low.
utility, but it doesn't
Damn.
work out. May in with a shorty to bring a round up for DFM.
Yeah, Devi already tagged up in the duels, unfortunately. Info, community.
Will Split 2 have redraw? It's a bit of a, it's a half redraw. Basically, half the teams will swap. So they're gonna group the teams into like buckets. So like 1 and 2 seed of each group, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, right? And then basically what happens is only one of each bucket swaps with the other. And that will be randomly drawn. So maybe it's like in one region it could be 2nd place, 3rd place, and like 6th place switch places. But in other region it could be like 1, 4, and 5.
We'll see. Chance for something.
It's a weird. It's also a weird format, but
Khan has to, doesn't he?
so therefore some teams can end up not playing each other at all. Actually, guaranteed some teams. Well, I guess you could meet in playoffs.
He will get ahead. An instant dash in towards Market. May still off to the other end. Blades for blades, and something wins the duel.
But now
Damn.
those blades.
Nightfall into its bunkhouse as well. So PRX continue to trudge forward to Defy,
Why are we wide swinging with no vision?
Jian alongside Akame, you don't have the numbers.
Yeah, do you consider a save here? Your money is kind of on the precipice of needing it for the remainder of the map, it would feel.
But they look for more space.
What
and that's
is going
Hetman
on?
fills in. Pop flash out, and it kind of confirms as well, but Akame
No,
sidesteps
exactly.
into
No,
the
I'm
smoke,
glad
in
some of
and
you.
out
I'm glad some
for
of you see
Defy
it. It's
to
actually a
finally
cool
knock
way
them
to
down
do
the
it.
ground.
It's just
PRX,
because we
they
never
ended up
actually
with an
see a
almost
full round
thrifty
robin, and
right?
because
Not
of
the
the
most
limited number of
sensational buy to
games,
come in towards
it
that
can
one there,
feel a
but
little
they are
bad.
able
But
to
I think
make
it's
it work
actually
on
a
the back of
pretty
something
neat
with the
way to
blades
do
yet
it.
again. And
So
who
yeah,
is
some
on the
teams, the
assisted
other teams will
mark?
just
I
remain.
will add back a good flash from Batman again. Making sure he's trying to assist for the team.
Before franchising, the partnerships was literally any team. Technically, yeah, because you just had to qualify to your challengers, and your challengers always had some form of open bracket.
But still,
I miss Benkai's walkouts. The true dinosaur.
Honestly, I think the half-team swapping is a cool format. It's just,
clears out a lot of A main.
you know, we only have 2 seasons.
Rotations from DFM to this B side, however, trying to play dirty with the judge, but something.
Playing inside of the smokes. GN with the judge. The double kill sends PRX to slight
The thing is I think DFM is going to win if both teams keep playing like this. As insane as that sounds. Because I think DFM is going to be like, oh, they're playing like they did at kickoff. We know how to do. We know what to do against this. Just meet them halfway every time, and they won't expect it.
He's going to have to
Should be
work his way around it.
impossible.
Dude, both games today are insane, but for like very different reasons. A full round robin is much. I mean, sure, but I'm saying if we're gonna have not full round robin, I think rather than doing a whole another random swap or something.
Maybe could have found May in another 1v1, but we're not in that universe right now. Great work from DFM. Art to start off technically in the kill feed onto something, so making sure you're looking after that mid gap that you did leave open. That I gotta say from Jing as well. Like while I get that you're in a 2v4, you want to try and find some timing and a gap back.
That was a clip. I saw it.
That's not the one that you try to look for.
Whoa! Double Odin?
How do you fancy Jinbong's Odin?
I don't know.
Or rather,
Don't
May.
see it too often, but May once again.
Oh, he
with
got
the
him.
A-main
Oh,
pressure.
dude.
I like
Dude,
Jin Bong's
DFM.
haunts,
Dude,
but
DFM's just.
That's the second time that he's found a success.
The thing is I don't even think they're getting hard reads. I think they're just
PRX,
kind
though,
of
not
rotating
slowing
through the
down.
playbook,
Truly
and
double
PaperX
gaming
is
still pushes
getting
in
caught by
into
it.
The B site. Armageddon will slow them down though, and something looking a little bit lost. Petman will continue to push up front. Finds a double
Patman?
kill.
Patman?
Towards the next, and he takes May down.
Dude,
A
Patman
lot
is
more
crispy.
space and timing now, but for GN just to hold the angle.
Yeah, GN, sensational work to come out from him. They're finding some good timing at the stairs.
That's
as well,
not
for
on
something
me.
When he got in
That's
towards the
not-
market, just
that's-
ill timing for
that's
something
not on
that
me.
round. And
That's
now,
GN was already
oh
set
boy,
up for
we're
that, all
starting to
right?
knock on the door of a tied scoreline, aren't we? Jing getting caught out by the horn. And then everyone trying to just get into this B site. You're starting to see
Crispy
really
has
step
been
up in a round
cooked.
such as that, showing he's also
No, Patman's
mechanical
crispy.
ability.
Perfectly
GN
fried.
stepping up when needed, right? How much have we seen him, you know, kind of fall off by the wayside on this DFM squad this stage?
Can you
Back
start
in that,
cheering for GRX?
Well, match from kickoff as well. Jin was one of those players who stepped up so much.
The
so
the
that
FNS
Pearl went
strats
the way
just
that it
don't
did.
speak.
I
So
wanna know. Why have we got Pearl as the deciding between these two when Fracture was an option? For
perhaps that's
PRX?
something that Bella can ask.
If we
Alex,
get there.
or Northern Lights. But still, for now, the timeout from Alex to
He doesn't look
save things,
as upset.
possibly.
Yeah. Well, you need
This
to,
is
right?
actually one of the
Because you're at
calmer
that
timeouts we've
teetering
seen,
point.
chat.
If this round goes DFM's way, momentum starts to shift
Yeah.
in favor. You know, you've got a little bit of.
I
missing
actually really like
components
the
in terms of
DFM
abilities or
colors.
shields, potentially.
It's a nice balance of like
Guns for
very
PaperX
classic
and
navy
the
and
power of this
orange,
map. That's
orangish
not what you
red.
want to see. I mean, this one doesn't look too good for them either, right? Light shields nearly across the board. A stinger in there for Devi. You're nowhere near. Blades back again.
This is
for
truly
something.
big price.
You have an ult command for Patman if you start to gain favor somewhere on the map. Remove your opponent's abilities and make those duels a little bit better for you.
Those are quite tricky for now.
Alex is in the fifth stage of grief.
Yeah, just playing a bit of a
Now look at this. Yeah, okay, so they're waiting.
Look to use a
The
couple
timeout
of,
has worked. They wait for any
abilities,
kind of
add
trap
some
plays,
timings
right?
around
They're
this
looking
map
to punish. Okay, nothing's
Mid's clear,
happened.
B's clear, if A main's clear.
There's no crazy ults, so you're like,
In the
okay,
middle,
you just have to
a
watch
good
out for the
service at the
post plant, the retake
And B
ult.
main as well.
You have no command. I
You start to
honestly
see Arch
think
shift a
you
little bit
use that to
towards
get
the
in and you
safe
just
side,
position
and it
yourself
would be
against
correct
the
to do so.
Cosmic Divide. I do think so, because you just got to get to 12. I don't think you... I don't want to see them hold on to this to prevent
wonder if This is
this.
going to be a situation where they try to just go up towards this and Patman.
Yeah,
moves
there
the
you
ult
go.
command. Yeah, it is.
Okay, he goes in solo,
Salvos will stall them.
and then there's the follow-up
And you
from
do
mid.
have Akame hiding inside of the smokes once again. Double kill found, and Jin shutting down Patman as
But
well.
I'm telling you, chat,
Just
if they
left
just keep
down
playing
to
like
Jin.
this, DFM knows what to do
Alongside
against
will
this.
spot out the first player, and then goes off a bit of a tear. Jin, though, trading right back. Devi now down
1v2.
into it, 1-on-2. He's low
Tagged.
HP again.
Yeah.
Spike
25
could have been
seconds.
retrieved, but you've got huge obstacles right in front of you.
As long as the DFM members here in May and Jinbun just do not drop it,
Oh, man.
they should be winning.
Trying to
this.
bait the save, maybe?
15 seconds. Devi, slow
Oh,
creeps
he
up
wanted that
off to the
so
generator
bad.
side,
He
but
thinks
has
the
to
other
get
one's
spike
coming
down,
from
and
heaven.
That's when DFM will swing to tie up the score.
Oh, I said, you know, it's going to be one of these times in the map where
No, it was
PaperX
8-4.
cannot afford to kind of lose
was
it, right?
8-4.
It's 3 in a row from DFM to push us into all rounds of regulation now for this map. And that dry contact play to just rip the null command up short, you do not have any.
Yeah, they're just never checking
clearing the
smokes.
nebulas. They go in dry. And we've seen such succession in Pacific these last, you know, week of play with players dancing around smokes, inside smokes.
I think, yeah, I mean, every
finding
team should be
multi-kill after
hiding in smokes
multi-kill.
now, and every
It's
team
happened
therefore
a
should be
lot of
checking it
times
with
now.
util.
PaperX have yet to be aware.
This was DFM's
They do
pick.
half-buying towards this
Are we
round,
at that
so at least
stage?
giving themselves the affordance
Are we at that stage of cope,
equipment in the next
PaperX
rounds.
fans?
But this one, I mean, you've got to almost win this one, right? As
It's all
PaperX
right,
start
not
to
our
push it,
map
because
pick.
DFM are starting to really figure out how their defensive side plays, reminiscent of the succession that they were getting against DRX with going in for those retakes.
the PRX Global Esports match. I mean, I think that one could be legendary as well. We'll see though. I mean, this isn't over yet. Dude, Akame is killing it through the smokes. I feel like Akame actually has a really good head on his shoulders.
Okay, gets across, but you still got to think about someone inside of the nebula.
He has a really good read on like what to do, what their value is.
But the Stinger's quack, the Stinger's quick trade. Rifle picked up. You want to get close.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 rifles. Odin, though. And you've got the flank. Oh, he's going to come through tree. Okay, that's not too bad.
Can you really get close enough with the Stinger, though, as well?
Break, sees, peek, huge. Oh my gosh, dude, Akame, holy.
Akame for 4, and that's 4 in a row for DFM, looking to win their own.
I mean, that was such a good retake, though. That was so well done on the peaks from DFM.
Pacific stage as well. They're currently 0-4-6.
What a way to keep themselves in contention for playoffs, but also
PRX disrespects Smoke so much. Stewie 2K could 1v5 them hiding in Smoke.
DFM can play spoiler here to PRX and knock them out from getting.
Is this a Valorant game or a smoking cafe? Everything's through the smoke.
For the last round of regulation.
Oof. I can only imagine what
all right, Hyper. now we gotta ask you to calm down. Calm down. The match isn't over yet.
The biggest thing, you know, for me from last week when we saw the Alex cam was the.
All right, cook some good noodles. Eat some noodles.
We were
2 rounds in a row.
You know, you're not yourself when you're hungry.
But I do believe it is something that they are working on. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an instant development. It takes a while.
Yep.
We're the worst. Okay, hold on. You can't steal that away from. Dude, that's a sick Odin. You can't steal that away from Team Secret.
At least they're sticking to these agents for now, and Devi has been doing a little bit better. But once again, DFM with these defenses, the way that they're hiding inside of smokes, the way that they're reading PRX's hits.
Well, I'm getting the game plan in that round for PRX, right? Getting Devi up into tree, essentially, ripping the Steel Garden to then play spoiler with the lesser weaponry, right? Because you're removing primary weapons from DFM, you're putting them down onto pistols where they might not necessarily have already invested in them, and you're catching them off guard. Yeah,
all right.
It didn't work.
Let's
now,
see.
Last round of regulation, an operator in for May, an Odin in for Art, and the latter.
Team Secret wins against PRX. No shot. No shot.
Something that DFM had to deal with, so allows for PRX to sneak in. But here comes that Odin spray, suppressive fire.
Dude, you can just shoot through the wall.
Forsaken, almost getting exterminated. What? They're okay for now, and Petman will stick the landing.
Seems a little lackluster for someone who calls himself an Odin expert.
Trying to play for it.
Yeah, you have to play it forward. You have to play forward. Oh my gosh. Oh my.
Still fighting, still going for that last stand to possibly push it into overtime. 1v1.
Dude, the wraparound. Oh my gosh, make it look like he's going over there.
Off to the 90 degrees.
What a play. He almost messed it up too. What a play. What a play. Oh my gosh.
Across the whole mouse pad there to try and find
oh
just
man.
spread of bullets to land on the face. That
absolute cinema, I tell ya.
So many quick kills
oh my gosh.
Battle, but that is the successive close to Ascent.
I lost 30,000 channel
points. A 1-0 victory and claim their first map in Pacific Stage 1.
Unbelievably close. It almost happened, but nonetheless, for Jinbong and
dude,
the entire DFM squad to be able to string those rounds together at the end of that second half.
Is it happening?
A couple of great moments and recognition components from them.
Dude,
as
that's
well.
what the heck? That's sick. Red Bull. That must have been merch at the Red Bull home ground.
I mean, how many times did we see DFM layer upon layer the utility to stall them out of B main?
When we say GE is the worst team, actually, in current form, GE might be.
The allocation and adjustments that
man, remember when we started this year by thinking that GE was really going to bring back Filipino gaming, and then now both Secret and GE looking rough. I still have hope for GE though. I still have hope for GE. Is PRX becoming old RRQ?
Yeah, but for me, GN is the component that really stepped up on
no,
this
I'm not. Well, I'm happy for DFM. But like, chat, this is what I kept telling
the
you.
May show or
For
sometimes,
Paper X,
the
like,
Kame show stepping up there
just
as well.
don't
It
be
feels
happy
like
if they
this is a
win.
team that's
Don't be
missed
sad if they
a good
lose
playing
until
field
at least
across the
stage
board
2.
more often
You know,
than
like
not, right?
second
And
to
this
third week
time,
of stage
we
2.
actually had the
Until
team
then, like, I'm
together.
not
They
really
were
putting
on the
weight
same
on anything.
page.
Well, could this be DFM truly coming together, or will Paper X truly fall by the wayside?
So
We'll
now
have
you
to toss it
define
back over
Filipino
to Tess to
TV.
break all of
Maybe
that
they
down.
did bring it back. I told you, every team just wakes up against us and then becomes
Guys,
dog
I
water.
do not like the looks of this as a PRX fan, but for DFM, wow, what
DFM
an
has only one
amazing
opponent in
comeback.
mind, that's
How
Paper
many
X.
times were they able to win that round, even though the odds were stacked against them, just because
Oh
of
yeah,
so
yeah. No, I
many
have that
clutch
clip.
plays?
Let me open
Where
it.
have I seen this
You can't say
happen
G is
before?
worse
DFM
because even
winning
they're
first
going through.
map,
No,
even
no.
though it was
That's why I
very,
said
very
current
close,
form
where have
in
I
their
seen this
current
happen
immediate
before?
form.
Yeah,
But I would have
last
hope
time
for
VCT
GE, whereas Team
played,
Secret I don't.
DFM won map 1 in incredibly close fashion.
So
and
that
then
that
went
would be
on
the
to
difference.
dominate
But like
map 2.
Paper X
So
is
are
the
we
same.
gonna
It's
see
not
a
like they
similar
were this bad the
Paper
whole
Thin,
time.
What do you know that we don't know?
It's just, you know, the meta shifted.
Like, where are these
All right.
predictions coming from? But they're
Let's
looking rock solid
let's
right
mute
now.
this.
He's been
Oh,
doing
what
this
the?
for
I'm
time
like,
map.
oh, I was like quite behind. Okay, apparently this is where TMV this thumbnail is something.
Meow meow, cat emoji, cat emoji, cat emoji, cat emoji, cat emoji, cat emoji, cat
What the
emoji,
heck?
cat
Look,
emoji, cat emoji, cat emoji, cat emoji.
When
cat
we watch this
emoji,
game,
cat emoji, cat emoji,
I will put on the cat
emoji.
makeup.
What? Wait, no, this doesn't explain why. Wait, this doesn't explain why. Why is he putting on cat makeup? What is going on? So he bet. What did he bet on? NRG? What was the wager? Oh, FNS's kills. A chatter bet that FNS would average 9.5 kills per map. Oh my, or average. But if TMV won, he would have gotten 20 gifted. That's crazy. I mean, Godspeed TMV. Go to 340. This is a clip. It's a clip, so it's not the VOD, which I guess you can go to the VOD. But chat, what's more important is if you would like to see me potentially make wagers with crazy makeup and such, then I need to keep streaming. And to support the stream, you can either watch the ads or subscribe to the channel on Twitch or join the membership on YouTube, where you can even get monthly membership videos. Isn't that great? So we're going to run some ads, and I'll be right back. And I'll let you guys listen to the desk.
You know, we equally saw this on the other side of the map. Also, I mean, this is like very, very well coordinated, great util, great prep work in the server, and they'll be so happy that it worked both times for them.
This is a ridiculous amount of dry running from DFM. Like, having it on both sides of the map is ridiculous with this comp, and they stuck to it. You know, I would have rather seen them change things up and put Jinbung on the Sentinel, but seeing just how much prep and how many set plays they had and how many little gimmicks, I can see why they stuck with the comp. Yep. And with GN doing a lot better on the anchoring on the Astra, they actually had that kind of pseudo-senti presence that they needed. GN was able to kind of hold down the site and be that solid force that they needed on defense, while the rest of the team was being active with the Fade KO.
Yeah, I feel like they understood their comp, right? If you're playing so many initiators, you need to be able to give and take space. Yep. And they really kind of understood that. I felt like their macro game was very solid. But then on the other side of the field, there was a man who stood out for us, you have to say. And, you know, we were doubting his performance, but the Joman.
The Joman is in.
The Jing Omen.
Yeah.
He showed up today.
I've been waiting. I've been thinking, look, Jing Omen, not looking so good. You know, it's just been Jing Omen, or I don't know, some people say Jong or whatever on the forums. Today it was full Joman from Jing, you know. That was absolutely beautiful. I haven't seen him, again, this good from him on Omen. And everybody's been saying it's like, dude, this agent should be built for him. It's got TPs, you can play the movement, you can play around smokes. It's well and truly within his skill set, but something hasn't clicked up until that game where I was like, okay, this man's on fire. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I feel bad that it took this long for him to finally find, you know, his way with the Joman, right? But on the other side, you have players like Akame who just did so well, and I feel like for DFM, this style absolutely suits an opponent like PRX because you have Akame just ready to, you know, flash them or stun them with so many utility that as they do their W gaming style.
Remember the game where DFM 13-1 to PRX? Akame was on the KO. They were playing this kind of Ascent comp style of Pearl, and thank you, cameraman. I mean,
he's making me look
someone
silly.
is very smart.
I'm pretty happy as well. I mean, we both had him in there. Yeah, for a very good reason. I mean, you're absolutely right. As a PRX fan, though, can I cry a little bit here? Can I cry a little? It's not looking too good, especially since this is showing shades of what happened in kickoff. Are we going to see such a devastating scoreline in map 2?
It was close.
It's not over.
That was a very close map. There was a lot of clutches. It really could have gone either way. Lotus is a map that it hasn't really been that successful for DFM. To be fair, it hasn't been that successful for PRX this stage either. The last time they looked good on this map was playing double duelist against ZETA in kickoff. So I want to see what they're going to be bringing and why PRX has opted to pick Lotus into this series despite the fact that it hasn't been that successful of a map in this stage for them.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I'm curious if they're going to stick with this way. Part of me kind of feels like they'll do something else. I feel like they're still managing to experiment, find different things, but I'm not exactly sure what they need on this map. But I think if you've picked this, I need to see why you have picked this.
Yeah.
What weaknesses are you seeing in DFM's game?
Yeah, I think Forsaken looked okay on the Waylay. They had a lot of pretty decent ideas, but it's really the rest of the team where things fell apart a little bit. This was one of the maps where I think Jing was on the Omen, and then Mindfreak went on the Omen later in the series, and neither of them looked that convincing on it. I'm hoping
What
that
is this copy
just having
pasta?
Jing playing better on the Omen on Ascent is going to give him a lot of confidence to bring into Lotus here, because having a strong Omen player, if you're going to play it on this map, is very important. You see how many times, like, Marco's the perfect example of it. If that dude is sitting in rubble with a paranoia, he's getting 2 or 3.
What does it actually mean?
It's so important. It's a very crucial. I mean, I would be shocked if there's no Omen.
Yeah.
I think it's.
I'm afraid to
necessary
ask.
at this point for Lotus, for how most teams like to play. So,
Yeah.
you know, I don't. You know,
see
for
some
once I'm gonna
Astros,
say it.
yeah.
I think I'm happy if Jin goes on the Omen again.
Yeah.
And you know, you'd have asked me at the start of today. I don't think I would have said that, but I thought he did good. But yeah, why have you picked this map, PRX? That's what I want to see. You know, this is your map pick now, and if you want to turn it around, there's no there's no room left. You're running out of runway, so to speak.
Especially since, you know, they have to win this series. They
Wait,
have
oh, wait,
to
how
win
did
this
he
series,
use it?
Especially since the window for playoffs
course
is
it
just
means
getting
that.
smaller and smaller. It's eventually going to close on
Yeah.
their faces, right? I don't think, though, that, like, as you mentioned, that first map was entirely bad. Like, sometimes you can
Pilsky
feel
thought
that
it was
the
an
team's about to
Omen.
just, like, snowball and just go down. But I don't feel that way for PRX. I feel like they're still in high spirits.
No, it's an incredibly close game, right?
Yeah.
It was. There was a couple of those like
That's
paper
fun.
X.
No, there's no way.
mistakes,
No,
like
there's
that-
no way
one of
Pilsky
those
didn't
cheap
know.
boom clutches where he was just getting 1v1s on short, for example.
I think that was just his way of
Flash himself
being
out
allowed to
door
say
without
it
anyone to trade. That
without
was a
using, you know,
perfect
meaning it
example
in the
of
toxic
but
way.
For the most part, I didn't get a sense that either of the teams were making huge misplays. They were both playing pretty well. They both really want to get off the bottom of the board in the group here. But I think,
I just watched the post-match. Jovi said this is the first time Jip Boys was yelling, so Cruz might be.
Lose and then win their game,
Oh.
next, or
I mean, that
end up
makes
going
sense with
1-4.
Cruz
There could
having
be a
been
three-way
out,
tie on the
you know,
1-4,
kind of take the
whereas
pressure
it's gonna be
off.
harder for DFM. Looking at the comps, though.
Yeah, I mean, we
for
didn't hear
DFM
about it,
here,
but
we are going to see
that
May
does explain
on
a
the
lot.
Neon, and you're going to get Breach and Teo with the Viper.
I mean, we'll
This is
see if
very
they,
common at the moment.
we'll
It's
see
a
if they,
very,
we'll see if
played
they
out style
stick
that
with
you
it.
see a lot,
But
it is a little bit of a change. They used to run Viper.
it might have
and
just been a
Raze, so
just for
they've
this week
changed up a
to
couple of roles.
alleviate some of the
PRX
pressure for
back
Cruz.
to double duelist. Jing on the
Oh,
Raze,
shoot!
something on the Yoru. So
The
we're seeing
Raze.
this flexibility come into play for PRX, but this is a style that
Big
was
time
so
said Joman,
historically
so
good for them.
Pilsky just got
Jing's
gone.
Raze has been talked about for years at this point. Yes. So I think he needs to show us why.
Oh, Forsaken on the Omen as well. I haven't seen him on controller yet. You put him in the controller role. Do you have any insider info, Mika?
Hey, I'm just picking players.
The
What do
foeman.
I know, right? What? The Susantoman? Right?
The Susantoman.
Jay Soman, yeah.
Terrible.
The Jay Soman.
Well, before these two analysts, respected analysts, kick me out of here because they've had enough of my antics, we are about ready to step into.
What did they play? Oh, they played the Waylay last time. That's what it was. The Waylay was actually pretty good.
Against PRX, we'll find out as we toss it to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Why, yes, indeed. We'll take a look at the antics on the
Dang,
server
new fronts.
instead.
Heck yeah. Do you
Of
think
course,
BBL can
there
qualify
are
for
some
Toronto?
interesting role swaps as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this
I think
is
it's
the first time they've
possible.
brought out the Omen, so adding another
I don't think it's
agent to his
easy.
repertoire.
I think at the start of the stage, I would have
See
given them
how
better
this one is
odds.
going to start off. Of course, for DFM, want to recognize that this comp is what Sentinels most recently played, but I think if we're sticking with Pacific, it's what Boom most recently played. And
I think EMEA is going to get pretty interesting too, though.
13-1 on.
Of course, different players piloting the agents, but right now, at least, Toxic Screen and then over rotations on
dude.
C site.
Yeah, chicken slices, some veggies, some
PRX for now still playing.
some cabbage, some onions.
You're going to see something slot in over at Rubble. 3 players for PRX in the middle of the B site, and then just Divide over at C, who's almost just situating himself for a proper retake here. Has thorns on the back of the site that he can hope to get a little bit of chipper damage through, but apart from that, it's really not going to be too much, is it?
Yeah, really quite nothing at all.
Honestly,
Tiny
your
Rose
Raise
doesn't
Omen
see
Fade
anything, so
Vice.
yes.
Are they second guessing that they might be outside of
I'm okay with
at
it.
the moment? This can give DFM so much space to
Yeah,
push
it depends
through
on how
Storm.
far they want to go. Dude, look at DFM. They're checking their
And
corners.
they can adjust where they want to plant.
Backside. Oh my god. DFM gets to holds.
Not having
Smoke set up
anyone
as well, so it
outside
takes
a
more
backside is
time
a
to
is a
clear out
choice.
back hall. DFM pushes into waterfall.
Where are we going? Where are we going, May? Where are we going? I thought we were fighting. Your team thought you were fighting.
Some trades found.
What's going
Divido
on?
taking more space up now. Akame to pull and hold. Couple of shots in, and that's Forsaken.
Oh my
trading
goodness.
right back. So some shots successful for PRX.
Yeah, DFM, it looks a little bit awkward in the duels that they want to actually try and take there, isn't it?
Yeah,
In
he's
towards
played
the
Harbor.
waterfall, it
I don't
feels
think he's
like
ever
you've
played
just
anything
got
else, right?
May
Did he play
getting
the
ahead of curve,
Astrons?
you got
Maybe he played
Akame then,
Astrons.
You know, head on a swivel in which duel that he wants to try and take over waterfall, over spawn side. Thought DFM might actually look to get a little bit more of a commanding foothold towards the C hole side of things, but instead kind of opting not to do so.
Just being able to find a successful, maybe a confident round for PRX could reinvigorate them for the rest of the map. This is their pick after all, but they are the ones with their backs against the ropes.
Yeah, and DFM choosing to start off on the attacking side as
No,
well.
May definitely
by the
panicked
way.
a little bit.
And they are buying up with the spike plant. Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for them. They are backing themselves.
Huge,
of
dude, that's a
course.
massive force
Challenge round
buy.
mound.
And PRX
Holy.
might not expect it. Of course, they were the ones forcing up last week, so never quite know.
Yep.
Oh, he
This sort of
did
scenario
play
as well, you do
Brim,
have a
I
drone
believe,
available
yeah.
hard to start to clear things out, right?
No, something's played the Yoru once or twice before
Or
this
something
stage.
away. Meanwhile, up through mid. Pillars for DFM, waiting to bust in towards B potentially, but that wall will pop.
I don't like, dude, if you're gonna force, like, why are we going B?
PRX, though.
Okay, at least he takes Baby Door.
Site. Prowlers and everything sent over. The fake out instantly dealt
Okay,
with.
now
as
they
well.
know about the force.
Watch out for the fade
Oh!
utility coming over, but Akame, so
Okay.
far so good. We'll be able to land some shots until the
They
buy
good
comes.
good
Descends upon
freaking
it.
spread and
2
distancing
more
on the
kills,
peek out
and
though.
down to just Jinboom, who, with a sheriff, attempts at fending off the incoming PRX squad. Not going to happen. 2-0.
Yeah, the full force up for them as well into the B side, but it kind of feels like no one's actually establishing any control around
What are
the
you
site.
eating?
You've got disconnections from a couple of the members
mugwort,
locked out in towards B main.
rice
The
cakes.
players on the side itself really
Or
not
rice
hitting
cake.
any shots. You got to tap on the spike plant, but
Oh, mate.
nobody from PRX bites
Not
the
by
bullet
us,
on
though.
that one, right? They wait a few seconds before
By our
ultimately
mother-in-law.
just going in together in numbers.
Numbers truly favoring PRX for now. Certainly taking a bit of damage in the economy as well. DFM having to save.
Not gonna lie, I kind of wanted to see how PRX's Waylay comp on this one that they ran against DRX would have fared against DFM, but glad to see that they are also changing things up and putting Jing back on the raise as well.
Just trying to find their rhythm.
Yeah, that's it.
Double peek.
This round, though, just
Yeah,
the pistols
good
for DFM.
bait.
And if you're playing long quarters,
Good bait by something.
long-range duels, that'll be pretty well placed for PRX.
Yeah, the Southeast Asian squad will happily play a little bit of Songkran here, but May also shooting back as well. That's quite a bit of damage if you're considering how this is playing out. As he finds the third.
Okay.
Forsaken will end the chaos for now.
You have a lifetime supplies of Notion products. Not a lifetime.
Losses to be felt.
Yeah, it makes them play with their economy a little
Decent
bit more
amount,
here and
though.
have to really dip and reinvest. But I mean, you're 3-0 up. You've got a
Funny how all the top three teams of
towards this
2023
next
champs
round,
have
so you
become
can
one of the worst
certainly
teams in the
look to
region.
see them use it for a
2023
retake if they need
champs.
to, or if you really want to get aggressive of PRX and get down and dirty.
Who was
towards
third
these duels, you
at
can
2023?
try and utilize it a little bit earlier on as well for the team to be set up.
The mechanics on
Was it loud?
He actually found the dink at the end as well.
Rubble control. 4 players for PRX around this A site, and they'll establish dominance here. Shift immediately for DFM over towards the C site, where you've already got the gate crash from something.
No, it was loud. It was loud.
Assist the weaker side of the map in case DFM opted to
Yeah,
go
no,
quite
because
quickly.
Fnatic had
Gotta watch for the rolling thunder that
the
Agane
crash
has.
at Champions in 2023.
Drone denied as well. You've got that shear wall that is in a problematic position to try and bait out as DFM. You're not running a Yoru, for example, to do that free of charge. Well, at the cost of utility. And now something is getting all the information.
Hey,
on
where
what
are we
exactly is
going? Where are we
happening
going?
around the map.
Where are we going with
Not
this?
too bad, but
We're
PRX
just gonna
rack
force
up
this
in the
fight? That
kills.
was
They're
a
actually getting
weird
traded. Instead,
pinch.
something falling to Art as well. Jing trying to
That
hold.
was-
But Agame once more with the
Why are
trade.
we forcing
Yeah, but the
that?
Spike, enough time to still have an idea for DFM on where they want to potentially end this one. Vice still available, by the way, as device, so that B sheer
Fnatic
wall
was
is
were they really
still
fourth?
there,
I thought they
which
were
would be good
lower. I
information
thought they
to
were like
PRX.
right
It
out
does
at the
end
beginning
there,
of
so
playoffs.
it's 50-50 essentially for DFM.
I guess
Little
we just all had
But
really
this
high
is still gonna
expectations
be
for
a bit
him.
of a numbers game. Can Devi fend off 3 incoming invaders? He hears them. Flashes out. Will go in to spray down the first, and with a drive-by, he backpedals and takes down Agame as well. Steel Guard into rip.
You want guns? Okay. No.
Oof.
And he has to try and establish a plan here as well.
10 seconds.
They can give it to them if they want to.
Sure enough, but still, Petman trying to deny. The Hunt will spot out his target, but okay, Jin trying to slip aside. Does spot them out though, but thankfully with the hollow setup, Petman will save the day. The Caped Crusader arrives.
Yeah, I mean, that's big from Devi to be able to just kind of hold mouse 1 and catch 2 of them
Device.
in the spray. The second essentially on the fadeaway. PRX. Dimensional drift from something, you'll see that earlier on, provide a bunch of information and attention for the team to push up through the lobby. Yes, he gets
Honestly,
traded
that
on
Loud
out, but it's
team
the trade
was
game
pretty
from the beginning
exciting.
that kind of works out for DFM, 2 versus 3. Scenario recovered for PRX as they continue this flawless run. Not getting reset on the economy either. Starting to think for ourselves as DFM, well, if you drop this here, investment round that you've got light shields for and Vandals and the Phantom, are you taking a timeout?
Thinking about it, but this is a good look from PRX nonetheless. Their mental is not shaken, but right now, DFM attempting to make something happen across Rubble as well. The Viper Wall, a drone in towards the site, and also a lot of presence around tree. PRX, though, maybe setting up for the retake.
You have Rolling Thunder. PRX should just wait, but I hope if DFM's going the vest, they don't use the Rolling Thunder. Okay. They don't.
So this time,
So now they have a chance. DFM has a chance. Oh.
Weight with the util, but exchange of ults, Quack.
And it allows for
Was that a
PRX to
reaction
slip
to the
in,
Nightfall? It was so
Forsaken
quick.
in
Maybe.
With the body shots, and you got Jing for the
Damn,
showstopper as well.
dude.
Coming out, stunned and trapped inside a tree. He just cannot get out. A majestic sweeping symphony of a round conducted by PRX.
This is rough.
Tunes coming out
This
from
is
them in that round
rough.
as well. Flawless in nature to come away with a 5th round on the board. DFM, I mean, needing to kind of step into the situation that I was talking about on the last map, right? Finding a player.
Do you think there's a reason why there are so many rounds where pros run headfirst into someone spraying down? I mean, I think it's just a matter of you're trying to get them on a, you know,
situations and
get them on a beat, but they're just spraying down. Unlucky.
Of course, something being able to do so quite quickly. He can come out with some
Obviously,
great
credit to the
points.
player spraying down, I guess.
Oh,
the
There is a lovely hunt,
stun.
but Jing somehow missing his mark as well. He was stunned up.
Yeah, taking a page out of Jim Bung's book from last map. Great little initiative play from Patman there, but just stunned. Jing couldn't get anything.
Ooh. Intentionally tripped as he
Art's like,
slips in.
don't mind if I do.
Consider at this point in time that that's a bait on it, or that it's actually real. Art going to think better of going too deep, so he's going to send the drone to do so.
Yeah, they're making it look like he's the only one in there. Jinbeng, you have to be ready for the kills here.
Really don't have any idea. You need to push
Oh,
up for that information.
Oh, but
that's
Art
when Art
somehow
will
wasn't
capitalize.
flashed?
Double kill found. Forsaken to
Did he
trade
anti
right
that?
back. Salvos then from Art to
What the
hold.
heck?
Yeah.
The spike is on the ground though.
Oh, but Patman pushing out where needed to. Art for a trade. Art on for a potential ace here. And the timing from May is gorgeous. Look at that. Slipping the net, Quack. Finding the gaps. Trying to catch Paper X.
Mind Freak is
who
benched,
get a little
yes.
bit aggressive into the B site before the spike is even established.
There's not much to do.
So that means that, you know, you don't necessarily need to see a timeout from them now because they did get the round on the board.
One suppressed.
She'll always be welcome. First loss on the map for Paper X. It happens through a bit of a trick play.
Yeah, no. Yep.
Art,
That was
the
good.
Ibaraki Ninja.
Good ante.
Being able to slip into
Did they
the
just
site.
assume the left click will stop? Well, it's because
Off
you
being
want to
pulled out
get,
this
you
round
want to
by
catch them off guard as soon as possible. And not every pro is always holding the spray,
Yeah,
right?
now you can't really toy with the smoke screens over towards
It's
the A
also
side of
like
things either, so
the
you're gonna
idea
have to
that if they're
invest in
spraying for that long, that the spray
motion
control may
GM
not be
if you
good,
wanna
so you
try
go in
and get
before they can
over here.
reset. But you know,
The A side of the map is
it's also probably just habit of like, oh, I usually like swing like after the first couple bullets, and that's probably part of it, where you just kind of instinctively swing because usually that's what you do when people aren't spraying.
For some bait plays as well, but they'll start to piece something together a little bit.
Attempting to at least, but with the op shot from something, they're thinking twice about it as well. Of course, it could be a fake, so it depends on how DFM calls around this. Art having no true idea.
They're sick of the wall getting tripped. Patman's ahead of it.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, we saw the importance of 10-10 having an operator, right? Just able to lock down the line, change it up.
Paper X has this. They got this. They got this.
Now it's just an attempt at a mid-round play in towards the B site. Something in with a shorty. Once again with the op as well. He will find the next player to hit. And Petman also preventing entry. Paper X up to 6.
Yeah, it looks a lot more coordinated from Paper
Yeah,
X
Art
as well, right?
is
The risks
an
that they are
initiator
taking
player,
to have
like
some
for
bodies
sure, through and
over
through.
at the choke point engagements, it's not too far-fetched on how they're tackling.
Can either
them,
of these teams
especially
make it
when
into
you've got a walk
playoffs?
as well, right? That wall goes down,
Yes.
Pretty pivotal for the shot to come out from
Technically.
something, and then it's just together, right? He's playing with Jing in this position, making sure that he's got trade ability, and the rest of the team is just watching the other angles that they need to as well. It's good little micro plus macro in a bunch of those engagements.
You got Armageddon. No weapons though.
More of for now. Just making some presence known. But
Oh, they're not going to check.
Away. Divide.
Oh, they did check.
But May will
But
slide
it didn't.
over.
Well, it kind of mattered.
Good shot, but still the trades found by DFM, and now some space as well. Something
Oh,
will
this doesn't look very
not
good.
quite leg a player. I thought he did. But this is then the Viper's Pit up and online. Armageddon just to create more
Huge
space
stun?
as well. Now
Huge
Art continue
stun.
to spray off by the wayside. Paper X trying to find
Oh,
more, but
what is that?
completely
The
denied
lucky
by
second
the Phantom at the
kill.
hands of Jinbo.
Oh my
Snakebite
gosh.
to burn something down as well. The second round picked up by DFM.
In thrifty fashion too, just
It's like
getting in
2023
towards that
early and
C-site very
2024
quickly,
Paper X
divide
loss.
down for the count after one, and the fact that you're able to establish
Is
a
Paper X
pick
getting the
doesn't really
EDG
give time
moment?
for Paper
Remember
X
EDG
to
waking up
try and
second
get back
half?
in there as well, right? Just trying to get in very
The
quick.
cope is
I get
so
the idea.
real.
You don't want to allow your opponents to get set up, to go for the plant, right? You want to catch them when they might be a little bit lesser, especially when they got the lesser weaponry
So
too.
these shots full of cope too.
Well,
That's
doesn't matter in
crazy.
that scenario, does it?
It's great thrifty being picked up.
Yeah, if Nongshim beats Zeta, they go no matter what. Who else makes it is a different question, but and if they lose, they don't make it.
Earlier on, of course, the decay in effect too.
No, even if the thing is that doesn't change. Even if Talon had won, they would have had to beat Zeta because otherwise they would lose the head-to-head to Zeta if they lost to Zeta.
I
So
wonder if they want to try and attack May, but he will get out of dodge. Not going to be caught by himself.
nothing has changed for Nongshim.
Does make quite a bit of noise as he does so, though. So something getting a little bit more curious now, and he will bite the bait. May to trade right back.
Yeah, lucky that May was actually really heads up to go in for that trade quickly, because there's a world in which Art
Yeah,
gets
that's
taken
a
out, and
pretty
that one
big
isn't tradable onto
trade.
something.
While all that happens, you got Jinbong to attempt at tripping more traps across C site.
The thing is, they can go back there now if they want to, right? They haven't spotted out the wall at C site. They spotted out just the thorns, which
pulls more
Oh.
rotations over from PRX,
Damn,
but
they're
as
shooting.
they do so, PRX with the peaks, they will find their shots.
NT.
Into the smoke, Forsaken trying to extend his reach. Spots out GN. And up for the Nightfall as well. The triple kill,
Wah,
a hat trick
wah, wah.
picked up by Forsaken.
Look
Yeah,
at what
great
happens
shots
when
to come out for him
PRX
there.
doesn't just
DFM
blindly
not
walk
able
into
to
smokes.
Quickly realize where he'd repositions to and get the frags. Some great duels won, right? You got the trade out there from May. The fact that Forsaken's able to find that one though onto May really doesn't set up anything. And then Jinbung was spotted over at C in the Thorns, right? So
Nice
you've
and
got
calm
the
from
idea that
Forsaken.
The rotation will come a little bit later without the rest of the team.
Timeout. A rather late
Pac-Man
timeout,
able to
though.
Find that one. This time around, though, Quack, the timeout will come out from DFM, where I was asking a little bit earlier.
As a
when they
DFM
might
fan,
pull
I would
out, but
enjoy
they
it
come
more
away
if
with the
PRX
one
pushed more
round, and they
smokes.
might feel they don't need to have a little bit of a chit chat, though. This time, a 2-7 scoreline. Yeah, you need to have a talk because this could quickly bloom out into a 10-2 half because there's only 3 rounds remaining.
Yeah, I would gather.
Yeah.
Northern Lights attempting to
Dude, I'm down for a pearl,
give the
though.
player some solution as to how they might
Dude,
deal
what is-
with something. And
Is that dog
off,
holding
but
a
at the same
ruler?
time, you gotta
Or a
consider for so
baguette?
much,
What was going on
especially
over
how
there?
PRX have been wrangling for more control across the map, right? At times it's going to be rubble and mound, and that's exactly how you
The
want to play.
Tory
keep
wants to
DFM
call.
on their toes.
Yeah, but they're always keeping
Is
you
he
know, numbers
losing
around
it?
that B side as well. Even when the sheer wall is at the front of it, they're having these timings where they are stepping out a little bit either together as a two-man.
Hold
duo,
on, this
or
is
they're
so
putting some
funny.
Prowler timing out there, or
Oh
Dawn
my
timing from
gosh.
Batman. This time you get the idea that for DFM, they'll ping.
Let me set up my audio here.
For the folks wondering where the sheer wall has been commonly placed. So I'm wondering. Is Divine gonna
He
be
said,
changing its
"I need
location
help with
or
my
not?
eyes
It's still
watching
gonna
this
be at the front of
game."
B, which it is. So there's the idea that DFM already know that going into this round now, if they want to contest with it or not. I mean, Patman's going to be there again, but to start off, you've lost GN immediately and no
more
trade.
Advances out from PRX. Yeah, they're not going to give DFM the chance to trade.
And something did just have to gate crash away from this A rubble control. He was really right at the choke point looking to get spicy with it.
Thankfully, we'll get out of dodge for now, but of course DFM
Hello.
is still staying grouped up.
Yeah, and
Save
remember
me.
something, as the dimensional
What
drift
am
here
I
to get all
watching?
the information.
How you
if
doing?
this does shift into a retake.
No, no, I'm
Bit of
not
a
doing
flash
good.
play. Will find
mean,
me.
Well,
Well,
from which
just to check if
perspective
there
are we
more
talking about?
players
Isn't
on
this
towards tree as
marginally
well.
better than
It just
Ascent?
allows for Jing to swing through with the angle being held spectacularly. PRX moves upward.
It almost looks too easy for
DFM.
them, doesn't it? When they go for a little bit of a just team play over at Mound.
What are
and then
they
you're
doing?
Forcing DFM away into the A site where something
What
meets
is it?
them at the
What-
choke. Gets
this
the
is an
information,
attack-sided
and then
map.
the team shifts back on over. DFM,
How is it
they're
so
not falling
hard for
back.
them?
They're still wanting to go towards the alpha site, and they're just not able to really even get in.
Yeah.
How did PRX
From
lose a
Sega,
map to
from
this
something
team? I mean, I
individually,
watched it happen.
Flash instead of, falling back and playing passive.
Could
They're
even
wanting
be,
to get into the
It's
duels.
pretty bad.
be great counter usage of the timeout by Coach Alex.
Yeah, of course.
Being able to throw a
The
wrench
biggest
Jinx
indictment on
DFM once
PRX is
again,
they let
going for
DFM
rumble
win a map.
control. Something is nearby.
I
He does
mean,
take
we,
the hit.
it's not over yet, TME. There's a third map to be
If
played.
DFM win this game, if DFM win this game, I'm going to lose my shit.
4 versus 4.
That would genuinely
Will
just
DFM
show how far
decide
PRX
to
have fallen,
stay
and you
around
literally
A
need to
or
just
not?
completely restart the
Sheer
roster.
box, confirmed that
Like,
they're
cut
part of it.
everyone. Cut them all.
Dang.
Does
If
cause
DFM
some
win this
question marks
game,
to the minds
cut
of
everyone.
PRX once again as
R-
well.
restart.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say that so easily. You have no idea.
If they do pivot in this breakable room, which they do, so it's on Forsaken to come up with a multi-kill.
Oh my god.
They have no idea. He hears the paranoia.
I mean, I
he
think-
hears the spike getting planted.
Who's starting on
Has a
attack
great
on the?
opportunity.
Oh
Look at the
my
trigger
gosh.
discipline now. Goes for the first and in for the next burst. You got the paranoia.
Well, because you
as
think
well as
whoever it is
Prowler
will
out
be
from the other
shit?
side as well.
Yeah,
GN
I
trying to
think
fend
so,
off his incoming
actually.
invaders, but Forsaken will
think they'll just
continue
lose
tearing
whoever
forward,
starts
just
on attack.
I
ripping
think so.
DFM asunder.
And the thing is, for Forsaken,
Two
there, at that
clueless
moment in
attack
time, He
sides.
does not overplay his hand as well, right? He spots out the planter, lets him go, wants more kills, but when he finds them, he blinds them afterwards. Lets the team get
How was
invested
ZETA
as well,
Division? I
right?
didn't watch that
A lot
game.
of
Dude,
time,
ZETA
however,
played
victories would
real
see
well.
some, big W gaming moments from PRX.
ZETA played very. They were super proactive, like across the entire map. 10-10 was going crazy. Shota was firing right from the start. It was really good. I mean, Talon didn't play very well, but I also think like ZETA just kind of caught them and just ran with the momentum. And then Talon hasn't been able to scrim because Cruz's father passed away. So yeah, so that was rough for Talon. But and apparently, so Jip Boys was IGLing. Apparently they did that for today's game. But but either way, ZETA played really well. ZETA played really well.
DFM trying to scuffle their way out of this one, but it's not quite going to happen easily. The overdrive is popped, but he is
I think if they play like that, I think the ZETA Nongshim game is going to be a super banger next week. And obviously it's for playoffs, so.
But DFM continue to brawl right back, holding Rubble.
Dig real deep here.
Oh, Davai though. Traces
Jesus Christ, end this game so I can VaporX win that one. Jesus. You're going to prolong this for me, VaporX? Really?
What did I speak about? You don't want to see this one go to 10.
It's always these games. You always have to go 3 maps.
It is always these games, honestly. The good ones always end in a close 2-0.
Managed to bring something back, to bring it into
I know why PRX are going to win this game. Because they're playing an opponent who plays like it's 2023.
DFM, though, it feels like on this exchange, right?
Oh, you mean when they were thriving?
So much space to
yeah, they can. Well, PRX can only beat teams who play in a 2023 clueless, maybe even 2022. I might even go 2022 clueless style.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, actually. You're not wrong.
Foot ahead of the other.
Yeah, for sure.
Please tell Northern Lights to at least
Why would
try.
Imagine writing on a sign like, "Oh, I'm a massive PRX fan," but they're only gonna win 2-1 against DFM, a team that hadn't won a match.
Some of those muscles, shall we?
That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. That's how much faith they lost. That's crazy.
Mate, they're 0-3. They needed to hit the server.
Well, I'm sure they're doing that as well, but for now at least.
Oh man.
Although Ascent was a really close and even affair,
I do think. I think. Like, I don't know. Art needs like. I don't know where you would even learn though, but like I think Art needs to learn to shift like IGLing styles based on meta. He's struggling so much. It's rough because he looked so stressed after their loss last week. Like you could tell that he knew like he was screwing up on his calls and he didn't know what was going on. But I don't know who teaches you that.
And well, 2 rounds, not going to cut the mustard.
Well, it's all depressing.
See how it shakes up with DFM now.
This game is just honestly depressing is the word for this game, I think.
For this Lotus, yeah, the Lotus is like the Ascent was at least hype from DFM's point of view.
No, to be fair, Ascent was DFM had some good ideas.
Yes.
And then they would get into a 5v3, and then one PRX player would just kill 3 players.
Yeah.
And then we decide where the round went from there.
Yes. But this is, yeah, you're just kind of falling over on yourself, and then PRX is just farming kills.
Yeah, this time we just lacked the good ideas for DFM to start the round up 3 kills.
Still a chance for PRX to
rotate in towards May.
Are there anyone? Is there anyone that thinks DFM wins 2-0? There's no way. Chat. Any believers? Any DFM believers?
And that's that.
Yeah, no wall just yet.
Backtracks into the A site, continues to jiggle.
What is that smoke?
Still not up, so maybe the fuel not quite there, but nonetheless,
oh my god,
still being able to hold the site.
Dude, what?
Full push from tree by PRX.
I mean, okay, to be honest though, Forsaken and Smoke's missing is nothing new.
DFM then gets to find some hot shots through the smoke.
Yeah, but the problem is this time there's no lineup to it. It's just
finding a dink. He's still pinned down by the boxes.
Just point and click.
You win this.
To assist his fallen
No
teammate,
way.
But you still need to take down these two.
No, it's Jimbing and Jian. Surely they don't lose. They're playing together.
Crash, but I don't know if that one's going to help him out too much. He fakes it. DFM knows, but they
Oh,
still
are
down
you
the
sticking that, man?
Oh my gosh.
Why are you sticking?
Yeah, what? Why would you?
Absolutely.
That was.
PRX there in that pistol. You had to see this round be gathered by DFM because they started to get
As soon as you said they're playing together.
They didn't.
Come through for something. and it's a 4K at the end
Oh
of it. I
my
mean, this
god,
moment
get us to
here,
map 3.
right? It's a 2
Get us
versus
on there
3.
quick. Don't
You
even have
the
a
double
break.
or not.
Let's just go straight in.
Oh, I'm down for that. I'm down for
no
that.
break.
Good retake there, but
No bathroom break for players. Just go right in.
having a map.
Fucking
A lot
get
of
in
the
there.
PRX guys are having a map right now.
Just another one for the books for the PRX squad. I mean, they've got 2 strong.
For me, this match literally does not matter score-wise. Just watching to see how both teams play.
I love forcing when it's 1-0, but we don't force when it's 11-2.
I mean, they are on defense.
Yeah, it's 11-2. Try and win the game.
This could go quite bad until Jink finds the wall banks to save his
You're
Hey,
literally playing for OT.
They got their one map win, man. Cut him a break.
Recovers in the end for
It's on cooldown. The next one's on cooldown. You gotta wait.
What, for another stage for stage 2? Is that how long the cooldown is? Months?
Whichever team has to play DFM in the last week, you better watch out.
As a PRX fan, I don't want to say, mean things about the team, but as a professional caster, sometimes I will say PRX, sometimes they love to shop at Forever 21, to buy chokers. I see you shaking your head. Say something.
That was...
That is so bad. PRX are not going to choke a 12-2 lead.
Hopefully not, as something dives straight in with the judge. May now trying to fight back, sliding in over from Hall, but still
Dude, what?
With the push-up will eliminate.
How did May get that
Akame
kill?
Onto the site now with the spike attempting to get planted. May tries to deny it to them.
Oh, buddy.
But Art now
Who-
also
Oh,
checking
yay.
the
DFM.
hole
Oh
from
my
DFM.
god.
What did
Oh
I
my
say?
god.
Something
Oh
now
my
easily
god.
done. Shot
Don't
and the
lose
judge
this.
Still though, able to take some shots.
I swear
The Thorns,
to
I
God.
think, took another
Alright.
DFM player down as well.
Certainly did. And now something.
What, you think he's just not gonna know that...
He doesn't have the spike.
Yeah, what? Where's he going?
What, you think he hopes... You think that he thinks you're Omen?
Oh no, he's gonna try to peek in from waterfall with the fake, but I think.
Oh, but you think that this guy can't move?
No, if this works though, dude, look at this. He's smiling. He knows there's a chance.
Tries to pull a fake with the
Oh, he had to use it early though.
to be aware, looks for the right
Yeah.
angle, and there is the headshot.
Yep, as I said,
Jesus Christ.
repositioning, you're
Who
playing
is
a
that
long
with
game
the
there,
Guardian
right?
as well?
11 HP that
You
something
should try
has
out for
there.
DFM.
Shouldn't be losable. I was gonna say the round almost looks like it was gonna be done with the situation.
Tell him this.
What?
DFM would still beat half of EA.
The trades start to come on out. You're getting good
All
establishments
right.
until
Somebody thinks that
there's just
DFM would
two
still
good
beat
kills
half
coming
of
from essentially
EMEA
our
right now. What do you say?
And the Thorns
What?
get the trade, and then the one versus one
That
at the
you
end.
are
But
so
good.
trolling.
And sure, this
DFM,
with one player as DFM, it has a bleed on effect coming
maybe.
into this
No,
big
no.
round.
DFM
Guardians,
would be the
3
worst team in
kills
the EMEA.
total.
They wouldn't beat
It's
Koi.
also not the most
They would be
No
the worst team in the
shot.
EMEA.
But
They would.
got a
They
little bit of ground
absolutely
control now
would.
established.
You think they could have beat Koi?
In towards the
I don't think they could beat Koi.
Whoa.
What about?
At least with the satchels,
Honestly
will
though,
find a must
DFM
kill.
versus
Now
Apex,
to
Fluorescent
Jake for the
versus
trade.
May would go hard.
Good timing on the salvos from Arts to at least
Yeah, May dropping what?
team to also
Fucking
rotate over.
another
Yeah, you gotta
11
pull
and
for the utility
15.
on Akame, but still,
Hey man, it's
You're
been
thinking
a
about the
rough
May of last year, not
2025.
this year.
Went down.
He has been really rough this year. We were just talking about that. It's
knows where PRX are hiding, and
He's
that's
not- he doesn't have the
closer
carry
towards there.
potential.
May kicking things off. We'll be able to find the first hit.
Bro, end this
Divido in
game.
for the double
DFM, stop.
trade, but
Stop.
just yet another
Go to
damage
map
continues
3.
coming out. The trade
Wait,
protocol
you just said
favors
2 rounds
DFM.
ago at least try to win.
Certainly is. You want to see some pass marks from
Yeah, but they're not trying to win. They're trying to play for OT. They're not going to win. We know, you know, I know, everyone knows. They are just wasting our time.
Devi with the steel guard and coming in towards this next round, which can put them just onto the pistols and potentially win out in a tricky
I'm
fashion,
down.
depending
Listen,
on the
I'm down for
force
OT
output
if
PRX
DFM
want
wins
to go
it.
for, but if they
I'm down
also
for
wanna
it.
Make sure that they are closing this map out properly. You might just see them play on the side of caution for a round, right? They
TFM is solid 8th in EMEA. Chat, listen, I'm not gonna say this on Discord, but I don't think TFM is solid 8th in EMEA. Chat. EMEA's got some fraggers, man.
As I say that, DFM
Come
are
on,
stacking up
PRX.
on
You're
ultimates of their
better
own.
than them.
Rolling Thunder and
Go and get
Overdrive
Razor.
for May as well as Akame.
Or not.
Orb to be gathered, not by Jing. So no showstopper in this round, but you put Patman one.
They'll have both
Nightfall.
ults next round.
That will come.
Can Chobra tell me where he buys his drugs from?
A bit of stalemate until the drone that is, but it is just one player. So some information for DFM.
I don't know if they ship internationally, but you're free to check out notionmall.com.
Yeah, these are the sort of strange rounds that PRX are going to try and keep DFM questioning where things may end.
Yeah, trying to slip into the A site, but quickly dealt with, dispatched by Akame.
Oh my goodness.
Well, just anchoring down B.
Bro, by an area.
Oh my.
Jing in with the movement. Rifle swapped on over to the healthier player, and that is Petman. Jinbung though still swinging.
Who's
now,
dead?
finding Petman by the back. Forsaken slips in, but ultimately it's the spike on the ground. Jinbung has held the angle.
Oh, the distraction.
Forsaken, I don't think he's going to be able to get the spike here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jin can do as well. He's getting converged upon. And that's now
Is it a
just
problem
down.
that I was scared for a second there that DFM might fumble this round?
Oh no, that was very fumbleable of them.
Yeah.
They had multiple of these situations on Ascent, and it always ended in a 1v1.
True.
Not gonna lie, right? Maynard down for the count.
You can see that boom beats half of EMEA. Oh, for sure. Half? Well, I think confidently Boom would be in playoffs in EMEA. Probably half. I don't know about the top teams though. I mean, yeah, I guess so. They play so different though.
Your Fashion Patman one away from the Nightfall, which now you do have. You had an investment of the Rolling Thunder in that round from Akame, but you've picked up.
No, they have messier maps, but they also have like no, they have messier maps, but
It's this round. This is
it's
the
not
round
like
they win.
DFM.
They have ults. Surely you win this.
Spotted out by the Prowler at least.
I mean, thankfully for them, DFM is starting to play like their old selves again and not push out.
You can spread back towards A. When you hear this drone,
Oh, clueless, no info DFM.
Dude, they were playing it so well on Ascent. Like, what's going on here?
Interested around this A side to have Akame ready still with fault line.
Oh my God, Chobra.
An early fault line and
Oh my God.
Armageddon investment. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it doesn't quite hit anyone. Meanwhile, the Nightfall plus the Showstopper.
Oh my.
Oh my God.
Oh my
He's playing a different game. He's playing a different game.
Trade. May in with the overdrive as well.
Dude, what is that
quickly.
That is utter tomfoolery that has come out there from Akame. Cannot believe it. A
Dude.
Have a secondary gun? What is he doing?
No, dude, he was 100% farming highlights.
Oh my God.
He's like, we're losing anyway. I might as well get a clip in.
That allows him to anchor down the site a little bit more effectively.
They might not
He will
lose.
send out the stun as well for added measure. PRX though looking to dive straight in. Art with the sidestep, but Davai will find his target. Oh, Jien spots up by the back, but Davai for the flick. It's just Jinbung and May now.
Fucking end this game.
wow.
End this game, please. You need to win one attack round with double duelist on Lotus. Just fucking go C. This is so hard, PRX. Holy fuck.
Yeah, wait, they don't even have Vice. What's going on here? It's just the Viper. Go see.
No Sentinel against double duelist. Come on, we can do this. You're getting knifed.
Strange rounds, fun rounds.
Why did he run in with his knife? Oh my gosh.
In the map just yet on the 4 in a row.
Is it fun,
DFM have found?
Oh dear.
Did you enjoy that one?
I enjoyed that one.
Oh, Chad, how we doing? How we holding up? If DFM win this map in OT, can you oil TMV up?
That honestly is a great sign.
I'll be down. That's amazing.
Oh, they've changed their signs now. They had ones that were supporting PRX before.
Who's the angry one?
That's so funny.
I'm sure the angry one's Alex. But who's he yelling at?
It could be anyone.
Could be anyone.
Always knew Lotus was a defense side.
Seriously, let's say that.
Always has been in Pacific.
You know what? Let's say PRX don't make playoffs.
Right?
What do they do?
For PRX to try and close this map.
I don't. Honestly, I don't think they are gonna change any roster.
You don't think so? Like,
no, because Patman entered like halfway through stage 1, and
on the board time and time
you know, I don't think they do.
Ultimates neutralized on both sides.
I don't know how I
so
feel about that, but I don't think they
perhaps
do.
more of a chance for PRX.
I think more ultimates wasted on both of the sides.
Okay.
Really, an Armageddon thrown in for naught.
That's
You know,
one
a
way to put it.
showstopper whipping its way.
I mean,
trying to be
yeah.
nice.
Who would you even? What would you even change though?
We got no nice
What are you gonna do? Pick
I
up
don't know.
5 new
Everything-
players?
Everything. Blow it all up.
First
Blow
it's
it
just a game
up.
of violence.
Keep Forsaken. Cut
It's
the
not
rest.
just a game, this is a way of life.
Yeah.
Batman, I don't know.
PRX
Maybe
way.
keep him. I don't know.
I don't know, man. The way he was doing friggin'
The Prowler
solo
now,
Q
though,
flashes
it does
nonstop on
tag
his
May
head.
up, especially the
Rough.
stinger that follows it.
Again, stalled from getting into the side itself, at least for now. And if you want to try and exploit
The
out
old
this
just
one,
send
well,
it be. Always works.
Oh, and it's just a Kami to hold the
Helps
off
if
angle.
we,
Jingo at least will be able to relay forward. May now finding
have
a
smoke
shot from
in
the
heaven.
angle that he has.
Uh-oh.
15 HP
Low
though.
HP, but still some damage. Jinbung now affording assistance from A-Link. Jing trying to push back in.
Does
but
it
to no
always work?
avail. It's just Defy, who was way too far
Ay,
separated.
what are we doing here?
Gotta be careful
Why
with
are
the
we
line if
still
he does
watching
go
this
up.
map?
He is holding something with the operator, but he looks away. They don't know where Devi is.
Defy could slip
Where are you?
through.
Where?
I'm
what
not
the?
quite
What
sure
are you
where they're
doing?
looking, so
It
the
worked
slip
for you,
forward,
but
GN
you have the
will
spike
land
on
his
site.
shots.
Where are
It's
you looking?
DFM
Where are
still
you
hanging
going?
on by a thread, but they are surely climbing up.
And then there was 7.
Why? Why would you
Trying to
ever
get
do
in towards
that?
the site quickly.
Like, you
The
could have just
wall
lost
as
the
well,
round
trying
for
to
no
create
reason.
A bit of decay, but it's May. 15 HP doesn't matter when the operator is May. And as long as he doesn't overstep, really, you know, he's not giving PRX away to get back into that round. So 2 surviving yet again is a-okay. You're starting to build up, you know, economy.
Please, PRX, please. This should not have even been this close.
All right, they got your ult. They got your ult. All right. They're gonna make it look like they're going C, or they're gonna go A. Classic. Never mind. He's tagging everybody towards the A side. What?
did.
If he
I got
wanted to, that's...
Oh my god.
How has he got
Now
away
they-
with that? It's a paranoia. It's a knee
Wow.
side.
They
He
cancelled
has
all
some
day.
sort of vision.
Took a little bit of time for the
Like, just do a
Odin to
beat
wind
split.
up.
Come on,
Yeah,
it's so simple.
possibly, but still, nonetheless, good pickup for PRX, now trying to regroup themselves.
Yeah, they're setting up
DFM
for
trying
it.
to retain
That's
control
good.
over the map, but the clone,
Yeah, they know that someone's
we're
in trade,
doing it
more
f-
importantly, right?
more question marks. Jinbung, though,
Honestly,
great timing
that's
for the Viper's pick, but has to backtrack
that's
out of there
fine.
because
Yeah.
of the
Honestly,
Prowler.
Yeah, he's got
don't
the
care.
space. He's got to almost give up the pit here. Paint shells will keep him at bay. He needs to get in it, but it's dirty. He doesn't exactly know, and now
He will
this
slip
flank
to the edge.
is looked after by the shear.
And that allows for more PRX players to really surround the site.
Oh no, Devi.
Spots out GN, something denying
It's
entry
fine, it's
by
fine.
May. This
They got a
could
kill-
be
they got a
it.
kill in heaven.
Jinbung still keeping inside of it.
GG,
Devi holding
right,
down
let's
the
go
back line,
home.
but still
All
can do it.
right.
Jin will be able to hit it.
Take
And
us
off
to
to
Pearl. And
Forsaken
DFM,
now.
I want a
Just a
13-1.
Kami left. 1 against 5, and he starts things off decent.
Pearl.
But not
Ay,
quite.
ay.
PRX finally end the map. It's 13-7, almost went downwards, but still, they move forward.
It's a pretty comfortable scoreline if you look at
Oh,
it from
wow.
the outset, right? But you got to consider
One
that
more.
the 5 in a row that DFM managed to find just there.
Who do you think's gonna win?
Right? It got to 12-2.
I mean, at this rate, PRX. I think. I don't. Yeah, I'll go with PRX. I guess.
Sigh of relief that this series isn't over. They've not won any of their series clean.
But like they,
I'll admit,
if
right,
they
they've
had
all
closed
been
out
2-1
earlier, like
so far
100%
against
PRX.
DRX,
But
Genji, and Boom Esports.
dude, I don't know,
And
man.
now, of course, they are looking to
But I think
bring
DFM's pretty
next
bad at
map
bouncing
into
back.
this series to
So
have the dream of playoffs continue.
I don't know. It feels like it's a dream.
TMV, would he cast a tourney between All Gamers, DFM, Koi, and Furia for 50K?
What happens? I mean,
Is that a legit offer? Are you offering me 50k, or is that for the teams getting 50k? I will definitely do that for 50k.
Yeah, I'd do it for cheaper.
Yeah, I'd do it for less, honestly.
Yeah,
I would.
for sure.
Really, right? 2 times out of 12. So just good positioning, good adjustments from.
It's all about round count.
You know, they were able to pretend. You know, they
Chat, I'm not. I'm not cursing PRX. Oh, 50k Korean won. So $50.
Into our final map of Pearl. What's the last time that happened on Pearl?
Maybe not as much.
Bingo Ringo. So we'll see how that all shakes up, because for now we're gonna have to toss it back over onto our desk to break down the action that just went through.
DFM is winning this game, trying to minimize the round loss numbers, and when GE loses to PRX next week, it'll be a 3-way tie without the Pacific Lures.
We are definitely looking forward to that map 3. 3 that
How are you
has
feeling
a lot
about
of
Boom?
history,
Boom's
but
looking
before that,
great.
even this map
I mean,
has
Boom's
quite nervous
looking
for
top
both teams,
dog
actually.
right
Had
now.
DFM even have a little bit of a comebacky streak in those final rounds, but
Siggy's
Paper
trying to
Rex,
get everyone to
they
hop
just had
on
so many
board the
rounds that
Paper
were
X
impeccable,
train.
and we had shades of
Dude,
that
that man wasn't even confident enough to vote for them
Got
as
one word for you. Bingo
his
Ringo. That's exactly
hot
how I would
topic
describe
stage 1 winners.
Paper X. You know, it was very dominant in the first half, and it did start to slip a little bit. I thought.
All right, chat. We're gonna run some ads. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then if they haven't started yet, which they might take a longer break, we'll do some time guesser. BRB.
Since the last time they played. And I was very concerned about a lot of the roles going into this series. For DFM, it's been my major gripe with them. But Akame on the flash in here, Art's back on the info in here, and then you got Jim Bung on like a pseudo senti, he can lurk a little bit, and GN on the Omen. It didn't work out for them, but I think that these roles and this comp actually makes a lot more sense for DFM. They just had too slow of a start in that first half, and PRX had just such a strong handle on that defense.
Yeah, something absolutely lit up the server as well on that Yoru. Managing to bring out the op too. I feel like DFM just could not find the answers for what PRX were doing. Yeah. Apologies on that first half.
Yeah, it's good to see Forsaken going on the Omen, and is there anything this guy can't play? He's like the ultimate flex player. He's white. I think all of us picked him as the flex player for our teams, but it's just kind of ridiculous. Like previously, PRX, their biggest issue I felt like in some of the previous series was that it felt like no one could play Omen on this team. And in this series so far, we've seen 2 pretty good Omen performances from different players.
Yeah, it's very, very encouraging for Paper X as well to have this kind of performance on Lotus, right? I do feel that DFM was handling Paper X quite well, even on some of their best rounds, right? They were just overpowered by, Paper Rexy quite things at the end, but this wasn't too bad from DFM.
Yeah, looking at some of these replays, I mean, this is what it feels like to play against Paper X. These kind of rounds where you haven't even got the spike down and you just get bombarded by utility. I remember sitting in the coach sheet, and I'm sure you've seen it as well, Morgan, where they just bombard you with utility and run at you. And watching the player POVs, you're going to each player, they're flash, they're getting run out, they're dead. The next person's flash, they're getting prowled, they're run out, they're dead. This is a perfect example this round of how to fake pressure on one side of the map. You see the Omen smoke on one side towards A and front B, as well as an I. Something runs up with the TP, and then you get this C trap on the other side. What you're trying to do is funnel the attackers towards that C side of the map and then be able to catch them with the trap. And by the time DFM have pivoted back to A, you've already got multiple players rotating in, and you're flooding the site before they can even get comfortable.
Yeah, we would call this masking. So you're essentially sort of pretending that your A side is strong. So if you're DFM, you read the strong A, you go C, and you walk straight into a trap. That's good macro game planning from PRX. That's good IGLing to understand how DFM are going to react. And I think that all leads together with the cracked individuals that this team have for a very dominant map win.
I mean, you got something as that solo A player being the person behind the masks, so to speak, and he has a TP up. So if they take A, he can just TP out. It's kind of similar to what some people have been doing with Waylay, but you can do this with the Yoru as well, where you're not really risking much on that A side of the map. And, you know, after running a successful C trap, you get a man advantage and you get the entire map because you smoke front B, you open the door, you've got all of C, you've got all of front B, and all of a sudden this 3-lane map is getting very cramped and very small, and either DFM have to run back to A, which you already got PRX flooding into, or they have to spend a lot of time in util re-clearing the front B and the C lanes, and then you've got to open the door. At that point, there's like 30 seconds left in the round. Yeah.
And it just goes to show how well Paper X were able to manage this Lotus, right? But we are now going into Pearl. And as our casters mentioned, this was a very historical map.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13-1.
That was in kickoff.
That was in kickoff.
And we're not looking at any of the kickoff data, but here in stage 1, this has been not a successful map for either one of these teams, although they are doing some similar things. You see the Astra as the choice of Smokes, the Vice as the choice of Senti, and they're both playing Yoru, but the difference of flavor is Chamber versus Phoenix. So obviously Jing on the Phoenix, Ace on the pistol. Didn't do much after that, but he's having a much better game today. Although he didn't have as much impact on the Raze, there wasn't really much for him to do, to be honest, that game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Phoenix is a comfort agent for him in the same way that, his Raze is. So I would kind of expect to see them run this kind of composition again. For DFM, that Chamber has been a huge part of what they're trying to do, putting it on Akame, but I can't say I'm a fan.
I don't know if I like it. They lost against Global, and it was kind of like a fake close game in a way, where like it felt like they were always coming back towards the end of it. But I felt like Global was always kind of gonna win that game of Pearl. DFM's been through 3 comps at this point, and this is another comp that I'm not sure fits them that well. Although Art is on the comfort agent of the Init. But what I'm worried about if I'm DFM is Batman's on Fade. Yeah. And he was owning Fade on Lotus. He seems very comfortable on that agent, and I think it fits his style very well, because it's not a 3-lane map like Lotus, but Pearl has some elements of that where you've got Art and mid doors, and you know you have the other 2 lanes of like B long.
Okay, we got some time. Time gets through real quick. Just a couple rounds.
That's why a lot of teams play double Init. You either have to dry contact in it, or you spam Prowlers and Fade Eye. It helps kind of simplify a lot of the decisions and kind of trade down util with the defense.
Yeah, I like the Fade a lot on this map, but what do you think for DFM? Do you think you want to see them stick with the chamber? Do you want to see a change? Because right now, if they lose this map 3, they are eliminated from playoff contention.
Festival is this?
So your back is against the wall.
Wait, I've seen this in a...
You have to win this map. What do you want to see from them?
Anime.
I want to see them play that kind of like Ascenti style with the Inits and things like that. That was my favorite iteration of their Pearl. It's the iteration that they 13-1 PRX last
This looks like Notre Dame?
Like
no way.
Won enough rounds against
Global that it's like an Arabic type text type
like
deal.
Confidence, you know, even though I don't feel like that was ever
I just saw this in DMV stream. Oh, well, that's cheating.
That wasn't so bad, guys.
It's like you feel like you did a good job, so I guess this is okay.
It says 11 rounds on the scoreboard, guys. That wasn't so bad.
But surely they can't underestimate PRX like this. I know 13-1 last
Dude,
time, right? But
I have no.
Kind of write that off as like, okay, maybe that wasn't really what we were supposed to
No,
see.
I mean just be honest. If you've already seen it on someone else's stream, don't say anything.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought that was. Is that a flag?
For PRX, I wasn't super convinced.
Doesn't look like a flag.
Like something on the Yoru, but he looked much better on Lotus.
Turkey?
I think the most convincing elements of PRX
feel like Turkey.
I felt like Forsaken was great on the Vice and Patman was great on the Fade. Those were the best 2 players for me, really. And then I think there's a lot more potential you can get over.
Iran or Pakistan seems a bit more likely.
After that ace of the pistol, I thought PRX was going to steamroll, but they slowed down a lot after that. So we'll see. They are seeming like they're in better form. I mean, something's got to feel good after that Yoru on Lotus. So I'm imagining he's just going to slam the Yoru on Pearl and be off to the races.
It's also really nice to see the difference in the mental for PRX,
Turkey?
right? When they lost a close map 1 to DFM in kickoff, they then crashed out.
Turkey just uses
we didn't see that. If anything, they were very
other things,
dominant
right?
in that map too. So the mindset has to be much better for them for PRX.
Let's try.
Like they must be in a better space.
Let's
now
try Iran, I guess.
You should be able to carry that confidence through to map 3. So it's really nice.
I mean, it seems pretty urban.
From kickoff.
Like the street's huge. You don't think it's a capital though?
Right? The very telling space in between map 1 and map 2.
I think it could be.
And the fact that they were able to bring like that full PRX style
like on the
back
side?
into Lotus, I think is very revealing of how they're going to be playing on this map. I hope
what are we
I
thinking?
didn't jinx it by just declaring that. But again, going into
we got
this
phones,
map,
we got smartphones.
Well, have some tricks up their sleeve. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep up pace with this kind of PaperX the same way they were in
I'm gonna go with
because, again,
2015.
That was
It's
a very
Mars.
different side of PaperX that was playing Pearl.
Bounce around a burning tent during Ashura commemorations. The burning tent is part of a symbolic reenactment of the Battle of Karbala.
Tend to like it.
Huh. Oh, that's pretty close.
A lot of teams go towards double duelers on the map, and PRX, a little bit of a change here. The core of the comp remains the same.
They're bringing.
But you're getting something on Jet instead of Yoru, so he wants to.
All right, they're bringing it back, old school style. All right, let's do one more real quick.
But it looked good on Lotus, but we'll see how he goes on Jet.
Yeah, we still got the chamber.
DFM not really making
what
any
the?
changes. We're still seeing this chamber come out from Akame.
This feels
Sentinel, so
like America.
The roles are more consistent.
You got Texaco.
But May on the Yoru has it all to do. He's facing
Wait, what does that say?
On the other side.
Yeah, well, Comfort is the name of the game for both of these
teams.
It's
very old America.
Who takes this
Where
series
though?
And who gets even more comfortable going into
out of the
playoffs?
mountains, highway, Midwest, or Texaco? I don't think it's East Coast.
This is it.
Vegas? Maybe Vegas.
Time to rewrite
maybe
history,
old Vegas.
chart the course forward.
and take destiny into our head.
No, Old Vegas is a good bet. Let's go with Old Vegas. Where's the strip on Vegas? I don't even know. Okay, we got to go into the game, so let's just go with
take the 4th seed slot out of this group. We will
1972. It was the strip. Oh, the strip's on the other side. Oh.
Map number 2 going PRX.
Well, I mean, it's Vegas, chat. Not all of America looks like that.
DFM. Close map, we'll admit. New map here. Different look for something as well on the jet, but for starters, Divide is going to be...
Yeah, Vegas was a good shout, whoever said that.
Black Pearl, if you're losing,
It gives you Cars vibes.
well,
That's what it is. It does look like Cars.
So what? Third different controller player.
The best animated movie ever.
Something.
Oh, yeah.
Cloudburst, but what is the problem right
Question.
now is the DFM pushing
Why is
all the
Divide playing Vice on Lotus, but Forsaken is playing Vice on Pearl?
It's just such a good read.
Also, what the hell is this wall?
What? I mean, yeah, what?
Yeah, and as I said, playing with the Blaze Wall as well, you know, that's what...
Dude, this is what happens when you...
The sheer yet.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
40 seconds as well, so at some point something's got to give. Petman at least will try, but Akame,
This is usually what happens when you didn't have enough time to get your lineup right in range.
As well as Forsaken just waltzes forward, bites the dust. And,
No, seriously. I'm always like, screw it, just make this wall.
We'll get the job done. DFM with the pistol round.
Are you a Vice player?
I play Vice. I play a lot of Sentinel every now and then. Sentinel's probably my... At this point, it might be my most played.
They're not at the front of the pack. They're almost at the back of the pack.
You do give off Sentinel vibes, I think.
Yeah, everyone says that. What does that mean?
Unfortunate.
I don't know. I don't know.
That I'm a dirty little lurker that plays a rat.
I mean, sure, maybe DFM looking a little bit up and
yeah,
down
like
sometimes,
calm.
but for Akame
Yeah,
to
like
stand
just
up
like
at
Oh,
this
not
level,
like yeah.
overheating, chilling, like just like
thanks to confidence from before.
Sure. Yeah.
just sitting, on your camera, just fucking chilling whilst everyone else is chaos, and you're just like.
No, I love those rounds when I'm just watching my game and it ends, and I'm like, cool.
That's the judge. Oh, and there's the
Aye. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, and now 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, I'm good.
Struggle to find even a single.
But to answer your question legitimately, I think it's just whoever they want to have actually lurking. That's what Forsaken's playing.
You want to do so when there's a bonus.
That is my assumption.
You've got the big weaponry here to play, but I think for me, I need to see some good fundamentals early on this map, right? Like, yeah, there was a 13-1 in the previous.
The same could be said of controller mains, but the controller mains oftentimes you're being like berated by your team though, right? You're like, everyone's like, carry the spike, put up the smoke. Like Sentinel, like literally one of the reasons I like playing Sentinel is because like,
but that happens, right? You'll learn from your mistakes.
most of the rounds I cannot care what my team is doing.
That's what they've been trying to do throughout the course of these 2 maps that they've already played here.
Take things one step at a time.
Yeah,
and that's
going to be steps.
Kame.
You don't think Forsaken lurking is good? Forsaken's a pretty good lurker, to be honest, especially on Pearl. He's got good history.
Take him down.
10 HP to spare, but most importantly, a body available.
No, Astra can be good at lurking, but Astra also always has to like worry about timings with the team as well, right? They probably want Forsaken to be very autonomous. Same thing with the Omen. Like Vice can lurk on Lotus, but the Omen can like the Omen has to put up smokes for the team, but the Omen can do a lot more things like on his own.
The Vi holding back line, but
and when you said whoever starts attack will lose.
Yep.
This could very well be the bonus round for DFM.
I think DFM just understands how to defend against PRX, but like they lose that confidence when they're attacking.
Now it's a 1 versus 1. It's got to be the timing.
This might be the first ever 12-0 to 12-0.
Makes a step, tries to bait out the peak, and he will collect on the headshot. PRX just stumped. It's a 3-0 with a bonus round picked up by DFM.
Yeah, that's rough. Just dancing around.
So what's your preferred outcome here? DFM winning or PRX winning?
Very self-sufficient, really. You know, when you consider that it was first casualty over the way of
probably a DFM win, I think, for the narrative.
Okay, yeah, because we at least get the narrative.
And then the late lurk from Jinbun completely unaccounted for. You need
I'm alright with that.
PRX give themselves some space. You need to see them play on the back of these Prowlers, on these Haunts from Patman, right? When you're playing this double duel.
You see that shout out you got from the Korean fan?
You potentially even got to consider using some of the utility.
I heard it was the PRX social manager.
Oh, is that who it was? I didn't see their face.
I would say that they are getting what they deserve.
Will continue to try and hold and keep them invested, but also for PRX, kind of getting shut down. The rifles definitely far superior.
Oh, that's so funny. Dude, what is going on?
Dropped Jing trying to recollect, but it's just a stinger.
Oh, this is rough.
But that is it.
Yeah, they can enjoy being the little worst team in Pacific.
But the Odin will be retained in toward the next round.
Bring back my Benkai. Chat, I don't think Benkai fixes the problems here, though.
You got to remember it was the 5-0 start over on Lotus for PRX that kind of made things question what was going to happen in that map, right? DFM able to answer with one back, no timeout.
If they lose 13-1.
This time, however, I don't think
maybe they do even better. Maybe they lose 13-0.
Relying upon trying to find the next round without any coach intervention.
Then what would you do?
If they lost 13-0?
Get involved with the team,
if they lost 13-0 to DFM.
I mean, I think that'd be sick for DFM. Sorry, PRX fans. But I mean, I'm like so done with PRX until stage 2. Like, I've been done since like week 1. I'm just like, all right, like this team, like I'm not gonna put any weight whether they win or lose. Like whatever. You know, stage 2 is when I'll start judging them, good or bad.
Why does the DFM coach have an America's hat?
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if it's the composition, but PRX haven't.
A little shout out for the league where they could get a better placement in.
Really need a bit of a lifeline.
He's like, I thought we were in Americas.
They lose this. They're not completely out, but it still just really, really minimalizes your chances of making it to playoffs. And what was you mentioned it before?
You'd be relying on other teams to do some things.
Just asking, where's Mindfreak? Mindfreak requested a short leave, like a break, to go home.
You get into this series. There's tape on Fracture if you're expecting it to go there, sure. But you're picking Pearl with the idea that you have a complete good idea on the gameplay.
Yeah, Benkai was lovable. That's true.
Right? If you're trying to get revenge in a series, yeah, sure.
And IGL fixes things, but like he wasn't able to IGL them properly even in 23. So it's like, you know, that's where I'm like, I don't know if that would really fix it.
The timeout, a wide swing, and something will.
Chat, you forget that an IGL doesn't automatically fix it. The team has to listen to the IGL, and then the IGL has to have good calls. DFM has an IGL. And no offense to Art, like I think Art could do it. He just needs to like really expand his horizons.
But there is some presence on B site.
At least they don't need to contend with any of the Vice utility that's surrounding the A
Well,
side
yes,
there,
he was
right?
benched. I just mean that like he was in the coaching booth last
week,
week, and then he requested to go home.
If you're going for a street split, well, there's going to be numbers. There's going to be
Well, the benching happened last week. Like I guess they never confirmed that it was like a forever bench, but he was in the coaching booth last week, and then he requested to go home, which would imply that he was benched.
Close by. And for a bit of a hug, the flash though will support PRX for now. Jing and something taking numbers against DFM.
Classic Forsaken peek on the lurking mid.
Hold up inside a CT, trying to mark the angle. It's just exits for now.
Much better from PRX in that round. Maybe
yeah, I mean, honestly, for Mindfreak, though, like, he's been doing this for 3 years. You're away from home, right? You're overseas. If you know you're benched for the stage, like, I think requesting a leave is totally understandable. You know, obviously you could argue, like, wow, doesn't that kind of make you even more detached of any chances of, like, getting back in? And, like, yeah, maybe, but it's also, like, these guys are away from home for... you know, 6 to 9 months every year, and like you're getting flamed no matter what you do. Your team's not doing well, like you're stressed out. I think it's understandable.
You got some ultimates on the side of DFM now, so economy not too big of a factor. Tour de force deployed in. PRX begin things by scouting out A main once again. You also have
I mean, chat, Texture only got his big break after he joined GE for a year. Come on.
Currently leading quite convincingly in terms of first kills in this series so far, but not able to further extend that for the moment.
Kami still undetected as well. One op shot found, and PRX, considering that maybe there were some rotations pulled over.
Well, Forsaken on the lurk mode at the moment, going to be spotted on out. Can he find anything? The answer is no. It's an immediate call for a dimensional drift from May as well. They're going to find out that no one's home at the A site, which puts cause for concern a little bit over toward the likes of Jinbung to buy some time with the Thorns first, get more of a rotation for the squad, which is really nice.
Yeah, May close by as well now. He's able to hold down the line, but for Jing, run it back available. Will use and abuse it. Taking down Jinbung and clearing out more space. Doesn't spot too much out though. And that's going to be Spike Plant for PRX.
Going to go in for the retake though as DFM in the 4 versus 4.
You also have Cosmic Divide. Something to hold the angle. Takes down GN. Great little shot being found as he repositions for possibly a second.
They can go for this. DFM can go for this.
Finding Petman. We'll see if the rest of PRX
Do they know? Do they know that Art's here? Oh, they do now.
And now for Divide to be able to hold down the ground until something falls to Art. The Odin still an attempt.
Oh, Jesus.
Until Divide shuts it down. Repositions back into Hall. Akame close range.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Realize just go B. It's fine. It's fine.
Thinks of
I mean, it's
flashing
not
it out.
a great plan for him, but, oh.
Toward a force
There's no
close
way.
range.
It's not fine.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. What?
Dude, I thought it was past time because you said it was fine.
How they managed to come out with a Red Bull clutch in that one. I
said it's
PRX
fine
were
because I
in
was
for that
like,
round at the 4 versus 4 mark.
he'll
You've
be
got
fine. I
something
just thought
finding an operator
he's got
shot
an
on
off.
towards GN. You're starting to get, you know, everything working.
I didn't think
for
he'd
them
hit
as
a
well,
blind
right?
op shot.
There's an advantage.
Oh,
I
Somehow
thought
Art
I did
spams through
for the
one.
good spot. I didn't realize they
It's the
planted
second
C.
one. It's this 1 versus 2. The fact that
Oh
the Nebula
my
just
gosh,
fades
full
away
blind
and doesn't let
too.
Jing have an immediate trade. I mean, you cannot convincingly see that time and time again. You can't repeat that. Akame comes away with the goods, and DFM hold true on this defensive side. And now
I mean, he caught him like he caught where the flash came from, but like.
Feeling that confidence. The
Damn.
whole team is here to try and push out from the smokes. Jing will launch the assault, takes down more. Forsaken with the double as well.
Paradox is all good. Take care of your sanity, man.
Good answer back immediately for a double.
Is that the most PRX round ever to see 4 revealed by a haunt?
4.
And just run into it.
Try into the Art position, but okay. Undetected for now, but until he swings, the firing squad will still spot him.
As soon as you were spotted, you're pretty much done there, unless you just come out with a magnetic aim. That really wouldn't work a treat. So PRX,
Well,
you know,
this one
maybe
might
should
go
be
the
on a 4-3
distance as well.
scenario right now, but no, not allowed to be 5-2. See how much more change they've got on this attacking side. A good investment of the Nightfall there. Maybe not necessary, but it kind of did force them back and scramble to try and get their guns up, which is why...
I think that was a good shot. He got to go. Oh, no, it was a good shot. I mean, it's still like a timing thing, but it was a good shot. Jing definitely... Jing could have played it better. Like, you usually don't want to swing immediately as you throw your curveball anyway.
Operator in the mix for Akame. Not going to be haunted this time, but is off-put from the line. And now you're going to hear the operator in play.
So somewhat aware, but at least Altorb also picked up. That's another run it back for
All right, you missed your opportunity on A. Where's the info on
this time.
B and mid? Come on, DFM.
Go ahead of it.
Come on, DFM, do something.
Buys time. Rotations for May to get over here.
Now their wall's gone. They've lost aiming. Okay, they're droning back. Oh, this is so good.
Good timing on the drone actually, because if it does
So good. He spots him. He spots
you know
him.
That's the Phoenix, and you know that with the run it back, that might be where the eventual hit happens. But Art, maybe
Why
did
is
you
he?
see him?
Why is he creeping out of this?
Nonetheless, it's a good timed peek by Jing as he continues with his onslaught. Next player
Why
down
do you have
now.
your back?
Akame attempted at hit Forsaken to prevent that from coming online.
Yeah, because of the steel guard
like,
removed the gun, wanted to get ahead of it, but not able to, and it's just going to force DFM into a save situation. PRX, with the
You
way
saw
that
him,
their
right? He
economy
did
is
see
flowing,
him.
they can
No, he
definitely go
did.
for a hunt if they
Yeah.
want.
So then what the fuck is he doing?
So he's with a close range to jiggle, but not spotting DFM just yet.
I think I don't know. I think he was overthinking it because he just saw the
end
one.
me, Chobra. End me.
Good kickback round by PRX to...
Your punishment will be to watch PRX DFM for the rest of your life.
I mean, that is hell. That is Valorant's version of hell.
With Jing as the tip of the spear.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on the owl drone and the fallback from Art, he's not been finding some good timing for himself. He's been the casualty of first deaths. I mean, you know, at least 10 times across the first 2 maps. Now, add a couple more.
The thing about Paper X is, right, like when NRG lose, it's still funny.
So the round's coming
like
up
there's
as
still
well.
some fun to be
The
had
red
there.
bat not quite yet burnt.
But with Paper, I think we're past funny.
Oh, we're past
it's
it.
It's just sad. It's just, honestly, it's sad that they've fallen this low. That we're duking it out full, like really trying our hardest, and just narrowly we might beat DFM.
Yeah.
May this time pushing up.
Yeah, it is different. You're right.
We'll get spotted out by Jing once again. Akame though, Headhunter quickly pulled out. In for the close range, and he finds the right one to get something.
And now he can get out. He's done enough. He's done
And
his
gets
job.
out,
It's player
wow.
advantage for
That's
DFM.
criminal.
DFM classic, different.
Unbelievable. Paper X stalled off by B Long. Once again smoked up.
Maybe they were on the wrong skins and really
Paper X still
uncomfortable.
wanting to try and have their play at this B site though.
No, Akame plays really bold, just in general.
Utility, but still, it's not going to help them too much. The Arc Rose goes for the blind, and Forsaken trying to clear, but what is this? The right click
Dude,
still connected.
what?
The
Oh, no.
Bucky as well now.
Oh
It's just a line.
my. But
And
this,
he
like,
has to
You've got a
beware
minute
of the
left. Any
smoke.
patience at all?
Recon being sent over.
Whilst you run through the smoke.
Kind of
but isn't it
informs a
isn't
little
it
bit.
also entertaining that
Still trying to
DFM
sidestep
like
in,
plays
trying to look for the
aggressive
shots. He will find the first
so
wall bang,
well
but
on
here
defense
comes
that they just
Akame.
can't make up their mind on attack?
Simple shot through the engine block. DFM moves up to 6.
Yeah, they've at least tied things up at the half now, but we've got a
It's
couple
also
more rounds for
sad,
them
I
to
would
play
say.
with,
It's
and the
all
economy
sad.
again is
Everything
not a
is
scenario
sad.
where it's really going to be toyed with. May not
Come
able
on,
to
let's
get
find a
crash
little
out
bit of
there,
fun
but it's
here.
the lion's share done
No.
by Akame
No.
with the Headhunter, the classic. That's ridiculous, by the way. But
What is
Forsaken
that?
was tagged
Yeah,
up by
the right click
shotgun.
was
So a
crazy.
good
He just
little,
smoke spammed it.
you
It
know,
was weird.
adjustment, assist from Art as the Thrifty comes through. There will be the buyer for Paper X. Kind of
We
needing
need
to
Jing to
play
announce
to
he's
the
going to
strengths, play
retire
to
at
the
the end of the
incentivized to
year.
use the run it back a little bit
Oh
more
my
in this sort of
gosh.
scenario.
So they can start winning again.
Rotations and the assistance from DFM players have been pretty fantastic so far.
And the shear is actually going to be placed in towards mid, so they don't have to play with that on the site itself. Both Thorns, though, popped up, and Jing is hunting.
He almost died to the
The
thorns
run
in
it
his own.
back will be able to meet Jinbung. Something as well with a deep push up to heaven. Divide taking down Art. May now being spotted, but he will dispatch of something quickly. Flashes as well.
No.
An unexpected peek
No
into
way.
Jing, and he finds the third.
No,
doing
you
it all.
haven't.
It's a 2
See,
versus
this is
two.
the difference, right?
He has to try
In
and use the wall here
2023,
to reclaim the
Paper X
spike.
can't lose this round. It's a 5v2, and so even when they solo
Goes up
swing
for it.
in on all their own,
Yep.
they don't
Swipe at
lose.
it somehow. Forsaken to hold the angle.
And now there's at
He goes
least
for the
one
swing,
May
tries to
on
get
each
frame
team.
transfer, but it's just May up to a quad. He has
does he
so
do?
much utility as well.
Yeah, he doesn't have flashes, but he's got the
You don't
clone.
hold this, do you? Or do
Not
you?
entirely
Oh,
sure.
what?
Divide
Oh, you
to
don't
hold
do
the
that.
angle, and needs to find the burst, thankfully, to save and bring the round
No,
up for
I don't think the
Paper
ult
X.
would have been the
Expecting
play,
Divide to
but
push in front of the Cosmic Divide, right? Maybe go play on the more passive side of things and use a Gravity well or a Nova Pulse to play on the back of, but yeah,
no,
really
Chad,
had to
that
play
was
from
the
Divide
worst,
to put himself in the
literal
right
worst
situation
case
that he may
scenario
not
for
give him a
me.
chance to have the first duel jumping down from heaven. That's audible.
DFM, I hope your
Yeah, he's
bundle
close
does
Really trying to give that one a good go, though, didn't he?
Always counting May for such incredible individual
That
plays,
reminds
but
me
at
of
the
that
same
video
time,
that
Paper X
Benkai did
doubling
last
down on the B hit, throwing
was it
DFM
last year?
off
No,
the
2 years
pace.
ago when he was still on Paper
Yeah.
X, right? Or was it when he was on GE?
The
Like it was
run
to
back,
promote the bundle, I think.
successful
It was like
again on
anyone who
the
didn't buy a
very
bundle,
tail
like I
end
hope
of
you
that one
step on
from
all
G.
Lego. And I hope your mom like forgets to close the door all the way on her way out from your room. That was such a funny
It
short.
works out a treat so far. Something takes down May. Continues to push into Flower where he holds the angle. Jien though, happy to spray.
What is
Something with
going
the spray
on?
Of his own as well.
All the
Jien
time.
now spotted out, swaps over to the classic, but Jing
Dude,
will
Patman
will be happy to
loves
jump
jump
on top of
peeking,
it.
chat.
Divide
He
for the
loves
double
being that
hit,
guy who
and
jumps in
Paper X
first.
Move up 5 to 6.
Uh-oh. My stream froze.
Jin going for too much of a bit of a spray there. And
Oh no. It doesn't want you to know that Paper X are gonna
We
win.
start to see a couple more rounds gathered out by
I pressed
Paper
live
X
again.
here.
I
They
should be
start to
similar.
bring it within control, you might assume. Try to get us onto the 6-6. These
5,
speedier
4,
rounds.
3,
are
I'll catch up a
starting
little
to
bit.
find their footing. Who would have thought?
More.
Paper X, W Gaming, fast rounds.
0,
Sometimes you can never
39,
shoot.
38,
That's true.
3-7.
Okay, we're good.
6.
But with a bit of therapy, sometimes that can be dealt with.
Tour de force out.
The gun stopping them from winning. Oh, it was a message to the haters. That's what it was. Yeah, the both sides of the pillow being warm. That was so real. Nope, it doesn't want me to catch up, and it doesn't want me to know.
Seiken, go for a bit of a lurk.
I am stuck on 22, 21, 0, 19, 18, 17, 16,
Holy, you're in
15,
a pass.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8.
Okay, I'm good.
All right. Oh, I'm still. Wait, hold on. Something must be up with my net. Dude, SK Telecom's preventing me from watching this game.
Yeah, I should have signed with T1.
DFM, will they kind of
Okay, well, never mind. Dude, it's just buffering like crazy. This is insane.
hit, though?
Here, I'll tell you when I've stabilized, and then we'll catch up.
Jinbung used the steel
Don't
guard
worry,
and
there's
the B
no
side,
way
so they know it is
PRX
there. It's the A side with
lose this
Arthur
round, right?
to contend with, and he has snuck into a
2v3.
good spot.
2v3, they could lose.
They will lose now. In fact, I actually think this is 50-50.
And now it's all onto
All
the
right,
new
chat.
Go
recruit
by a
compartment.
cent, this is 50-50.
Here's what we gotta do, chat. We gotta go to the Korean cast. That's what we gotta do. Chat, we're gonna watch the Korean one. Where am I going? Dude, why? I don't know why this YouTube is just dying. My stream's not dying though, right?
Around secret.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Towards Flower. Of course.
I did refresh.
You still gotta watch out for Art.
It's like something with my Firefox, apparently. Things are just not loading. I can't watch it on Twitch because I don't get 1080p.
Here's a lot more as well.
What the heck is going on?
Continue with the angled plays, but a sudden peek out from Jinbung. It's the one taps that seal the deal.
Yeah,
It's not
I
over
guess.
Yet, but it is a
I guess we're just gonna have to restart everything except for hopefully my own stream. What the heck? Dude, what in the world? What would be causing... Dude, why am I having all sorts of tech issues today? This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Did you pay SKT this month? I think I did. But it can't be my internet, because then it would just be... It would just be my stream dying. YouTube not so suddenly asking you to watch in Chrome. I mean, it might be. Here, we'll get back. 1 second. 1 second, chat. We'll be right there. Let's see. Where's the soup stream?
situation. PRX trying to take matters in their own hands to push out from A main. They don't see anything, but they will happily collect on the alt orb.
Yeah, I mean,
Dude, why is the volume so soft on this stream? What the heck?
push that orb and get it.
Oh, I know why. Jeez.
Sixth man in the server as the Phoenix roll.
Second Jing. Also for now, though, full rotation's over, seeing that there was nothing outside A main. This is some footsteps that DFM have heard.
Prowler going sent out.
There we go.
So you get some information. Jing's shoulder.
All right, how we doing? We good?
Huge dink, but he will try to top himself off.
You know, it's not the internet. It's something with my
volley, but
Firefox.
Still, shock dart going through. DFM happy to contend for the fights around middle.
Is Devi first dead yet again in another pistol round?
Pushed up. It's an
All right, I
unsuspecting
should be
angle being
good.
held.
I'm at 40.
So still now DFM holding
39
down by the wayside.
as they all
Jing happy
die.
to tap through.
A quad found,
Oh, well,
and
now
then
I
for
missed it,
something to
Ola.
finish off the Japanese squad.
Well,
One away from the runner
DFM
back. I mean,
just
he's
all ran
gonna
through.
Essentially get that in towards the third round bonus round. You would expect. You don't
Okay.
need to see a world in which you're
26,
going to use it in
25,
this round
24?
unless things go upside
Yeah,
down.
well,
because,
I'm a second ahead,
well, DFM
but
probably
I can
not gonna
pause.
get a pistol.
All
They
right.
want to go for
No,
the
no,
challenge.
I'll
Their best
speed up.
bets are going
All
to be
good.
at this site where you would expect the orb to be gathered.
42,
Over at
41,
A.
40.
Yes.
Good hold
Perfect.
down in amongst the things from Jing there. As you said, top
All right, chat. We're back
Yeah,
to
we literally got spoilers on my stream.
We'll have to see when they are fired
Catch
up.
up to you.
Yep.
So hopefully this inspires even more plays before
And
now.
we're back on Microsoft Edge.
That's been sharp so far.
Want to catch them if they go for the orb or not. Just going to keep them honest on the line, though. Jing again tagged up immediately.
Good call to think about using
Jesus,
the blaze.
Jing.
Yeah, you got shock darted too.
So far, still okay. And you've got teammates to assist right around the corner. DFM, however, thinking to
Watching on Edge.
traverse across the map.
And these shock darts so far from Art have got homing locations on them towards the Paper X members. Not able to find the kills, but some damage chips here and there have been pretty sensational.
Well, the damage that now needs to be found if you're on the Paper X side of things is going to be Forsaken. Inside of the smoke, he spots the boots. May, though, with the right click, could now pick up the weapon. There it is.
Yeah, but you got to grab the spike. You got to look to do more damage, look to go for a plant.
I won't discount May.
Yeah, okay. 100 HP, the Bulldog here, but in towards the side of things where you haven't really seen what's going on. Of course, no Sheer is going to be here. Forsaken's gone.
Why do I have a feeling DFM's May is going to win this,
Catered for
chat?
by Jing. You've also got Devi. Oh,
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
I'm
Petman
telling
is also hovering
you.
nearby, so a possible crossfire. But still, DFM push up. Akame finding
Okay.
some shots. Petman
Never
coming
mind.
back in once again to save the day. Paper X have equalized.
Yeah, but with two players surviving, it starts to look a little bit awkward for them there, right? It's the lesser weapons of DFM getting some good damage in.
Paradox
May
is
able
on
to find a
his
couple of good
on his
ones
villain arc.
as well.
Paradox is on their villain arc.
So this bonus round now going to be quite the important one for Paper X, even to potentially echo what their opponents did in the first half, right? Winning that bonus round, taking it a step further. There's an operator out for something on this defensive
Oh,
side.
classic
Ooh, wonder if
early
DFM are gonna expect this.
operator.
He's been playing towards the B side more often than not.
3 of his teammates are on pistols.
Yeah, the classic
It's just a
operator
huge
force
investment.
up.
It's a good donation. If it's able to work.
If it is.
Surely it works
Well,
this time,
DFM, we're
right?
now at least electing to head
I mean,
over to the
it's
B side.
something.
Remember when
Oh,
Kang
the
Kang did this? It was on Pull, right? And
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, they bought up on round 3.
Yep, I'll donate pistols into a round if we get out an operator and catch our opponents off guard. But it's a hefty investment for something himself, right? He has to get a kill, he has to get out because he can get split on. There is a huge open gap for DFM.
He must have. He had to have switched it to the Bulldog, no?
It's a fair point. Why would they put their wall where he is rather than on...
They don't see anything too much out through the B
I mean, I
side
guess
of
he can't
things.
get pinched if
When
the wall doesn't go
Arcros
up.
doesn't
Yeah,
swap
probably for the
any
pinch and
info.
also a good exit
Well,
so you can
DFM will
reposition.
recognize it as well, though, so still steering clear of A main. They go for
And that way
R
you just
instead.
stay
this could
as
be
4 on B.
interesting if they do
The
continue
drone.
here.
A lot of noise.
I wonder though, if you leave May to go through and he spots the
Ah,
does nothing
classic
about it,
DFM, 30
that's an extra pop.
seconds.
Well, buying some time and still inciting some pressure.
Oh, I thought he would have gotten the Bulldog in.
Akame, quick on the draw.
Swapped it
Takes
over.
down Forsaken, and now those pistols will go down. Jing, though, with the run it back. Attempts at asserting his dominance, but it's still not quite going to happen. Do you save if you're Paper X? Oh, unfortunately, it's not quite going to be right there. May cuts off the
there goes the
rotations.
op.
The op
Aye,
does
aye.
it
Never even shot
over
the bullet.
Jinpung as well now. Just
Why is
sealing
he
the deal.
running across though in a 2v4?
Oh, there was some timing in this round.
Yeah.
Why don't you
Could've
just
come
stay
away
where
with
you
it.
are?
I
You're
wanna give
surely
credit
saving.
towards that.
What are you
Something
doing?
That
does
came out,
that.
flick is
I think
kind of
something's one of the
ridiculous
most
from Akame.
consistent,
He is
like,
sharp with this
I'm
one.
just
Like,
gonna,
look at that
I
on the
win
back
this.
end.
Trollers?
That's
Yeah,
kinda crazy.
I win this
And then
troller.
you've got May finding the right gap in the map as well to be able to get interested. The bonus round not going to go the way of Paper X, and the operator is going to be dropped. It's not going to be
Shuei,
stolen,
you
though.
showed
DFM
up.
don't wanna play
Don't
that
you have
on
to
this
detonate your
attack side.
house?
Akame will get his own sniper in the next round, you would assume.
Yeah, Akame hit some crazy shots, chat. That one's.
Still trying to play it out close by. PRX once again for the.
But to be fair, it's also like I mean, PRX. You guys had eco. Like, what are we? Why are we? I don't know.
DFM to use some util of their own if they want to try and clear it, or start to come together as a unit.
House legal? Good question. Probably not. I can't imagine in what country it's legal.
Yeah, but this time you're going to see PRX start to rotate towards A, making sure they've got numbers to go for some crossfires. You're eventually going to see some more utility used from Patman, and that's the timing on the Prowler. Immediately enter back by the Owl drone that you kind of want to dispatch of early, and that's something being spotted this time. How much stop do you put in?
I swear you said if they won. All right, we'll go in playoffs. We'll go in playoffs.
Rather than some unknown quantity, at least now it's not going to be a Dogecoin. It's going to be something more successful. GN able to invest and find the return as well. But for PRX, then Davai and Petman.
I wonder if Jinbung is going to be able to hear something creeping up whatsoever, if they're going to be aware that Art is now dirty territory as well.
Only going to check at least. Forsaken, though, needs to come up huge because he's the one with the hero Vandal right now. Forsaken, something.
He spotted GN.
Rifles apiece. Stay safe, and will spot out GN for now. And then here comes a crossfire. Out towards the final one. Something closes the distance, and it's true. Something fast.
He's really.
Oh, DFM. I mean, we're back to a sense. Get into an advantage situation. Troll a post plan. Lose to PRX.
Maybe he was in a situation to be able to hear the gun slot
that
was there, but just not. You know, very focused on what's going on.
That is honestly that ending though is PRX being back, trying to send a message when you don't need to.
They've got a 3 versus 2. Just not able
to
close
good
it down
crossfire.
in at the end, and this
Why is my Astra pushing?
Teeter a little bit towards PRX. They're 3-1 in this half so far. The economy.
Dude, the number of teams that still don't play number advantage well is rather frustrating.
Got a tour de force to come in from Akame that I did speak about. However, you do have a lot of these ultimates online for DFM too.
Something. Such a precarious position. 1 batch, 2 batch, penny and dime.
And now you'll start to settle.
Sometimes it does feel very ranked, this game.
It is very ranked.
Just some of the opening ideas feel like, I'm going to do this, and I'm not going to tell anyone.
Also to push PRX off of their comfort positions now. Forsaken still holding
It's,
deep.
yeah, very much so.
Close by. He's looking for him. Tries to go for the tap.
Forsaken needs some help here, you would think. Shia now to be popped, so you'll confirm that nobody is in the site.
Oh, what a great Yoruwald that was.
He's got a good amount of deep mid control and
it's in the
control
Kesnet school of Yoruwald.
to get on the side itself. How much can Forsaken and Divide do here?
Let's go off with the flash as well.
Chat, one of these rounds we gotta have May do the fake clone against PRX. What the?
Due diligence. It's Savai who does get gunned down as well. PRX only with the 2 soldiers marching forward up towards library.
And they did hear the shear wall just popped, by the way, so they know that there's a flank potential.
You think this vindicates the Euro for them? You think they're like, that was a good round with the Euro?
You're not in a situation where you're going to be able to win this one as PRX. If you can do damage, though, that's
I don't know what DFM think.
Kind of the only
I'm not 100% sure they do.
Needed to go for it, but he's also picked up a Vandal from the jewels around the site too, so you kind of also want to see just all DFM.
No, seriously, chat. They're probably like, all right, yeah, got good information, and then we knew where to pre-fire. We're good. Like, this is a good ult. It's like, what?
Neither side wants to really move, but
it's whoever's going to draw first.
Yeah, DFM has numbers. They could just push on up. Trigger finger. No, all good.
Yep. I mean, it kind of goes either way, right? Anyone loses.
No matter what team wins, the viewers lose because the winning team will think they played well and try to do it again.
What it is. Yeah, no firm handshakes.
Truly the darkest of timelines, chat.
What that was more than a handshake. That was nerve-wracking.
I think Alex has kind of given up. Like, he's not.
Yeah, that's playing the hits. I'm gonna slam the desk. Slam in quotation marks.
Yeah. He's not as angry anymore.
Kame good with the tour de force.
Because the stakes are lower.
Right? Map 3.
I mean, we're playing for 4th.
playoffs contention.
I mean, yeah, that still
to be
matters.
the 8th best team in Pacific.
Also, haven't not been in playoffs at VCT.
Well, when you put it that way.
Always have had presence there.
That's just a fact. Whether
Question
or not,
is,
you know,
if PRX did, like, I mean, let's say, okay, they stick together for stage 2, but let's say next year, right?
So
Let's say they
needing to
don't do very
truly
well on
find
stage
themselves
2.
back in,
Do you still think that the
Wise men once said,
individuals
you
on
don't
PRX could
support them
go
if they're
their
worse,
separate
don't
ways on
support
other
them if
teams
they're
and do
best.
well?
That's just
I think I
one
have to
thing.
say yes, just
PRX knew
because
that
I
this
thought
might be
that
a hard
wasn't
series coming into
possible
it,
with
though,
the
because
Gen G
they're
guys
the team that
last
said
year.
that they've been most
And
impressed
they
by-
proved that a
by
new
DFM.
combination can
Yes.
work.
Right?
So I
You
was
reckon
like,
DFM has been
all
the
right.
most improved.
And they were the ones that
So
left
as long as you're
Pearl open for
mechanically
this.
pretty good,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think I always have to
Will
give
that
the benefit of the
come back
doubt.
to haunt
I
them
wouldn't
later and
like they
should
wouldn't
have
be
gone
my
to
first
Fracture?
choice, but
Who knows?
Got pistol plays now.
Yeah, pistols for PRX, just Patman and Jing to see
They probably
what the
could.
Vandals can do. How much volume do they have in this round?
Monk Gaming, we got confirmation from PRX's manager that
Gotta fill it up with something, right?
Mind Freak had
Gotta
requested
try and
to
find an
go back home
advantage.
for a short break since he's not playing.
Well, spotted out. He goes in for the pop flash play, but it's a simple bait and switch.
Oh
It's
my
gorgeous.
goodness,
Classic
the
plays coming out from
giggle
PRX.
whiffing
Jing
on a
for the double kill,
drone
steel
wins
guard
you
in, and they
around.
start to push.
But they're pushing really hard. Look at this control the PRX are trying to do. Pill for the guns. They've all grabbed them.
Gotta be careful. Don't want to overheat too much. Akame has slipped the net. Finds Petman.
What is
Look at this
going on?
ice wall.
You'll regain a little bit of this mid control as DFM. You want the spike though, and if you push in front of that shear, you would be trapped. So bait it out first.
Still close by.
That was a crazy
Spike
wall.
retrieved now for DFM. Maybe
You forgot the part that Gen G are crewing. I mean, sure.
PRX then beginning to reposition, also considering this possibility. Still though, do they expect Akame to be that close by in secret? Forsaken loses the heads up duel. The 5 for the sheriff shots, but they don't connect.
Dude, what is that?
Here, Akame.
Jing,
No.
he's been so good so far, but it's not
Oh
quite
my.
happening here. Akame online for the
PRX
ace.
when someone starts shooting back.
6 HP.
Oh, now you
He has to
save.
save. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. That's a
Like the
shocker when
Vandal?
you
Gotta
consider
save that.
Jing and something in the beginning of this round had the great bait and switch. All it took was the classic onto the L drone and a flash in from
Dude,
May.
I think
Not
Akame.
It's gonna
Jing to
be
holding the line.
so
You set
funny
yourself up
when
in mid, you
for
steal the
stage
guns
2
away.
on Fantasy,
And
I'm gonna be
kind of
pricing
knew that
these
Akame was
PRX
looking
players
to move back up
at
into a
like
mid-connected
6
group
and
up,
7.
but thought better of it. And Akame still able to survive. Just
Easiest
finds
pickups.
all of
Easiest
the goods
pickups.
for DFM.
Are they? Are they?
The best bench warmers, man. You never know when they'll pop off.
I was about to say, you need to see some
They just need to
good
pop up that
mid-round
one
decision
game.
making
Just have
from
them on the
DFM
bench
in
for
a round
free.
Such as that, where they get frazzled a little bit by the beginning stages, right? They lose the spike. They lose territories of mid. The spike is almost unobtainable again because of the shear wall. There might be traps behind it. You got to stretch out around the map, but when they get the spike,
Who do you think is the most egregiously priced this stage
certainly
on
brings that one
VFL?
back for DFM.
It's just a final bullet from that burst.
I mean, if you're going by like how they've done,
Just
obviously it would be
truly
boom. But I don't. I think
individual effort out from Akame
I think
right
that's
now,
like.
recognizing-
Yeah, no, I think that's fair though.
That's
Yeah.
fair enough that like no one.
Have no timeouts left.
No one
They
really
said they
knew.
would be
Yeah.
this
Them are gonna
good.
have to be the
Yeah,
team
yeah.
To give them the chance to talk.
Still in with the
So-
off on something. Does the spot anything
People are saying
afterwards?
Durka to me,
Long
but again,
marches on.
everyone like again,
DFM
you're basing it
finds
off what's actually
quickly
happened
dismissed.
rather than
If one
the
player
whole
shooting
point
at
is
two to
people
mask presence.
still have Durka in their team because people thought he would be good.
Places
Yeah,
first stars, possible well set up, but he goes in for the angle instead.
Dude, GFM just
The sprays only favoring
groupie
one kill.
to
Petman now trying to hold by the backside. Lets the gate crash through.
Oh, but what can he do
It's a fake.
here?
Not too much. I mean, he's thinking about peeking to possibly deny the spike. Now off the drone, will capitalize for now, but we'll see if DFM can hold the post plants as well.
All of paper.
three
They know their
by
old
the
main.
You've got some utility, you've got something with the op, but the flash is out May. Self-flash a little bit. Something then to hold in with the sprays, but what is this?
Oh my.
High-low. It
2v1.
doesn't quite work out. It's just something now. Swaps over to the rifles and try to close in the distance, but it's a shorty on the other side.
They know,
The time
man.
working against and he taps once more. GN now by the sidelines. Something finds the shot. It's May versus
Sick,
something.
man.
Dude,
Duelist
the
beats
trust
duelist.
from
He
Oh
needs the
my
defuse.
god.
Oh
May
my
holds the angle
god.
and finds the shot at the end. Microseconds and he
Dude,
still
what?
sticks the landing.
Oh, May's heart had to have been beating out his chest in that moment in the 1 versus 1. You could see how something's trying to go around.
I can't believe something doesn't stick it, and I can't believe May doesn't peek it. What
The fact that
the?
May doesn't even move. Honestly, maybe his mouse disconnected. The fact he doesn't move.
Looking for the lurk around.
Like, how did
when
he?
it's half.
Yeah.
And there's an Astro smoke in your face.
Yeah, he just, dude, how does he trust that? That's so crazy. That's such a read on something, man.
And this is where things get really,
Again, it's either a read or my theory that DFM don't have thoughts. They don't have an inner monologue. Gains more traction.
Hear the strain in your voice, Komodo.
Yep. Paper thin. Blimey, oh blimey, what did he know today?
Well, also for majority of the fans.
No, chat, I think May was like, something doesn't hold this. Like, something wants to something wants to get me.
Incredible effort that has been put forth today.
I mean, they were
Dude, that's actually crazy.
This series is PaperX
Maybe Paradox's wish that DFM's mice disconnected came true. Maybe it disconnected for a second.
Eluding him, Akame, once again.
The team's got to go together here. Akame's going to get through that one. A gate crash you would expect to come and help him. What a sharp shot from Paper.
Winnable.
The Arc Rose at hand as well. So now, thinking about Halls. It's a Steel Garden though, but he gets into the smoke. Close range of the Classic.
NT.
Arts Odin.
Yeah, and May's already cleared the rest of the site, right?
The
So
super
the team
early
can go in
Astral
and
when we
establish a bit
know
of a
that
plan.
someone is
This
on
is where
site.
Pac-Man Nightfall
And a bad
lose
Astral
HP,
where they
lose
can just
audio.
plant on the other side of it.
One player, May still trying to hold
That's
up,
actually
also,
Jesus.
this is a player
That's
who can
actually
make
so bad.
incredible things happen, even
Criminal
without
is the
audio.
word you're looking for.
But here comes the Odin as well.
Yes.
May gunned down for now. Jin Bung Nan trying to hold by the backside. It's the side set
Whoa,
for
whoa.
Petman, but it doesn't work out. Just Jing left.
Can he get on it? Can he try and do anything here?
The Blaze helps. The Recon, though, not shot down.
What?
He
Oh my
goes
god.
deep.
Oh my god.
Micro flip,
Oh
the
my
save
god. What is
PRX.
that?
That's the round they win? What the
They
heck?
do hold on. The force is valuable for PaperX, but oh my word, what is that swift allocation from one to another? The Red Bull clutch
Holy.
to come through to hold on.
That's the
When
round they
you
went. Dude,
see
I thought Jing was
the first kill
insane for tapping
go
and
against
peeking
you
out,
when you
chat. I
get
was like,
the
what in the world
trades,
just
when you think,
happened, my
"Oh,
guy?
breakdown, how do we get back into it?"
Then he
You
just
lose the
walks
fight
out
there.
and-
the runner back, it doesn't work
What
out. Jin's
the-
trying
dude,
to
he
do what
gets
can, but one
pinged.
and two. All right, maybe it's not as
He was
sensational as I thought
pinged.
it would, but he still
What?
hits the headshot where the headshot is needed.
Why is this? Why do I
11 to
care
9
about
now.
this game
PaperX
now?
will not go quietly.
Like, who? Why should I be caring about this game?
That's the charm of PaperX, TMV. You just can't
Yeah,
stop
they might
watching.
finally get off the mat. They might finally show any sign of
Still
life.
can't make any mistakes here though, Quack. Can't give DFM round number 12 if you really want to have a bit of a comeback in, and you have to balance out your economy.
Yeah, I mean, no, I get that they didn't expect him to be that far out. It is crazy, but still, like, he was pinged
Just think how sad
before.
they'll be if they lose this.
Go in for a look-see himself.
Before the screen went down, before the blaze wall went
He
down.
finds the shot, looks for the burst, and he does get it as well. Tailwind's back into safety. The spike dropped.
There's no way,
Something knows
man.
it.
The one round and they bring it back? No way.
Is this one done? Do DFM have to give PaperX some breath, right? Do they have to give him a timeout here so DFM can collect their own thoughts on the back of this round? I don't know. It's May. It's Akame without the
DFM
spike.
don't have thoughts.
Something goes in for the peak. Does get
Oh,
punished.
no.
Dubai as well, though.
Did you have to
If they
That's
lose
when they
this,
shine.
if they lose
for
this,
a round that's such as
you're
this,
all.
dimensional drift and a spike picked up. You still see Forsaken on the
Where's
other
that
side
gate
of
crash
the
go?
map.
Oh, no.
When you spot out here on A itself, May looking for what he possibly can.
PaperX trying to keep himself tucked away as well. Petman at least keeps them invested. But also the long rotations over
No.
from
The
Forsaken.
bait.
Petman gunned down. Ching in for the flash with the curveball. But it's not quite enough. Still the angle being held. Akame.
Oh, no.
He hits his
This was a
targets. Just Forsaken
5v2.
left. Can the Indonesian superstar clutch things out? He's been the beast before, but now the angle is not quite favoring him. The flashes as well. Shield wall trip, but no, Akame! What an incredible shot! The tour de force lands its mark, and it's DFM up to map point.
What an incredible shot! What an incredible round! And what a fumble!
There's no
from PaperX.
way.
That's a 2 versus 5 that does not go their way. Something. How does he get away with these 2 kills creeping through the sewers? It's a 2 versus 5 that May and Akame have just absolutely pulled
Dude.
the rug out under your feet. That is ridiculous.
Damn.
I've got no words.
They do. Those words. I talk about generational fumbles.
Jing wins a round
That's
like
the biggest part of
that.
this series so
Something got 3 kills and we'd lose.
Happy to go down swinging if it comes down to it. PRX.
Good old Paper
The
X.
foothold around the A site.
At least they got rid of Akame first, right?
Dude, this would be this would be a record day if both Japanese teams win.
Have they never won?
I actually don't
Even,
think
forget
so.
the same day. Forget the same day. Have they ever won in the same week? Because they didn't in the first season.
Yeah, I don't think so actually.
But at least a
That's
5v4.
crazy.
Hunt for additional information as
And it
well.
wasn't against,
Avoids
well, on paper, the bad
Really slow and
teams.
steady though for DFM still.
Concealing information. PRX might not know.
No one
Can't
giving
get
him an
too
angle.
can't get too antsy in this moment. Sidesteps Jing. Well, Devi will be able to find
Oh
Mei.
no.
With that information as well, then possibly.
Well, how
force
did Paper
something
X
to
throw this one?
receive DFM with open
Any
arms.
bets?
The shield wall still in its way. Something goes in for the first.
All right, now we can be in 2v5. Oh,
Next tap as well.
Oh no.
Simple
Okay.
clicks, surgical precision.
Oh
and
no,
it's a triple kill
DFM.
for Paper X to move up to 10.
They need the next two, Quack.
oh
Do they
boy.
give themselves the
Why have
affordance
DFM
of
not
it,
taken
though?
a
And I'm
timeout?
looking at
Even
DFM's
their coach can't be
economy
bothered.
here, and they might not necessarily have a full buy across the board. They might have to be playing on the half buy to give themselves the best chance possible.
My sanity has been
Good shots. I
detonated.
call them good.
How are you not
They
taking a
looked awful
timeout
from
after you
something in the
lose that
beginning of
one to
that
Jing?
Trying to allocate the
You know,
tracking, but
you
it's
just
all good.
trust.
And now you
It's
see
just, dude,
DFM,
Akame
they're
is
still holding
29
enough cash
kills.
for the
Holy.
next round. They'll have a dimension, a Cosmic Divide and a Steel Garden into the next
Chambers
round
got a
too.
2.0
So that's
KD,
actually
chat.
quite intriguing on how Paper X are going to play around expecting those ults to come in.
And not entirely sure. They're hearing the footsteps off towards Link, though.
Going on a marathon run around the map at the moment. A big old wrap that does get pinged out and
I think
expected
their
by
coach
Paper
fell
X.
asleep.
DFM looking
Would be
to
funny.
fix
It
it
would be
somewhat.
funny if we just see them and they're just taking a nap.
Oh,
On a little lurky.
Paper X, what are the positions going to be? They try to hold out.
If
more
we go to OT,
defensively.
can we just
It's dug
agree
out,
to
Secret and Flowers.
draw?
Jing trying to hold. Currently smoked off. Prowler to
The
check
first
as well,
ever
possibly looking for
draw.
wall bangs, both sides going, gunning
Okay,
in for it.
Akame is
Here
dead.
comes Jing, run it back. Huge on the possible retake.
So is
Smoke goes
DFM.
down. May though playing inside of the smokes, and it's
And
just
now
Jing.
you ult?
Stinger found off by the sides.
What?
As well. Low HP now.
Oh
but Jing,
my
God, if they would have lost that, if they would have lost
Hanging
that
by a
round,
thread.
Hanging by a thread, literally.
Oh my God.
Because if he didn't and he
The
died, well,
number
job
of
wouldn't have been
rounds
done.
that
Jingbong would have
are
been
just
able to win that round. It would have been
mental.
GG.
Holy.
PRX, you are out. But the last round of regulation now, 11-12.
YouTube chat's
Will
going
we go
crazy.
into
Twitch chat's
overtime,
going
or
crazy.
will it be
Oh
a
my gosh, dude,
13-11
Jumps in a
victory
1v4
yet again?
Dude.
against the
DFM
Phoenix
by
ult as
way
well.
of the first
Oh, he doesn't even
match
shoot
in this line.
Forsaken.
Oh my
No
gosh.
bullets even come out of his gun.
Just
Oh, Lord.
individual
But here we go.
performance, but yeah. Cosmic Divide, something back in with
Do you have a
Doc.
friend where I can
Spotted out by the
refund
drone,
my
well,
Paper
possibly
X bundle?
Forsaken.
Yeah.
Enough earlier on
I don't know if they can do a refund, but they might be able to swap it to another
We
bundle.
still don't take a timeout. We
Would you
don't
like a
use
recommendation?
timeout.
Maybe a Nungshin bundle?
It's 11-12.
That's true. Why? But I think they've gotten flamed.
DFM coach, wake up! Wake up!
At the moment, the head
I think they've been flamed before for calling their timeout at 12. So maybe they're like, fine, I'll trust him.
Oh, something is so television that it works a treat, doesn't it? The blades are out as well, but there's nobody else home. DFM are all up through mid, bar one.
Shearwall will reinforce into some of these decisions as well. A Prowler to check, and Petman.
Call my
somewhat pinned
dad,
down,
we
but he
go
will
OT.
backtrack in.
Yeah,
Gotta fall
he's
back
been
towards the
hard
sides here,
carrying.
Paper X. You know you've lost
They're so
control
trapped.
of Connector. Play on the back of what
I mean,
ults
you have
still
ults. Like,
got
there's no
Cosmic
way,
Divide.
Paper X. There's no
Everything.
way.
So in towards these
Yeah,
safer
retake
positions.
ults.
You got the stars up as well now. Timing crucial for Devi especially. Repositions back in. Jing in for the molly.
just to try to stall DFM's engine. DFM, though, still holding off to
All
the
right.
end. They will get met with the
must
full
we?
flurry
Must
of
we?
bullets.
Must
And
we?
Zavai pushes us into overtime.
Must we do this?
Let's go.
There was not a lot of space.
More
that PRX could
Valorant.
falter with for DFM when they were on 11, but they do
Of the
manage to at
worst
least
game
gather the last
of
3
all time.
rounds to get us into the overtime. Now that stat there is an interesting
Please end this.
one. 100% on the overtimes for DFM, but not a lot of sample size.
Fair enough. But still, though, this comes down to a bit
Yeah,
of a mental game. The pressure
DFM
surely
keeps doing
mounting
this thing
on
where like
both
all of them
sides.
just like
Southeast
stand
Asia
out in the
and
open.
Japan.
They like all stand here and they
DFM might be
all
feeling a
stand
little
here.
bit even
They
more
gotta
just because of
stop.
their playoff
You know what
spot.
Sideshow keeps
Meanwhile,
talking
for
about that
PRX,
tournament where like you get
it's
all
been
the
back
worst
and forth
teams
all day
together,
long.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
if they lose, they go
String
through.
something together
This
at the end of
feels
this,
like
but can they keep
this
it
does
up?
feel like the
Onto
end
the
of an
attacking
international
side.
game. You know, it's close, it's tense, it's crazy clutches, but it feels like a game from that tournament.
The grand finals of that
Yeah, the grand finals of the losers tournament.
Rush. DFM though, quick on the reactions as well. The Odin spam something, trying to keep himself alive.
Quick plant though, 5v5 on this retake. You got an op and an Odin.
But still with the push.
All right, I'll ask. I'll ask
Find their
somebody.
mark.
Dude, what just happened? How'd they just get? Oh, they just.
Great. This game either. In fact, this is how
man.
that final would end. A fake comeback.
It would actually.
That's a defensive round found for
The
DFM.
fakest of fake
They'll go
comebacks.
back on towards the attacking side as well now, and we have to see what sort of solution PRX can come up with to stave them off. You know that DFM haven't been a team in this one to go for that faster pace of a
Oh,
round
this is
like
gonna be
PRX
so
just delivered.
soul crushing for
So whether or not it
PRX.
will be more methodical, or if they do decide to change things up going in towards this one.
Something
Gonna
up.
bring out an operator on this defensive side again. Going to be posting back up towards the B side.
Yeah,
by
the DFM
himself.
coach is asking why he's only got 1 timeout.
Certainly great recognition from DFM so
He's like,
far,
I didn't
though.
use any
So,
timeouts. I should have
Warren
3.
on the map, so quite aware that something could be opping.
Kame has hit 30 kills for this map as well. Having a
I mean, chat. I think PRX is not calling a timeout after that first round. Is like whatever. You just gotta reset. You're playing to stay alive. You're not playing to win on this round. So you just let the players do it.
Yeah, you got to be careful. How long do you want to try and hold that line for?
I mean, that clone is just going to appear.
Oh, you know, that's a
It's just going to appear in his sideline. Oh, he shot it. Why?
Just
It literally just, you can tell it's a clone. It just appeared. What do you think, the server broke?
Arrives to try and hold around A link.
Still got to pop the sheer wall though. If DFM want to go through art,
No,
Thorns on the
we're
back.
going another one.
This- there's-
I don't trust them to get through this wall.
So it's not quite the trap play that
no,
I'd have been anticipating, but still.
it's the standard progression though.
Progression, which might favor DFM. They've managed to make their way through. Jing in for the curveball. A tag onto Jinpung.
Smoke's still available though from PRX to drop down.
Oh my
Some
god.
information, but you do have
How has
Jin on
everyone
board.
been revealed by a
Now
haunt
it's
and
down
no
to
one
4
died?
seconds. They all
What?
push up. Some shots found on the site. Arch trying to stick the plan.
We're just gonna
Here
stick
comes
the
Jing
plan.
with a flash.
What?
And GN now the final
Stick the
lone
plan while
survivor to
GN is
peek out.
fucking
Mastermind.
being chilling.
PRX survived for one more OT.
Not 100% on that
Oh
OT
my
yet.
god,
Already
we
done
might
and
be here
delivered
all
for
day
DFM.
watching these
We will
teams try
go
and win an
again.
attack round.
Defensive rounds accumulated.
I
for
mean,
both
we got 2 more
sides.
hours until plat chat. I'm good.
So maybe DFM a little bit quicker when they look to bust in towards the site, but not able to remove any of the key PRX members early on enough. I feel PRX, when they're given a lot of bodies to play with, you can
Surely a
be rest
PRX
assured that
timeout.
Jing, if he's alive, by the way, is going to do something.
No, it's a
Timeout now
DFM
to be
timeout.
invested. You get them going into the OT.
It's a DFM timeout.
DFM
Damn.
timeout.
What?
He found the button.
He found the button. He found the button. He was just... He was fucking Velma from Scooby-Doo, where are my glasses, and eventually just hit the button.
The defensive side acted good, but on towards the attack, that's where they struggled somewhat, trying to go in with the all-in or nothing.
I'm just wondering as well, investment-wise for them.
Yeah, DFM has a thing for hitting the stack sites.
defensive round.
An operator.
Akame op has been working out.
Akame
So
everything.
far.
Probably. It's a good question, actually.
Oh my.
But I guess you don't want to time out like right before the last round. I guess.
You can full stop that. You can DFM don't want to time out. That was proven during regulation.
To put that one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, I mean, we can't get a clean series from PRX. It feels like.
Where does this rank in terms of the worst games of Valorant all the time? I actually, the thing is like, this is only so bad because it's PRX.
Nakame's going to be put on the line with
We've definitely seen worse, chat.
Meanwhile, PRX, single prowler going in, getting close, and something removes
Oh, they got him.
Quick on the 86, and now it's Art just to spray and spam as much as possible. Jing though,
GG.
looking to take
Oh yeah, they woke it up.
Ain't no way DFM win.
Towards the next
Someone needs to make the spraying champagne bottle, but not for the 3rd place, for like 20th place.
What the heck?
So close, but PRX able to recover. Just Yen left.
Dude, that was an insane collab.
He's been trying to step up so far today. He had a pretty good map on before, but still now down to the final one. It's a 1-on-3, not quite likely.
Only 3 bullets.
The Caterpillar smokes though, but PRX have him completely surrounded, picking up the first round in OT2.
He had 3 bullets left in the Phantom as well. Don't think there's a world in which he's going to get 2
Okay, I
quick
think
headshots
this
in that
is.
Sort of scenario, but you at least
I think it's over.
give him an alright. I understand it when you're going for the spray
Hopefully.
through the
Yeah, I mean, there's.
What a fitting end. What a fitting end. DFM finally take a timeout, and they lose.
in an advantage state. And they do so successfully, back up on top of this one. But this time, it is that attacking side that they find, right? So they just got to try and close it out on this defensive side where something, yet again, has an operator in play. But it's at a different position this time, not at that B site. It's out through Art.
Is this game going to be the start of PRX's crew-esque awakening? They'll go on a win streak in playoffs, then win Toronto, where FNS's family will be watching for the first round. Omega Cope.
The sprint on in towards Connector, but still PRX close by.
If you're playing numbers game as PRX, you're spotting for information, and look, that is just what Forsaken has found.
Gotta watch for the spams though.
Just a little bit your positions around the map, specifically Jing back in towards Art to see if anyone's close enough, but it's Patman who gets pressured.
He does land the first one, but unfortunately traded still.
Akame's still alive.
What is Jing doing?
Unexpected push.
3 versus 3 now.
What is Jing doing?
I swear the casters are also just talking about how PRX is playing numbers advantage and he just pushes out.
Down late where Forsaken may very well keep a look at you, or do you hear the footsteps and try to slip the net?
He's been sneaking through round after round. Forsaken thought about it, but now his pixel has been spotted instead. Jien snuck up from behind.
Which way are we going?
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Something's fucking running away. He's running
Thanks to
away.
Tay.
They're just meeting up.
As DFM, and then look to defend that to the best of your ability.
What?
What?
Left.
I think he forgot, dude. He must be so nervous. He forgot he plays.
Finds his mark at the right time. This could be it for PRX. The tailwind will expire.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Now catching up to his brethren,
We're seeing people just have nervous breakdowns right now. Dude, what is he doing?
Devi arrives as well. The post plant's being held though.
Playing for time?
Not quite there. Akame then to play around
Oh no, not like this, not like this.
1-on-2.
Oh, it had to end like exactly this.
Now tries to play in with the gravity well.
They messed up the well.
Pulling them in. Who's truly going to be the emptiness machine?
Oh my gosh.
A fitting way to end.
Imagine, dude, imagine if he hadn't rendezvoused, man. He'd be out waiting for something.
Imagine.
Just imagine, man. Akame knows it, man. He knows he panicked. Oh, that's rough. That's rough, man. TMV, why did you press the timeout?
Okay, I'll speak to you in a couple hours then, Chobra, I guess.
All right. Have a good one.
Absolutely not. I was going to say, hell no. I mean, what an incredible series for both teams, but for DFM, I mean, truly, What an insane performance being put up by the likes of Akame.
That's dude.
Akame has certainly tried.
Do you think these fans are actually happy, chat?
Didn't he? Kills upon kills, multi-frags up. You got to say
It's just so.
End in over 30 kills.
It's so rough. But it's like you should be happy because you won, but like there's no way you're actually happy.
They have their eyes set on global.
Dude, is that Aquaman? He knows, man. He knows if he didn't press that rendezvous, he gets to hold an OP angle. That's rough, man. No, I feel for Akame here, man.
We'll see how it all shapes up moving forward. PRX claim their first win in week number 5.
No, I feel bad for Akame because that was such a nerves and stress moment, just like straight up. And he was hard carrying. Like he knew he had to carry the game. That's rough, man. That's rough for Akame. I think Akame has a good shot at landing, I don't know, somewhere. Obviously, Korean teams might be a little rough, but I think he'll continue. I think we'll see him continuously, like in the future years as well.
Are you good?
Yeah, it feels great after losing for 3 games in a row. First our game. Yeah, it feels great.
Yeah, it's a good feel to win again, right?
It feels great, chat. Doesn't it feel great, chat?
너무 기쁘다고 한숨 돌릴 수 있다고 썸싱 선수가 바로 이야기를 해줬습니다. 이제 안 그래도 이 승리로 인해서 플레이오프의 진출 가능성이 아직은 남아 있습니다. 좀 부담감에 대해서도 이렇게 떨쳐낸 거를 좀 자세히 한번 더 물어보고 싶은데요. Your playoff door is still open, and this win was a much-needed
Sovo is throwing. I mean, chat. I don't think like Art. But the thing is, if you've been watching them, like you know, Art's been having a really tough time, like trying to IGL and fight at the same time. And I mean, I do agree. Like he needs to learn to adapt. He needs to learn to adapt, but you know, I don't think that was that shocking. It's not like, let's be honest, it's not like Art was like doing really well every other week and then he just suddenly didn't show up. I know that makes it sound worse, but I legit think he's like super struggling with like trying to figure out how to call and get reads on other teams in the current meta.
I mean, I've been playing on.
No, I'm saying his calling is bad, but it's like it looked great during the offseason. So I'm saying you can say it's bad, but saying that he needs to be kicked immediately is like, chat, then T1 should have been blown up after potentially losing to Boom. You know what I mean? Like T1, everyone's like T1 might even win an international, and then they almost lose to Boom in the first match. Like they should have just gotten blown up. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not saying it was good. I'm not saying that Art like, you know, whatever has a good excuse, but I think he needs to learn. And sometimes it takes time. Chat, the CES argument is terrible. Anyone who says CES would have been better are people who didn't watch the games last year. You guys don't even talk to me. That's like the literal worst argument about DFM.
Obviously, we're gonna do our best to.
That's literally the worst argument about DFM.
Game in the stage before playoffs, so see you all guys in the 1 week versus Global Esports.
No, but their calling was fine during kickoff as well. Their calling wasn't really a big problem at kickoff. It was just they were getting diffed here and there.
That was a well-fought game.
It wasn't a great. He was never a great caller, but you know. I'm just saying, straight up saying like one person needs to be kicked. I don't think that. Listen, I'm not a fan of like banning out words and phrases entirely. I try to do that as little as possible, but also I don't think like straight up just saying this guy needs to be kicked immediately is. I don't think that's. You can say it was bad. Right? You can say like, you know, dude, he wasn't doing anything, or his calls were bad, or his aim was bad, which both are true. But
some people
you know,
look at these games at the bottom of the table, but this is where it means so much.
I mean, I think you can even phrase it as like he needs to learn to call better, or they need a new IGL. You know what I mean? Like I think that's you're accomplishing your same goal without straight up just saying this guy needs to be kicked.
so did DFM, and you knew that whichever team lost.
No, you can be angry, but again, there's being toxic and there's being angry. You know what I mean? Saying slurs and then being like, well, I'm angry for a reason doesn't exactly excuse the slur. I'm not saying you guys are saying slurs, but I'm saying like there's always levels to it. Like don't make it sound like just because you're legitimately upset is totally something excuses you for like being too lazy to type 4 more words. Like you guys talk as if you can't actually think of more sentences. This is crazy.
To not quite make it over the line, it's got to sting. If you're
Are you ending stream or are we gonna play Baldur's Gate 3? No, we'll stream we'll probably stream for a bit until Plat Chat. I'm on Plat Chat today. VCT Pacific needs to provide health insurance. That is probably true.
He went back to his spot and he did it again, and he just stayed there for a few minutes until I think somebody else picked
There's
him
a special
up.
badge for the top voter on right predictions. I think it just highlights whoever put in the most points, right?
He absolutely did. 6 first kills for him. He played his bloody heart out on every role. Like Akame has been fantastic to watch on DFM.
Meanwhile, YouTube's like, yeah, I never stopped believing.
I just think it was a little bit too late for DFM. They showed glimpses of their potential in kickoff, and they definitely showed their potential in this game. There was a very winnable series for them when everybody predicted PRX bar paper thin.
Sure, you and TMV have the most fun chat I've been. No man. Thank you, ZETA. I mean, the reason I'm saying this is because I don't want to have to blanket ban for like words and phrases that can be used in moderation. That's why I'm asking you guys to use your brains a bit more when you're angry. Like, you can complain, but like complain with context, you know? Because otherwise, like, at some point, especially if the channel grows, which hopefully it does, so I can actually do it and make money, because at some point then we'll have to ban it if you guys just don't, you know, do that. Yeah, don't be a younger 1010. Don't do that.
But there was no doubt in this game. The same thing for something.
That was a very intense game, but I'm gonna be honest, PRX fans, as someone who wasn't a fan of either team, it wasn't an exciting game.
I'm not gonna wait. I'm gonna send it, and I absolutely love that.
But that's the PRX experience, right? That is why we have once again the rise of the Genix as our match MVP.
I'm complaining because you stopped playing Baldur's Gate 3. That
this was the PRX that we
is reasonable.
Watching every single time.
It's so well deserved from Jing. Honestly, I feel
Thanks,
like
Phoenix. Finois?
It's so nice to see him.
Is that an actual another word, or are you just? Is that purposely misspelled?
Heading into this stage, but mad respect to Jing. He turned it around today.
Oh yeah, but you know who didn't doubt PRX for 1 second?
My soul is tired. Listen, PRX fans, take care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves.
Joining us here on the desk. Hello.
No, Tron. We're good. We're good.
How are you speaking so well? We heard you screaming. Oh, you heard? Everybody heard.
Oh, I bet she was losing her mind because she was in the venue this whole weekend, co-streaming.
You could hear me from here. No, everybody heard you. Everybody heard you. But
Chat, I didn't get invited to the desk because Dongshim lost the day I was there.
We saw you definitely losing it.
No, Spicy only goes outside when she gets invited to the venue.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I was so scared the entire time. I was just thinking like, please win.
Can you react to this?
And we did. Finally. You and Mindfreak both, because Mindfreak was
we can talk about that. We didn't talk about it in depth, I guess.
And jumping up and throwing his chair and everything.
Akame was giving me a heart attack.
Yeah,
but then PRX.
Question of the season, GE PRX.
I'm not trying to jinx my own team, but
I mean, I think PRX. It was fun though, wasn't it? I mean, actually, it was okay. ZETA versus Nongshim.
They gotta be paying you pretty well for that. Like,
they need to pay me extra for the therapy that I'm going
They need to pay me extra for the therapy. Say it when you have the chance.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. It seems like a more stressful job than Alex has at times.
Yeah, you're like the secondary PRX molder, but you're here on site as well. So it's like
ZETA Nongshim. I think ZETA Nongshim's gonna be very. I think it's gonna be very tense.
Maybe. Hey, I'm here and they won.
Yeah.
GE versus PRX. I mean, I feel on Plat. We'll talk. We're gonna predict all the matches. I think on Plat Chat. So.
Are there any teams that have captured your heart throughout Pacific so far?
T1.
Oh, come on.
Okay, that's a really good one. And how is the community reacting?
We're done with this interview. Spicy, No, we're done here. We're done here. You had a chance. You had the chance. Nope, we're done. Says T1. Ugh. They're not even undefeated. Crazy. Crazy.
The fans are just.
Let's see. Sorry, what's this? Would you recommend to watch the game or just enjoy the 2-1 and don't see it? Just don't watch it. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Chat, honestly, this I think has potential to be a real banger. And this is going to be hype just because it's going to be so tense. And this, I actually think this one's not going to be as exciting anymore. Dude, this might, though. This one might. Although, wait, no. That one, no, Talon needs to win to guarantee their spot, too, right? So this one might be a banger. This one. Yeah. I think we're in for a pretty good last week, honestly. Dude, what a way to fizzle out in the last day, though. What a way to fizzle out. Oh my gosh. The only thing that's going to be exciting about this last day is like, will they show up? Will the giant killers show up to ruin the first seed? Honestly, actually kind of fitting that this is the last match of the stage. Oh. No, they can ruin seeding. Well, no, Boom is confirmed first, though, no? Boom can't lose this. Because they beat everybody else. So Boom can't change seeding. But this can. No, wait, this can't either, though. Oh, it can if Talon wins. Dude, that is... No, it can't. Wait. Oh, because if T1 beats Talon. Oh, yeah. Oh, I just assumed Talon would beat T1 for whatever reason. It's head-to-head first if it's only two teams. Give DFM some respect. They can definitely beat Boom. Did we watch the same match just now? I saw you in the chat the whole time. I know you watched it. Don't go around spewing fake news like that, okay? Will DFM winning over Boom be a bigger upset than Team Secret beating RRQ? No. Well, no. No, just because... I mean, on paper it should be, but no, just because it's like, well, okay, Boom, like, Ascension Team, yada, yada, yada. Whereas, like, Team Secret looks real bad. Do a giveaway if DFM beat Boom? Why would I do a giveaway if DFM beats Boom? If DFM beats Boom, I'll buy their bundle on both my accounts. I have a better idea. If DFM beats Boom, you should buy the Nongshim bundle on both of your accounts. Truly a question to ask. Is Pacific going to be the only region with 205 teams? I would say that it's still... If 10 out of the 12 teams are competitive, I would say that it's still a competitive region. I still think it's mostly still the most competitive region. Team Secret has the curse of Warbirds. Actually, though, I mean, listen, I don't really have anything personally against Team Secret, but what a vengeance story it would be for Warbirds. He joins RRQ, they move on as first seed potentially. Meanwhile, Team Secret goes out 0-5. That would be crazy. Give away ramyun. So here's the thing. We were trying to do ramyun giveaways, and I wanted to do more in the future, but shipping food products is like an international nightmare. So I don't think I can do that anymore. But we can do Dongshim Red Force goodies. I gotta figure out. I'll probably do a bundle giveaway this week too. Cheering for the last game or such. Just PayPal it. I mean, that's technically how bundle giveaways have to work too. So like, yeah, that's technically doable, but I can't do that because like I don't get the giveaway stuff in cash. Obviously, it's sent straight from the store. I am getting Dust 9 in place of Mako and Famous. And Famous is going to be IGL. I'm going to farm. Actually, yeah, for anyone... Wait, I need to do that. I need to do that, don't I? We got to do Fantasy. All right. Okay, I gotta replace one more with EMEA. I gotta replace Yay with EMEA. Right? I'm keeping everybody else? Am I keeping Munchkin? Who's EG played? Loud? Oh, Yay might farm though. Loud? Ten was very good. Yeah, I wish they would keep the last weeks before the next week. Hopefully they change that. Hopefully they change that. Where am I now? What was I, like 1699 or something last time? Dude, I'm moving up. I'm moving on up. Did pretty well. Damn, 262 sideshow. Oh, damn, 15. TMV about. Oh, I mean, in the future, like on full release, you should definitely have more than one transfer. 100%. 100%. Change DOS 9? No. We need to get to EMEA because right now it's borked with the schedule. We think do we think Ye's gonna farm? It's between Ye and Munchkin, quite frankly. Actually, I might sub out Meteor. What do you think about Meteor? Transfer Meteor out? Thanks, Godshot. Oh, who's Vitality playing? Oh, man. No, honestly, chat, honestly, T1 versus Talon, is Meteor going to farm? I don't know if Meteor's going to farm. Do we think Meteor's going to farm? That's true. We have to think about week 6 as well. Vitality's got a pretty good lineup. Meteor might be good against Talon. Yeah, yeah, because like that is a team where Meteor would shine, but it's like it's iffy. But the thing is will Munchkin farm DRX? That's the big question. Because if not, if I'm going to transfer both of them out anyway, I might as well, like, honestly transfer Meteor and then get like Nats, Koi, KC. It's not a bad shout. And then transfer Munchkin next week or Yay next week or whoever for whoever. Maybe it won't even matter. I finally took May out for this last week. I mean, dude, Nats is only 9. I mean, KC is 50-50, but Nats will surely farm, though. And that would give me 3.5 points, right? So then I'd have 4 points. And then the last week, I could transfer Munchkin out, right? Or even Yay, right? And I'd have like 12 points. So I could even get a potential... I could get like... I mean, I could get Kamo. Or Kiko. Why not Cushy? Dude, Cushy's playing Secret. Cushy's gonna farm. You think Frost has some game plan to deal with Meteor? I mean, sure. $10.10 is 10.5? Damn. I mean, I think it's because he's just in place for depth. So you had to keep them the same. Woot, yeah, Woot could be good too. Okay, but we gotta be smart about this. Okay, so if I replace Meteor with Nats, let's say, then the next week I can replace Munchkin with anybody because he's flex. So I think Meteor out this week. I mean, yeah, I can get whoever because it would be a flex. I think I'm going to go with that. I think we're going to get Nats. What do we think? How are we feeling about Nats, chat? That gives me more points to work with for the last week. Okay, so that gives me 4 points for the last week. Nats is in. Who am I putting in for Angel? Who's Angel playing this week? Dude, I am putting Angel in this week. Oh, but next week's well, I guess I have to put him in Vitality. I mean, I got to maximize my points this week, chat. I don't think I can troll with Angel this week. But Apex is playing Vitality. Listen, I trust in Floor, but it is Vitality. So I actually think, chat, what I'm going to do How's this? Should I put who's Crashy's playing? I think Munchkin might farm DRX though. Oh, Crashies is gonna farm. Oh, but I just have this feeling that Munchkin's gonna go big against DRX. Cushy's gonna farm against Secret. Dust9's gonna farm. Francis and Persia are always the goats, regardless of whether TMV's little silly fantasy game tells me so or not. It's really between Crashies and Munchkin. What do we think, chat? I'll leave this up to you. You think I should put in Crashies for Munchkin or Munchkin? Who am I putting in? I was not the problem yesterday. That's crazy. You think Crashies? But it being an easier matchup could mean that he's just not getting kills. You have to be smart about this. I mean, it will probably be a 2-0, though. Angel for Munchkin. Angel for Munchkin? You need more EMEA players? Well, TMV doesn't let me transfer more than one a week. So the game's stupid after this week anyway, chat. But it's a beta, so I'll excuse it. No, I kind of do want to put an Angel this week, though. I think he's going to cook. He's going to cook this week and next week. You think Crashies over Munchkin? You think Crashies is going to farm? What if I think he might just not get a chance to get kills? It's against ZETA next week. We're back with Persia IGL. No, I'll trust Angel against Vitality. Chat. In Angel we trust. Next week. Just you wait. Okay, this is what I'm gonna go with for my fantasy team this week. I actually think low-key this might cook. Honestly, most will say DOS9 should be IGL, but DOS9 also might not get a lot of kills. No, I do think, dude, Munchkin's gonna farm. I know, I think it's gonna be a 2-1, but I think Munchkin's gonna farm. But who knows? So then how many EMEA players am I gonna have in the last week? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll have 6 out of 8. Not bad. All right. People were wondering about this, so we can talk about this. These are, wait, what? What is this? This isn't actually. They posted, but there's no links. Where's the proof? Yeah, they're made by EDG players, but where's my proof? How am I supposed to believe it? There's a thread on VLR. Oh, you guys are asking me to open up VLR threads on stream? That's crazy. Until someone can give me a link. Not that I can read Chinese, but I at least need to know that it's from somewhere. We're not going to talk about these parts. They have the links, though? I mean, I'll check him out if you put him in chat. It's just there's so much random crap on VLR. No, not the VLR link. The other links. Smoggy, Nobody, and Chichu have all made statements away, but I'll post it at the exact same time. So these must have just been like from the org altogether. I'm just gonna do a quick scan of it, and then we'll read the transcript. I have no problem with people using VLR, and like every now and then I'll check it out for fun, but it is a very random. Any opium for me for GE versus PRX? I mean, you just never know. Okay. Dude, this is crazy that they're all they're posting it as a group though. That's actually kind of insane. Oh, why is Chichu so short? Meanwhile, nobody is on the 16 Pro Max. That's what you noticed? That's crazy. No, I know there's a translated version. That one didn't have the source, so I'm just double checking the source. Chat, double check your sources. I just want to make sure that the general tone is the same, and then I'll read the transcript. Workers change you and oh, Chichu. Chichu's so Chichu. All right. So, okay. Actually, these are just... Oh, no. This is somewhat better translated. Okay. So, for those who don't know, in the past 24 hours, explanations from EDG management during a live stream and Simon's response have made the situation more confusing. Management accused Simon of being too lazy and having significant communication problems with the team. Simon responded that he was still working hard. Just now, key members posted on their social media that Simon did indeed let down the club and his teammates, especially with his attitude. Why didn't you speak your mind during practice matches? If you're even a fifth as talkative, we wouldn't have wanted you to leave. So exactly turns you into what you are now. Isn't it you who created the impression during the live stream that we were excluding you? Do you remember the Lotus match against G2? Everyone was comforting you. You sat down and complained that you couldn't shoot when you went on stage. I coasted. You gave me the cold shoulder. Only saying one sentence and then didn't care about anything else. We can't always rely. I'll say one more thing. I give it to you. I don't give it to you now. There are many times, but only by seizing the opportunity. Kong Kong, dude, Kong Kong always has to go with some poetic, dramatic last line. At least say GE so I can have my Indian guys rating your channel to show some love. I mean, chat, I'm not gonna... I mean, I can't lie I can't lie on the internet for engagement. Initially, fans asked the club to explain, but club wanted to protect the player. After all, they didn't want to publicly criticize. Thinking there was still room for improvement. What they got was indulgence in fermentation of public opinion. Now they're using fans as guns and discriminating attacking us. Everyone was quite disappointed after returning from Masters, but you don't remember what was said during the practice matches. Every time you play, you have to ask, where do I stand? How do I play? I assume this is crudely translated, but you don't speak during your reviews, you don't ask, you don't have ideas, and the items are arranged by teammates. Your performance is undoubtedly good, but how much have others put in? Everyone has been on this road for 2 years, accumulating, and their states have exploded all through everyone's hard work. So basically, it sounds like he needed to be babied a lot. At first, everyone didn't think about demoting. We communicated, and if you worked hard, you could definitely play. But the very first day you were demoted, you asked if you didn't have to get up and go to work. You just played on your phone while people were practicing, didn't participate in reviews, and didn't communicate. First of all, curious why you said that so-and-so and I didn't practice. Everyone practices differently. I've been practicing almost the same. We practiced the same as him in the past. I never practiced external things, such as clicking small balls, aim labs. However, Chu's performance in Bangkok made me feel that maybe I was wrong. I also need to use external things. Secondly, we won't always practice shooting. Chu is watching matches every day now, and he has done enough as a IGL. I am also watching matches now to improve my overall view. Secondly, when you first came to DG, you should know how Kong Kong treated you and how everyone treated you. Now when Kong Kong talks, it's one way. You basically don't respond. Usually when we finish practice matches and prepare to stream, only we will ask you to play together. Ever asked us to play? Later, I was the one who took the initiative to ask you to play. Have you ever asked me? After being a sub, you usually don't say a word in the practice room. If we don't take the initiative, you really won't say a word. But as soon as you go live, you immediately transform into a second form. Now you vaguely want to express during your live stream, your fans are infinitely amplifying speculations. And then Chichu, work is not a child's play and results are a primary goal. The premise is that everyone must be of one mind. If there is no problem, why change people? Don't we want to win? When you don't communicate during practice and matches, have you ever thought about how much others want to get results? Also, don't spread rumors about coaching staff. They all have their own families to support and everyone has their own pressures. Everyone is working for a living. How could they mess around? I wish everyone well and see you on the field. Chichu. Chichu's so Chichu. Isn't it just so Chichu? Oh. Shu is nobody and Chu is Chichu. Okay, I was wondering which one was which. Gotcha. Chichu's seems very nice. So there's obviously, first of all, assuming we take everything at face value, which obviously can be a little dangerous. But assuming we take everything at face value, I think there's two things that could be true. Either Simon is like, basically has kind of like a toxic agenda and a double personality, right? Or, right? There's bad Simon, or Simon might just be really, really bad with social skills and communicating and handling like his feelings, to put it simply. And from what we've seen on like stage and stuff, honestly, this doesn't seem so out of the question. Yeah, the Verno. Yeah, like the Verno situation. Which, by the way, that doesn't mean it's, like, fine. That doesn't mean they should deal with it. Like, but that's what I'm getting from here is that, to me, it sounds like they always felt they had to, like, go the extra mile to, like, babysit him and bring him in and always reach. But it's, like, the same thing in, like, in any team, right? If it's, like, at some point, if you always have to reach out to include someone, at some point, you're going to be tired because, like, sometimes I'm tired and stressed, right? And it's like, why do I have to always be the one reaching out to you? So it's, so I think this can be true, but I think it's a legit reason. And then, honestly, I kind of believe this just because it's like the moment he got benched, he like asked if that means he can just sleep in, and he's like, whatever. It just seems like he doesn't know how to like handle these situations. Right? Because like this, there's no point in assuming this, right? This is just like, if it comes to light, it comes to light. Like, that's whatever. Like, if he's just like a toxic crazy, yeah, I mean, it could have also been like, yeah, you're right. It could have been also like the ego might have gotten to him a bit of like, what the hell? Like, dude, like I was playing in challengers and now I'm here and like, I did my job. Like it could be that too, but I think it's more out of ignorance and not knowing how to handle that versus like him like having some crazy agenda to like turn the fan base on them from the get-go. And then the whole thing about, who was it? Nobody said, or was it Smoggy who was like, you turn into a totally different person when you stream. I mean, that goes right in line with just like bad social skills, bad stress skills, right? Stress plus bad fame plus bad, I don't know, whatever else, right? Like becoming a different person on your own stream where it's your own, it's like fans who already support you, it's your own zone, etc. That goes right in line with people who have bad social skills, bad stress skills, you know, and bad ways to deal with fame. So, I mean, again, then does that excuse it? I mean, no. Like there is no place for that long term on a professional setting. There isn't. You have to grow out of it and you have to learn it. Obviously, you could learn it on that team. You could learn it, you know, in a different team. You could learn it by perhaps not playing anymore and then realizing it after the time. Like, you know, everyone learns it differently. But, yeah. So it sounds like that's like the big thing. I was praying DFM to win today, but for all I can say, they can't close a game at all. I mean, the fact that it went 3 maps, I think, is some credit to them and terrible credit away from PRX. Well, he's still technically benched, right? Is he actually dropped now? Well, it could also be, I mean, honestly, but I would say that to me, this includes like anything else that's mental, right? This includes anything else that's mental. It might, you know, it could be kind of out of your control. I mean, to be fair, it's like, even if you're young and immature and you have like bad social skills or whatever and bad ways to deal with things, like that is kind of out of your control as well. So I'm not saying like, oh, he's like a terrible person. I'm just saying, yeah, that sucks, but like also, that doesn't necessarily mean that EDG was wrong, you know, to bench him, right? So, yeah, so he's still benched, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, basically, so my takeaway is like, I mean, first of all, hopefully they don't, like, it seems like EDG and the players were pretty fed up. It seems they were quite fed up and quite exhausted if they're doing this, like they're posting this all at the same time in like a very organized way of like, stop it, you know, then that does seem pretty bad. So hopefully it doesn't continue to become like a back and forth, because I don't think anybody wins in that situation for any party involved. But hopefully Simon can, I mean, hopefully first of all, like either Simon or EDG management can like, you know, have someone that's not currently on the team, like talk to him, you know, like air it out. And then smoggy part about Kong treatment is ego. No, but the thing is like, I mean, what, then Verno not responding was ego? I don't think so. I think you underestimate how people can be really bad with communication skills. I think so, and sometimes they don't. I mean, it could be partly ego, but I don't think it's like an intentional ego. It doesn't have to be intentional ego. It could be. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think you underestimate how easily some people just like tune things out when they like are not able to handle whatever. It might not even be that conversation. Like they might just be stressed out about other things, and they're just like whatever. And they just think like, whatever, like I'm just going to ignore this for now. And they might be a conscious choice, and it's still like not necessarily out of ego. Again, it could be ego, but like, you know, but like if I'm not going to judge it, right? So I would rather at least understand that. I'm just saying, I think it's important to keep in mind that you underestimate. And it's not even just because they're young. Like, you underestimate how bad people can be with communication skills, especially if they're like either not in a good spot, or they suddenly like, maybe they're, you know, they are caught up in the fame and ego. Like, it could be that, right? It could be stress from outside factors. It could just be their personality and they never grow out of it because they've been playing games like at an amateur level since they were young. Yeah, I mean, even if it's ego, it's probably good to have, you know, to consult with someone just so you can come to terms with it. So we'll see. But I mean, honestly, like given his demeanor on stage and stuff, I just think it doesn't seem too crazy to imagine that he just doesn't know how to do all that stuff, right? For whatever reason, whether it's like he has other mental struggles, or whether it's outside factors, whether it's ego, whatever else it might be. So, yeah, like chat, like I've worked with people that are like older than me that have terrible social and communication skills. And you're just like, what the hell? Like, it's like in the office and you're like, what? Chat, I've had someone give me the cold shoulder for 2 years until I left the company. Like, it's like, I don't think you understand how bad people can be with social skills. So, yeah. You know, it is unfortunate because I think Simon was quite good at what he did. So hopefully this is a good learning experience for him and the other players as well. Hopefully they can all find their places. I mean, probably it depends. It depends on how mature and willing the core EDG part is. But most likely he probably doesn't have a spot to return to as a starter at any point, right? Even if he comes around. But maybe if he, if he's able to at least come to terms with his aspect. And the thing I think Simon's going to have to learn sooner or later with this situation is like, first of all, if you keep airing things out publicly, nobody wins anyway. Like no one wins in that situation. But second of all, it might still be a little unfair for Simon as well. Like we don't know, right? Like because obviously he's outnumbered. So it's like, you don't really know. But also it doesn't sound like you're like 100% in the clear either, right? It does sound like it's at least half and half. So if that's the case, something that Simon will have to learn, and for any of you who might be younger, that you'll have to learn at some point, is you can only work on yourself. You can't, you don't win by like trying to take down everyone else. If you also had something that you have to, work on, then like that's what you can do to move on, right? So hopefully he can learn that, and then maybe like EDG at least helps him find, land his feet on another team or whatever. But yeah, I get it. I'm very bad at communication, stress and stuff. Sometimes it makes you ignore things. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it happens all the time. Yeah, it could be social awkwardness. It could be like you not wanting to like admit your fault, and then you miss the chance, and then it just snowballs out of control. Like, I have professors who only talk. But that's like a whole different type of like lack of social skills. But there's such a range of people. So, hopefully this is a learning experience. All I'm going to say is bottom line, this doesn't sound like, I would find it hard to believe that this is like completely fabricated. You know what I mean? So at the very least, I think it's also just given his demeanor and like comms and stuff and overall like on stage, I don't think it would be shocking at all to be like, oh, like he wasn't responding to people in like the practice room or in scrims. Like, wow, that actually doesn't surprise me at all. Again, regardless of cause. So it's like, oh, maybe I should learn to do that. So hopefully they can learn to do that. Plat chat starts in an hour. Yeah. It's also, gaming's very antisocial. And then you stream and like you probably have your fan base. So there probably was some ego and like false comfort there because you're like, oh, like some, these people still support me, which is also why like, again, I'm not saying he necessarily like developed like a purely parasocial relationship, but that's why like streaming and content creation can be dangerous because it's like you're basically creating your own echo chamber without knowing. But that's unfortunate because I really liked Simon as a player. I don't think he's like done. I think this is something that you can still bounce back from, but it does sound like he will need to at least learn from this a little bit, but also, but I think, for EDG's sake as well, like hopefully this, I say this with like very little hope that it comes true, but hopefully the fans don't like keep harping on it because it's not helping anybody. So Also, if you have ego, well, it could be something like Simon kept feeling like, again, it's like I can see the part where it could be ego is like let's say you're anti-confrontational, right? But you think, let's just say you're Simon and you're like, oh, well, you know, A, B, and C don't practice as much. Like, what the hell? But let's say you feel, it might not be true, but you feel Kong keeps like giving you feedback in scrims, right? So in your head, you're just like, what the hell, man? Like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, dude, what about those guys? But you're like, this is all in your head. Like, this is a conversation in your head, but you don't ever say this out loud. So then the result from their point of view is like, what the hell? This dude's just ignoring Kong. You know what I mean? Like, that could be possible. I mean, who knows? There's no point in speculating any further, but I'm just saying I think there's a number of ways this could have been caused. But I don't think it's like a lost cause. I think it's something you can. I think it's something everyone learns at some point as you're growing up. Most people, because most people don't actually have the learning experiences before like your end of your teens for stuff like this. So hopefully it's hopefully it's something that Simon can learn from. But yeah, that's rough. I mean, that's rough. I don't know what else to say about it. But I think for us, like as followers from the outside, like the most you can do is like, wow, that doesn't actually sound too good, does it? But you know, there at this point, there's probably some mixed truth, right? Because like based on what Smoggy's saying, it does sound like maybe like Simon thought everyone had to practice a certain way, and he didn't see Smoggy doing that, right? It's like the same with like, you know, it's like some fans are like, oh, casters don't play the game like 24/7. Wow, how could they possibly cast? And it's like, oh, I don't know, maybe because watching VODs on 2x speed is more valuable. But it's like, you know, or like you don't watch every single region's games, and it's like, well, yeah, maybe because it's not worth watching, you know, PRX and DFM for 3 hours when I could be watching like a proper game, you know. So yeah, it could be like that could be true too. So I don't think there's really any point in trying to figure out where there's more truth, but there's probably some truth on both sides. But at the end of the day, that would imply that I don't think EDG is really at any crazy fault here, like no evilness going on for the benching. University and internships. Yeah, I mean, university somewhat. University, I guess it depends, though, on the school and the environment. I think university generally is more just like you run into, like, diverse group of people. But it's still not so much about, like, it's still very easy to just find your own zone, right? You're not really forced to have to work with people all the time. I hope you had your dinner. I did. We did. You didn't have to slander PRX there. I'm just... Chat, the game wasn't good. The game doesn't help me learn to analyze and cast, chat. So... Yeah, no, yeah, like university, like chat, it's a real thing, you know, like all the kids who started school during COVID, like there's like a serious lack of social skill development because like you started elementary school in COVID. It's real. Yeah, and honestly, yeah, like this might be a case where, you know, let's say Simon lands on whatever team, whether it's tier 1 or tier 2, whatever. You know, fresh perspective. Maybe he learns a little bit from his mistakes. You know, he finds a new environment. Sometimes you just need a fresh reset, like whatever it is. I mean, who knows? Could be. Like, the only hope is the worst case scenario is like he goes deep into his own echo chamber. Like, even if he's right, like here's the thing, even if you're right, going deep into your own echo chamber on that is like, that's how you lose. Because now it's like, well, okay, goodbye. Like, you'll be in your own chamber, I guess. Bye. So I hope that doesn't happen, but we shall see. It's crazy how in the offseason the PRX DFM matchup was a legit force for APAC, but now it's just who charges through the glue. Yeah, I mean, for Simon, it does sound like he needs a little bit of a break. Honestly, he probably needs a break from streaming too, it sounds like, but I mean, we'll see. But, you know, he's a young human being, and they will learn, usually. Action-packed week 4. I guess it was kind of action-packed. Most guys in their early 20s are still far away from mental and emotional maturity. Oh, I mean, miles away. A mile. Yeah, exactly. Miles away. But then you've got like the entire world talking about you. Everybody's watching you play in a high intensity, high adrenaline situation. But it's still quite male dominated. So like it's an FPS, so it's like even exacerbated even more. And then you start to gain a following, and you know, you like stream and use social media because that's kind of part of your job. But then it's kind of nice to have your own following. And then you develop a persona, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a recipe for disaster. That's something that's always in the back of my mind is like, dude, why is this so high quality all of a sudden? The thumbnail for Spike Talk, what the heck? They really spent some time. I always worry in the back of my mind of like what are these guys gonna do? Like it's so hard to like learn things properly in that setting. Real question is, are Taiwanese players considered Chinese or an import? Well, I think you have to choose, right? If I'm not mistaken, you have to choose when you first start playing. Like whichever league you first start playing in is where you are, what you are tied to, either S Challengers SCA or China. Sure, but I've been wanting to ask this for a while. Why does Platchat barely have any EMEA people? I mean, I'm not actually part of Platchat. I'm just also a guest, so I actually don't know. But also, I mean, I imagine like Sliggy watches every game. He's from EMEA. He's on all the time. So is TMV. It's probably more they just kind of have the regulars. I don't think Pansy really joins any podcasts, though. No. IMO esports blew up way too fast, and so the checks and balances that you see at most of their elite sports doesn't seem... Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, it was like a perfect storm of just media developing on the internet and such. You know? Answer, they hate EMEA. Yeah, by the way, earlier someone was saying ban something something, and Ban was benched by Talon. Ban's a free agent. Like, Ban's just chilling. I don't know what he's doing, actually. What's Ban doing? Any Ban fans in the chat? I always liked running into Ban. Ban was always very courteous and quiet. Although I imagine he's not as quiet, like when he's just chilling with friends. He's probably another troll, as they all are. No, him and Governor are both released, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Platchat is full of Brits. Makes sense they would hate EMEA with Brexit. Giant X? I mean, I don't know. Probably. But I'm so uninterested in Giant X that I'm not qualified to talk about what changes they should make. I mean, yeah. Yeah, Ban's a free agent. All Gamers now has 10 players and no coach. Who needs coaches when you got all the gamers? Dude, this starts this week, yeah? Oh, man. Chat, how did EDG... Listen, despite all of that going on, how in the world did EDG get first seed, chat? I got to make the recap video, too. I got to catch up on... which ones have I not watched yet? I haven't watched these. I watched a little bit of this. I guess I'll have to skim through all of them. But the worst part is I still haven't done my U.S. taxes, so I got to do that tonight after Plat Chat. How did Wolves get the easy playoffs? Wolves didn't get the easy playoffs. Billy did. EDG are their way to first seed. I mean, yeah. Dude, they just like mind controlled everybody else. I mean, who's going to Toronto here, chat? Who's going to Toronto here? Protagonists like EDG need that early beatdown scene. EDG won the war, but there's a fire in their own castle. That's a crazy line. No, EDG's going, chat. EDG's like, I don't see a world where EDG's not going. Are you gonna watch Boom T1? Boom T1? What do you mean Boom T1? I hate to tell you, but I don't think Billy's losing to either of these teams. Billy's probably moving on. EDG actually might not win this match. They'll probably still go, but EDG might not win this match. I think Nova wins this one. Man, who wins here? Probably Wolves. Wolves should win, but Tech might win. I have EDG losing that match to Nova and then going on a lower bracket punch for that's classic EDG. I mean, if that's the case, if I think BLG and EDG are going no matter what, who's going? Dude, this is a tough pool too. This is like literally who woke up on the right side of the bed that morning type beat. My hot take is that Tech beat EDG. Wait, what? Wolves will exit first? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, oh, this is actually tough. What is the bracket? Who drops down to what? I'll probably do this for the recap video, so. Damn. Tech DRG? Wait, it's just rematches? Oh, because those two would be the teams that lost. That's actually crazy. Man. All your marbles on RB and Vukashu? I don't know if... Dude, you think DRG loses this? Wait, but that would just guarantee that it's Nova then. Wait, chat. By decree of EDG always going to the lower bracket, it's whoever wins between Sheila Gaming and Nova that goes to Toronto. Because they're going to beat EDG. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. You think Tech will beat Wolves? It won't matter, though, because Billy's winning this one no matter what. Love it or hate it. I hate it, too, but they're going to win. And then, like, I don't know. I actually don't know if I trust the Wolves to beat DRG. I mean, it doesn't matter because she's going to go on a run. This is insane. What is this? No, oh, I saw that. No plus 75 to do. That's a crazy thing to tweet about your own game loss, by the way. Yeah, no, this is a weird bracket. China's so weird. Nova might go. Nova might go. Nova dropped a map to Tai Lu and lost to Tech. Yeah, I agree, but I mean that doesn't suddenly make Shilai Gaming any more trustworthy. And that doesn't make EDG's lower bracket run always being a thing any less trustworthy either. That is a crazy ID, by the way. Like, what? What are streamers supposed to call you? What the heck? EDG will go to the lowers from semi. That's what I mean. It doesn't matter who comes up here. They're going to beat EDG. It's not them beating EDG. EDG's going to lose. You're forgetting that EDG already had their one seasonal loss. Oh, that's also true. Honestly, I actually think EDG probably win. I think, especially with everything that's going on, EDG probably grinds the heck out of their preparation. Call them pop-up ads. Okay, but let's say EDG wins. Ooh. Damn, it gets spicy. Dude, what if it's DRGXOG for the third spot? The two Ascension teams. Dude, the Ascension teams are killing it in stage 1. Yeah, no, I agree, Zaya Play. We were just talking about the EDG situation. I actually think they might just lock in because of all that. Dude, this would be sick. But the ending will always be boring. Yeah, XOG's this year's Ascension team. I feel so bad for Akame. They put him on the post-match press conference and he looks so sad. You gotta feel for him. Yeah, this is classic China. No, DRG XOG lower round 3. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Chat, what day is Nungshin playing? Oh, we're playing Sunday. I can't, man. I can't handle it. Oh, and it's TRX Gen G too. Holy. I kind of want to skip this week and go directly to PRX GE. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, for sure, Destroyer. Oh, no. Chat. Unless nobody knows, like, as much as Plat Chat likes to troll around and trash talk for engagement, the only time all of us on Plat Chat, like, are tasteless is because we were just not aware. You know, like, as much as Sideshow can be the craziest guy with the craziest takes for engagement and he's content pilled, he's actually not a terrible human being, contrary to what you might think, chat. Did Nungshin ever play against Tenten? No, because Tenten was playing, well, he wasn't playing last year, and he was playing in Japan before. Yeah. No, for sure. Chat, we're gonna test. Hold on, because I tested, because I think I'm gonna actually hop off right before Plat Chat starts, so I can get stuff or help update the Pacific topics for Plat Chat. Let us actually test Path of Exile real quick, just because I was testing it last night, like through just a test stream, and it was working fine in theory. Granted, I did not test YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But we're going to do a quick tech support stream. While I load up the game, we're going to just run some last minute ads real quick. Hope you guys understand. And of course, we watch party. We'll be back on Thursday for China playoffs. Dude, that's so hyped that we're already in playoffs for China. Art went -32. Did he? Dude, that is rough. I mean, they really do need to figure something out, because like the Odin's not working, his IGLing is rough, and I think he's just like, I think nothing's working because like all of them are failing at one point, and then it's a domino effect for him. So that is rough. That is rough. Who's that fox-looking mascot face? That's the Nongshim Red Force mascot, Fori, and it's a raccoon. You see, it's got the raccoon eyes. Looks like I haven't slept. This is what we look like when we watch VCT matches all weekend. Normal raccoon, yeah, not crazy raccoon. I mean, chat, you can think whatever you want, chat. Okay. Are we lagging? How are we looking? Are we giga lagging? Move around. Yeah, let me just get the stats screen up real quick so I can keep an eye on it. Looks fine so far. Looks like it might be slightly choppy. Why am I making so much sound? Oh, because I'm dropping caltrops. Yeah, you can link the esports shop. Okay, it is lagging. You know what it is, chat? My bitrate is going crazy high. It's like spiking. Why? Is it less laggy because you changed your pet? Could be. Let's go into a map real quick just to test. Just do like a throwaway map somewhere. This is just the game lagging, chat. That part's just, the game is not very good at that. There are slight stutters. Yeah, but so today it's a network thing. Because I'm not having any more missed frames. Yesterday, the frames were starting to skip a lot.
The hunt is on. Place the trap.
Wow, and I'm dead. All right. Let me know in chat so I don't actually just keep dying and not be able to actually test it. Well, these guys don't have a lot of effects though. We need like giga effects. Holy cow! What the heck? Seems fine. I did change a couple settings on OBS. I'll be real honest with you. I couldn't tell you what I changed because I was just following a couple of different guides and, you know, picking out things that seem to be affecting me. Wait, do these guys have regen? What's going on here? Oh no, they just have an energy shield. Oh no, there's two of them. One of them does have regen. What the heck? What is going on? There we go. Okay, so it seems like that mostly has fixed it, which is good. Oh no, we had invulnerability aura. Okay, what? Oh, this should be a good test. Strongbox. Actually, that's just lagging my game. Never mind, chat. That's not the stream lagging. The strongbox is just lagging my computer out. That's cool. That was a bad test. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. I wonder what the maximum number of buffs you can have with this is. So I have it on DLSS. But see, so last night when I was testing it, my CPU wasn't bottlenecking, but today it is a lot. So I'm not sure. But it's not affecting it's not affecting OBS much. But it does seem like I need to do something to like lock the bitrate for sure. I don't know why it's locked at 8K. I lowered it back down to 6 just to appease the... Oh, maybe I didn't actually. Maybe I thought I did and I didn't. Fairly smooth. Yeah, as long as there's not like 50 monsters, it seems like it's generally okay now. Although, quite frankly, in the future, I think what I might do is just play in windowed mode on 1080 and then just like size it on OBS, you know? And then just play in full screen when I'm playing on my own. I'm not using DLAA. I am using DLSS, but that's just upscaling, no? Does that also automatically include the frame gen? Wait, what about it looks so rough? Right now it doesn't look too rough for me. Okay. Well, it seems like the OBS settings I changed at least had some impact. Basically just went into the advanced output settings and kind of fixed a couple values, more or less. Regenerates life. Oh, you couldn't have like some other useful thing? Oh, it's preventing me from going above 50%. That's cool. Okay, well that's good. Did you watch the DRX interview? I did. Yeah, he looked pretty upset. But, like, that's pretty understandable, I think. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Chat, you know what I realized? Is I never went and beat that Molten boss. Let's do that now real quick before I sign off. So I don't have my, my whatever to, like, combine 3 in 1. We can actually get rid of that as well, and this one.
Good evenings. On with the work.
Oh, I mean, it was very much saved, Volty. It was very much saved. Who just raised it? Oh no, that's I have the sound effects in my PoE game. Didn't you have so much trouble with the lava boss? Kind of, but that was when I was playing a warrior like at level, which was just fire damage, so I think it should be okay. I'm like, I think I can get it even in Act 3, so I should be like giga over leveled. Yeah, I should be able to just one-shot things. Skipping bosses. Well, because I was like, oh, I'm like not going to do any damage to it again. Wait, what the? Isn't it normally to the left? Oh, maybe it's in the next segment? It might be in the next segment. Oh, so slow. Maybe it's here? Yeah, seems likely. Never mind. Wait, he doesn't give anything in Cruel Act 3 though, right?
Have you found it? That's it. What's another death-defying adventure, eh?
Yeah, I think once you know... Yeah, you only get it in the first campaign, so I don't think there's anything in the Cruel campaign. I mean, the thing is once you've beaten all the bosses once, there's really no point in beating other bosses unless they give you like stat upgrades.
Back off.
Wow, that's a dead end. I killed I kill extra things to kill him. Wait, that's very not JRPG of you.
Another lever, eh? Glad they've not given up the ghost just yet.
And we just keep traveling. Never mind, that's a dead end. Dude, my minions are doing work. I think I've become a huge fan of which. Oh wait, where am I going? Yeah, it's fun. Which is one that I still haven't tried like at all. Dude, why do I keep picking the dead ends? I will say I'm happy I bought this in EA. I'm so scared it'll lose its identity before it gets to full release. No, I think it'll be okay. I mean, like the changes they're putting in now, like some of it is kind of like, oh man, are they just caving in? But also, it's not anything that really changes the core like identity or philosophy. You know, so I'm okay with it. I think most importantly, like, it just seems like they, you know, they are always just trying to make sure that they consider everything. So like, I'm okay with that. Dude, what the hell? Infernalist is insane, and I think after this run, dude, I'm telling you, Acolyte of Chayula is kind of cool. Super weak though. Yeah, apparently that's what I'm gonna do is found it. No, we're good.
Does he have a death wish or what?
Yeah, I think the defense gets a little tricky for it, but then like the damage isn't guaranteed. Yeah, we might be over leveled, obviously. Oh, ultra performance mode is really broken. What the heck? Dude, why are you stuck? Get back here. Stop it. Dude, the lava's doing more damage than... GG.
You owe me for this one, Oswald.
This is the way, chat. We're never doing this boss during the campaign ever again. Holy crap. I'm still kind of torn on where I want to go with my build, but for the most part, I think I'm pretty set, at least on the direction.
Keep anything. Don't get for that to happen. Indeed.
You bring.
Wait, what was that? Oh shoot! What?
Move swiftly.
Okie dokie. No, those quests, but most of them are probably from ending the campaign. A couple of them like stay there after you end the campaign. You have to go back and unlock them.
Yes. Time is not on our side.
Yeah, I think we'll wrap up the stream here today, chat. I have to get ready for Plat Chat anyway. Make sure that everything's up to date there. Chat, no stream tomorrow. No stream tomorrow, but I will be, I'm going to be recording Cosmic Divide as well tomorrow, so look forward to that. We'll try to get the China recap up tomorrow, and then we'll do Pacific rankings on Wednesday. We'll be back with live streams on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, where we'll just chill. Maybe do a little bit of odd review. Maybe just play some games. Probably just play some games. Maybe we'll look into last Epoch stuff ahead of the update. Cosmic Divide is TMV's podcast, yeah, but that's recorded, so we'll just record it tomorrow. Yeah, but tomorrow I'm taking the day off because I need to do my U.S. taxes, so that's the main reason. So that's going to be it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did and you are new, please consider following and or subscribing to the channel if you're on YouTube. And, of course, every bit of support helps, so that's always nice. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for the new subs today. Really appreciate it. And is there anyone we want to raid? Anybody want to go anywhere? EDG's headquarters burned yesterday? Wait, really? Like out of riot? That's crazy. Dude, hopefully they figure stuff out. Oh, I'm on friggin' Path of Exile, huh? Let's see. Let's send you guys over to dude, these, I don't know any of these people. There's so many people stream Valorant. It's crazy. What the heck? Hiko is a throwback. Hiko is a throwback. Patrick who? He had like the double FUs to cover his minimap. I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any regular people that we interact with. So go wherever you wish, chat. Go wherever you wish. We'll do it right next time. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys on Wednesday. We'll be back with just a regular stream on Wednesday. But Plat Chat is on in 30 minutes. So come check that out on YouTube if you are interested. And I will see you all next time. Have a good one.